story begins with the sunlight illuminated a large hospital in the city. Near it, as usual, there were people and cars. The head physician of the hospital, named Han Shui, at the meeting hit his hands on the table. He viciously shouted to Dr. May that the ambulance driver would undergo an operation to the patient. He recalled that Lao was a public hero. The doctor in glasses in a calm voice said that Mr. Han to begin to calm down. Li reminded the girl that the ambulance driver named Yan Feng was able to diagnose the patient's heart disease without the help of equipment. Yan also offers to abandon the generally accepted form of operation. May stood near her place near the table and explained that at first she did not give attention to the driver's words. The girl with excitement said that she was convinced of the fidelity of the words of Yan. When they opened the patient's chest, the heart problems caused an unsuccessful operation. Doctors near the table continued to communicate angrily among themselves. Li thoughtfully said that the guy saw the patient's heart problems only after he looked at him. Han angrily shouted to his colleague that if the doctor gives an operation and makes a mistake, then their hospital would encounter public censure. Li is very angry. He was tired of his colleague's words and he hit his fist on the table. Did he ask his colleagues displeasedly? What did they come to after a long meeting? Han listened displeasedly by his colleague. The doctor said that the patient is their last hope. A Lao could not die in their arms. Li demanded that May bring the driver to undergo an operation. May, standing near the table, told the doctor that they had fired the driver. The doctor was surprised when he heard that Yanni was fired. The girl reminded the doctor that they fired Yan after noticed that he was spying on a woman in his soul. Han, along with Li, were very surprised when they heard such an answer from the girl. After a small pause, Li thoughtfully said that he had acted very strictly with the driver. The doctor told the girl to go and find Yan. He had to return to the hospital back. The doctor promised that May would receive money for research if he successfully cures the patient. Doctors continued to confer. Someone shouted that the patient was only 3.5 hours left. May had to hurry. On the outskirts of the city on the basketball court, a game took place between two youth teams. One basketball team very much lost the other. Someone asked that the player at the number 7 threw the ball. There was less and less time. The players fought for the ball at the site desperately. One of the athletes rushed forward and tried to pick up the ball. The athlete stood near the ring and decided to prevent the player with the ball to go through. The basketball player in green uniform angrily looked in front of him and sharply ran forward with the ball. A player with a ball in his hands rushed forward. The opponent ran in a red uniform behind him. The basketball player realized that there was very little time left in the game. He pushed his foot in the jump. There were several seconds left until the end of the game. The basketball player in flight flew towards the ring. The guy raised the ball over his head and prepared to throw it into the basketball basket. The basketball player threw the ball into the ring at the last moment and hung on it. The match is over. The green team won. Someone shouted that the player under the 7th number is very cool. People around looked at the guy in green and admired him. Girls near the site joyfully shouted support for a basketball player. The player ran to the grid near the stadium. He greeted his fans. At this time, the doctor approached the playground on the side and scaredly called the protagonist. Feng was surprised when he saw May in front of him. May went to the guy and grabbed his hand. Feng was frightenedly justified before the girl for the case in the bathroom. The doctor shouted to the guy to follow her. The players sat near the site and smoked. One of them was unhappy due to the fact that Liu Mao had a new legionnaire. The basketball player viciously said that the new legionnaire can always break your legs during the next match. They could regain what they took away from them. May stood near the gate of the playground. She threatened the main character with her hand. The basketball player viciously glanced at the protagonist and said that he wanted to pick up this legionnaire. The main character approached the racing car. A girl approached him on the side. The hairdryer was angry. He threw his clothes on top of the car and shouted that he should redo other people's problems with the operation of A Lao. He reminded the doctor that he was first kicked out of the hospital and now they wanted him to return. May in a dissatisfied voice told the guy that Lao was on death. But his life is very valuable. She added that the clinic is ready to fulfill its conditions. Feng in a displeased voice explained to the girl that the hospital could offer him money and position. He earned several thousand already at the basketball match. The main character asked the girl in displeasure, what did she want then? May explained to the guy that she could do something for him. Feng looked at the doctor very slyly and with great interest. He studied her with a look. The guy sharply hugged the girl and told her that all this could be discussed. May asked him in dismay. What did he mean? Feng continued to look at the girl with great attention. She felt frightened. Suddenly, the girl turned sharply and ran aside. She shouted to the guy so that he would not even dream about it. The main character slyly told the partner that she really thought about something obscene. Feng slyly asked the angry doctor, "What's in the mind of girls?" The protagonist put on a t-shirt and said that he did not mind living in a building next to a pharmaceutical factory. May asked the guy with displeasure, how did he find out that she had an apartment in that place? The hairdryer demanded that she tell him the answer as soon as possible. The doctor agreed with the request of the guy and said that he should save Lao. The main character got into a car with his companion and they drove away. In the hospital, the doctor stood near the door of the chamber and watched the patient. She remembered that Lao had to live a couple of hours. The woman turned around and thought. She did not know what she had to do. The patient lay unconscious in a hospital bed under an oxygen mask. The man was lying on the operating table unconscious. The doctor asked if there was anesthesia and an artificial circulation apparatus. The doctor answered her that everything was in order. Han asked the subordinate, "In what patient is the condition?" The woman replied that Lao had a chest opened. The condition sharply began to deteriorate. They decided to impose a seam. They were able to win a little more time. The man was already in critical condition. The hairdryer turned to the side displeasedly and said that they would have to sweat now. Doctors stood in the operating room near the patient. Someone shouted that the patient has a multiple organ failure now. The heart rate has reached 35. All indicators did not meet surgical requirements. The hairdryer concentratedly ordered the senior nurse to introduce an intravenous to the sick cardial needle in the volume of 2 milligrams. Dr. May was ready to open the chest after stabilizing the pulse. The doctor was surprised when she heard from a guy about a dose of 2 milligrams. She thought that even 1 milligrams. This is already the limit. The doctor stood near the medical apparatus and carefully looked at him. She followed the patient's frequency in the patient. Feng shouted the doctor that he was leaving the patient on her. She had to follow the previous section. The girl explained to the guy that if the problem with the heart is not solved, then it should be possible to do the operation. She demanded a hairdryer in response to do everything that he tells her. The doctor looked at the protagonist with attention. The guy looked down, very focused. The doctor told the main character to help her remove the mounts. The girl handed the tweezers and the knife and began to remove the mounts on the patient's body. The guy demanded that the assistant give him a blade number 22. The main character asked the assistants to help him press everything. He wanted to separate the inter-unit bundle. The doctor demanded that she be given a Stray's saw and an expander of her breast. After that, she ordered the patient to administer the drug into the central vein. The doctor was very excited. She told the guy to open his chest to the patient. Doctors opened the patient's chest with medical devices to gain access to the heart. Feng praised his assistants and said that they did everything successfully in 10 minutes. The girl scaredly shouted to her colleagues that the patient's pulse fell very quickly. The main character carefully looked at the patient. His pulse reached 10 strokes. The girl turned around and scaredly asked the guy, "Did the defibrillator need to launch her heart?" Feng ordered colleagues to continue the procedures with an injection to strengthen the heart. The doctor made an injection and shouted that the patient had no reaction. The main character ordered the girl to continue to make injections. He shouted that he was responsible for this. The doctor looked at the protagonist in disbelief. She decided to execute his instruction. The girl extended her hand with an injection and prepared to drive him into the patient's chest. The patient's heart started and a pulse appeared. The doctor shouted joyfully that the heart rate reached 40. The doctor looked at the guy on the side and thought to herself that he was very good. Feng told the girl to come up to him and remove the lung tumor. It should not be difficult for her. The doctor stood near the patient's body. She told the main character that they should do this at the same time. The main character, together with his assistant, sent medical instruments inside the patient's chest. The doctor near the medical apparatus scaredly shouted that the heart of the elder Ye was stopped fighting. Feng ordered the girl to continue the operation. He wanted to cut his heart. The girl looked at the guy with fright. The main character commanded her to continue the operation. Doctors continued to conduct surgery inside the patient's chest. The doctor was surprised to notice that there was black blood inside the patient, which smelled bad. Feng explained to his colleague that the patient was introduced during the war. Now the remnants of the poison are attached to the inner wall. It is believed that the heart was corroded by corrosion, and this is the cause of its vice. The doctor looked at the guy in disbelief and asked how he knew all this so well. The hairdryer did not answer the girl. He concentratedly looked inside the patient's body. The guy demanded that the nurse Lin approach him and help to support the blood vessel. He decided to prepare a cleaning solution. The hairdryer picked up a scalpel. He thought that poison is not something that can be washed off with an ordinary cleaning solution. he decided to use something special. The main character drove a drop of blood from his hand inside the vessel of water. The hairdryer handed the vessel to the assistant. He demanded that he use this tool to clean the inner wall of the heart. The main character squeezed his hands tiredly. He told his colleagues that he himself should prepare for another matter. Dean turned and shouted to the guy that the patient had not recovered in the patient. 3 minutes have passed. He did not know what to do next. The girl scaredly shouted to the main character that the activity of the lungs had stopped. The fabric began to bleed. The girl looked at the patient's face. His pupils began to show distraction. Feng held out his hand on the patient's face. He shouted that everything should be like that. The protagonist began to knock on the patient with his hand, with his hand, with his hand. Feng put his palm on the patient's body. He touched his fingers to his heart inside. The doctor stood on the side and looked with great excitement at the actions of the guy. Feng continued to touch his heart with his fingers. The main character continued to knock on the patient's heart with his hand. It was activated. Gradually, the patient's beating became more confident. The doctor looked at the medical device and shouted that the heartbeat had returned. The girl shouted in surprise to the guy that he did an amazing thing. Feng looked at the patient's body in a surprised look. Feng shouted very in surprise that it would be recorded in the history of medicine as a butterfly dance resonance. Feng told his colleagues that he wants to tell them more about it. He invited them to rise and continue the operation. The assistant looked with excitement at the guy and said that she agreed with him. The doctors stood near the couch with the patient and continued to operate on. At this time, a stranger ran into the office. She shouted angrily to Yan Fen to go out. The stranger in the doctor's office extended her hand to him and grabbed him by the clothes. A girl named Ye Su Han was the eldest granddaughter Ye and worked as a Shanghai policeman. She angrily asked the man why he allowed the ambulance driver to do her grandfather. Han looked scaredly at the guest and said that it was the dean of the hospital to allow the guy to do the operation. He asked the doctor, was the dean named Li Jin Khan gave a decision for the operation? Han was sitting at the table. He said that he protested against the actions of the dean. But Li insisted that the main character perform an operation. The doctor told his partner that the elder Ye could still live within 5 hours, but now he is not sure of that. The guest fell silent. She listened carefully to the man, but did not answer him. Ye strictly asked the man, where is the dean and the main character now located? Han answered the girl that he would lead her to the operating room to the 5th floor. Han looked silently and viciously at the girl. He decided to hold it to the operating room. Yi went inside the operating room and demanded that the main character come to her. Doctors tried to withdraw an uninvited guest from the office. The girl demanded that Jan Fen come to her. The main character swung a sharp and hidden movement. He launched something into the girl. A small syringe flew to the police officer. She looked in a surprise in front of her. After the syringe hit the girl fell into the head. Frightened agents looked at it from the side. The agent picked up an unconscious police officer. He angrily asked the guy how dared to attack the police. Feng held out his hand to the side. He told the agent that he was now busy with the salvation of the elder, and the girl only fainted. The agent fell silent. He looked at the guy with a dissatisfied look. After that, he put the girl in his hands. The policeman looked at his colleague and said that he was still breathing. The agent left the office and took out a girl in his arms. The frightened Han near the entrance asked the police, did they stop the protagonist? Mei went to the guy and said that he looks bad. Feng asked the girl how much more to operate on them. The girl told her colleague that they cut out most of the tumor in the patient. Now they are working on the distribution area. Feng answered the girl that they need to hurry. The protagonist directed his hand, and she stopped above the patient's heart. Feng looked at the patient's heart with great attention and breathed heavily. The protagonist remembered the resonance of the butterfly. He told himself that his hand could no longer move. The guy closed his eyes and said that he no longer wants to use this technique. Mei in a frightened voice shouted to the guy that he could stop right now. The main character felt a strong weakness through his body. He could no longer stand anymore. The guy held out his hand to medical instruments on the table. His vision was getting worse. Han stood near the door of the operating room. He heard some kind of noise from there. The main character barely stood on his feet. He left the ward, and the doctors pulled him under his arms. Han angrily pointed his hand to the side and asked, what was happening here? He decided that the doctor fainted. The girl explained to the man that the operation was successful. The main character is just tired. Han viciously asked the girl how someone could succeed in this type of operation. The doctor replied that Dr. Mei and Dean were already imposing the seams. Han looked displeased and viciously aside. He could not believe that all this could be possible. Mei, after the operation, went into the locker room. She stood near her box with things. The girl took out her clothes. She remembered to herself that she had never heard about resonance. May dressed, she looked thoughtfully at her reflection in the mirror. She realized that the dean knew something. May walked along the corridor. She decided that she should ask the guy to teach her something. The girl went to the door and prepared to open them. She thought that the salvation of human life is a serious step. May opened the door and joyfully asked the protagonist, "Does he feel better?" Feng was sitting at a table at a computer. He examined the girls on the monitor. May looked at the guy very viciously and condemningly. The hairdryer was still sitting near the computer. He told the girl that a computer virus was to blame for everything. The girl walked forward around the room. She angrily asked the guy, why was he dressed in her blanket? Feng still tried to make excuses. He told the girl that there is a virus on his computer. The doctor grabbed the frightened protagonist with her hand by the clothes and pulled to her. May shouted to the guy to be silent. She greatly beat the protagonist with her hand. The doctor fell unconscious to the floor. A hairdryer fell from above near the chair. Feng lay on top of the girl on the floor near the table. He shouted angrily to her that there really was a virus on the computer. May in a tearful voice told the guy that he lied to her about the virus. She accused Fenya that he watched a dubious video. The main character persistently shouted to the girl that he actually watched some kind of biological site. The video opened, and he could not close it. The girl was silent. She did not believe the main character at all and closed her eyes. Suddenly, May jumped up and threw the protagonist away from herself. The girl looked at her hands with displeasure and shouted to the guy that he was telling her stupid things. May viciously shouted to the guy to forget about it. She asked him displeasedly why he uses her blanket. Feng began to make excuses in front of the girl. He said that he woke up in her office. He was cold. He found a blanket in the closet to hide. May viciously shouted to the guy that he used her personal thing and confused with another cabinet. The girl strictly demanded from the guy to take a blanket as soon as possible and return it to her. Feng displeasedly explained to his partner that if he removes the blanket, he would catch a cold. May was very angry and pointed with her hand to the guy. Feng teased her back. An angry girl rushed at the guy and demanded that he return her blanket. Feng sharply put his leg forward and set the girl to the girl. May on the move sharply stumbled and began to fall aside. She could not resist. At the last moment, the main character extended his hand forward and managed to grab his girlfriend. Feng looked angrily and slyly at the girl and asked if she was upset. May decided to turn aside sharply. After that, her clothes burst in front. The hairdryer was very scared. He noticed that he with his hand tore off his top clothing from his doctor. The guy stood in fright and watched a very constrained girl lay in front of him on the floor and closed her hands. An angry girl strictly asked the guy, what is he doing? She grabbed her body with her hands. Feng in fright asked for forgiveness. At this time, someone went to the door and knocked. The guests asked the frightened people in the room, "Is Dr. Yang inside?" Ye opened the door and went into the room. She told the guy that she wants to apologize to him. The police officer looked into the room and fell silent. The main character was embracing with a girlfriend. He wrapped her with a blanket from behind. Ye was very amazed when she saw the protagonist in front of him with his girlfriend. The main character viciously told the guest that she was very cruel and had enough. Ye near the front door shouted to the guy that no one was looking at him. Feng answered her that she had a red face. The police officer ran out the door and slammed her behind her. She shouted to the guy so that he would no longer appear in her eyes. An angry police officer abruptly ran out the door and slammed her behind her. Ye, very displeased, stood behind a closed door. She breathed out with displeasure to herself. May stood in the shower under the streams of water. Everything around was covered with steam. The girl turned off the water in the shower and went out into the room. She wiped her hair with towels and asked angrily with the guy, how did he plan to leave her office? Fan replied to her that he was waiting from her the key to the room that she promised him. The partner cunningly glanced at the guy and told him that she completely forgot. May swung her hand and threw the keys to the main character. He thanked her. The girl stopped the protagonist near the exit. She asked him to teach her a resonant dance of butterflies. May cunningly glanced at the guy and said that if he teaches her, then she would no longer call him a scum. The main character turned around and headed for the exit. He slyly said to the annoyed girl that his skills are an ancient secret. Fan slowly went down the stairs in the corridor. He noticed how someone was waiting for him near the exit. The main character saw a police officer in the corner. He asked her if she was waiting for him. Yi, very displeasure, answered the guy that her grandfather wanted to find him. The protagonist and his companion went out into the corridor. There were agents near the wall. The police officer went to the wall. There were two men in costumes near the door. The police officer ordered the agent to miss the protagonist inside. The agent turned around displeasedly and looked at the protagonist silently. He missed him inside. Feng went inside the office. He looked displeased at the agent and called him a bastard. The police officer went into the ward and informed her lying grandfather that she had brought the main character to him. The patient was lying on the bed. He asked the guy for the fact that he could not get to his feet and thank him. The main character stood in the ward. He told the patient to rest well. Lao answered the guy that he turned out to be the best master of medicine for him. The main character strictly asked Lao, how could he become infected with toxins? The old man was scared. He looked with excitement at the guy and did not know what to answer. Yi was very surprised when she heard about toxins. She looked with great attention at her grandfather. The old man was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. He remembered something to himself. After a small pause, the patient named the name of the girl Su Chan. The granddaughter asked the old man what he wants. Grandfather asked her granddaughter to prepare him soup from pork and red dates. Yi shouted to her grandfather, displeased that she would not do anything from a pig for him. The old man sharply opened his eyes and looked very viciously at his granddaughter. The police officer looked at grandfather displeasedly. She decided to leave and do what he wanted. Yi, near the front door, asked the protagonist to take care of her grandfather. The old man closed his eyes and plunged into deep thoughts. He wanted to say something to the guy. The patient on the bed told the main character that knowledge would not bring any benefit to him. Fan answered his grandfather that he could tell him everything he wants. The main character seriously and with great interest looked at Lao and was waiting for his story. The patient closed his eyes and began to tell the main character the story that happened to him 40 years ago. Lao told the guy that he, as part of a combat group, pursued a group of foreign mercenaries in the mountains. They suspected them in a large conspiracy. The old man himself at that time was a major general. Suddenly, during the persecution with the soldiers, a nightmare happened sharply. The commander showed a gesture to his subordinates to bend. At this time, a knife hit one of them. A soldier with a knife in his head froze in a dream. The commander shouted to his subordinates that the goal was upstairs. He pointed there with his hand. The soldiers were surprised to notice how an unfamiliar fighter with a knife in his hand stood on a snow hill. The stranger sharply rushed down from the mountain in the direction of the soldiers and flew. After the flight, the fighter landed on the snow. Frightened soldiers crowded around him. The stranger viciously turned around and looked at the surrounding warriors. The mercenary, with a very fast and powerful blow of the knife, struck all the soldiers around him. The squad commander looked scared in front of him. He watched the mercenary dealt with his team. The soldier with a rifle was very scared. He did not understand what the monster was in front of him. Alone, a mercenary with a knife very quickly struck all the soldiers around him. The warrior turned around and viciously looked aside. On the side, he had several surviving fighters. In just 20 minutes of a fight, the whole detachment of fighters was destroyed by one person. The commander of the combat detachment lay in the snow and looked up in front of him in dismay. Lao lay in the snow, a syringe stuck in his chest. He is the only one who survived, and he was injected with an unknown drug. The old man closed his eyes. He told the main character that for 40 years he studied mercenaries. Lao lying on the bed, he told the guy that for 40 years he suffers from the consequences of the drug every day. The patient fell silent after the story and calmly lay on the bed. The old man said that he could be a normal person for several more days. The protagonist listened with great surprise to the old man's story. The guy reminded the old man that he still did not tell his whole family. Lao answered the main character that he did not want to bother his family's problems. He also asked the hairdryer to keep his secret too. The patient turned and asked the guy if he knows anything about the drug. The main character told the patient all the details about the poison that was his body. The drug was secretly examined by large medical companies around the world. The old man silently and with interest looked at the protagonist. He did not tell him anything. The hairdryer felt very constrained and prepared to leave the ward. The main character headed for the exit from the ward and waved his hand to the patient. He shouted so that Ye Lao would recover and did not think to find strangers again. Fan looked thoughtfully aside and said that the strangers had long left. In the late evening, a lot of people gathered near the entrance to the hospital building. Reporters ran around the girl and asked her to tell them everything about the removal of the patient. Lee shouted on the go to reporters that he would explain everything later. He explained that the doctor should return home and rest. The man along with the girl walked in a car parking lot. Around it was deserted. Lee on the go told the girl that he himself did not want to do this. He confirmed that the protagonist did not have a license for medical practice. The doctor explained to the girl that if the guy is kicked out, this would bring many problems. Lee told his companion that they would explain everything to the main character later, but now they cannot contact him. On a noisy street, one of the girls approached the trading pavilion. The client stood near the counter. The seller told her something. Clients along the street walked behind. Two drunken visits came out of the institution. One guy told a friend named Juan Mao that he really could completely cope. The athlete went out and carefully looked out from behind the counter. He noticed a girl already familiar to him. The athlete sharply pulled his friend with his hand with a bottle in his hand. He turned around and asked the drinking company, "What happened?" The athlete with excitement told friends that he had just seen a girlfriend of the protagonist. He asked friends to return this girl to him. The athletes stood in a circle and discussed something fiercely with each other. They decided to grab the girl. May walked along the street and headed for her car. Around it was deserted. The girl with a drink in her hand stopped near the car and opened the side door. May sat inside the car and fastened. She started off and drove along the road. At a large white car, attackers hid. The athlete looked at the girl's car. The driver saw someone on the road and braked sharply. The stranger stood on the road and shone his phone on the car opposite him. The guy held the phone in his hand and continued to shine in the direction of the car. The stranger stood on the road near the car and waved his hands. The girl from the car looked at him with displeasure. The guy on the road fell to the ground and shouted that he had been shot down to death. The stranger lay on the ground in front of the car and shouted that he was very painful. The driver leaned out of her door and shouted to the stranger on the road that all this looks false. At this time, another guy ran out of the side and began to scream so that his brother would rise to his feet. The stranger held an unconscious friend in his arms and shouted that he had just entered the University of Huaxia. The driver looked at two strangers on the road. She understood that they were still pretending. A passers-by gathered around the car and looked on the road. Suddenly, the stranger pointed his hand to the girl and shouted that she was a killer, and she had to take her to the police. At this time, the athlete ran up and broke the glass in the car on the side. He shouted a frightened driver that she was a killer. The athlete, along with their friends, abducted the girl and wanted to take her to the police. May scared. May tried to fight off the guys. She screamed that she had not shot down anyone and asked for help. Passers-by stood and looked at the girl. She asked someone to help her. At this time, the main character came up from the side. The girl noticed on the side of the protagonist. She decided to call him to the rescue. May shouted very loudly to the side so that John Feng came to her aid. The athlete stopped in surprise and looked at the side at passers-by. The athlete was very angry when he realized that Yang Feng was standing in front of him. The kidnappers held the girl in their arms. The two of them shouted to the main character that she herself was to blame. May, in a frightened voice, shouted to a friend that she had not beaten anyone. She added that she was abducted by bad people and need to call the police. The main character stood calmly and watched the athletes held the girl in their arms. He did not interfere. The hairdryer turned to the side and thought. He still decided to help the girl. The main character looked strictly at his girlfriend and angrily asked when she became his girlfriend. After a small pause, Feng said that if his girlfriend is in front of him, then he cannot just sit and look. The main character approached the athlete and strictly demanded that he release the girl. It was necessary to wait for the police arrival. The hairdryer went to the lying stranger on the ground. He said that a fatal accident was supposed to occur here. The main character stopped and carefully looked at the guy on the ground. Feng swung his hand and prepared for it to hit the lying stranger. The protagonist with all his might hit the lying guy in his stomach with his hand. The stranger screamed very sharply after the blow. He felt severe pain in his body. Passers-by were unhappy. They realized that the victim of a car accident was a living and healthy guy. Someone demanded to call the police. The athlete got angry. He was dissatisfied with the actions of the protagonist and decided to pounce on him. The kidnapper released the girl and ran with a knife in the direction of the protagonist. May shouted to the guy to be careful. Feng at this time held the stranger's hands on the ground. He viciously told him that soon they would take his body to the crematorium. The athlete jumped from above on the protagonist and prepared to hit him with a knife. There was a strong blow with a knife and blood jumped around. May looked as a scared to the side. Fan hit the attacker with a blade. He viciously told him that decent people do not carry a knife with them. The athlete grabbed the guy's hand and realized that he could not break her. He realized that his opponent is very strong. Feng pointed his hand to the side and demanded that the wounded Juan Mao be cleaned as soon as possible. Juan angry with one of his subordinate and demanded that he beat the main character. At this time, some stranger appeared on the side. He shouted angrily so that everyone would be slower. Juan turned back with interest. He did not understand who could approach them now. A fighter named Zhang Wu came up from the side. Someone from passers-by said that this boss controls the entire bar. Wu viciously said that someone dared to come to his territory. He demanded from his subordinates so that the protagonist would not be destroyed. The bandits got angry and ran angrily with a whole group to finish off the protagonist. Mei shouted to her friend to go back. The girl sat and scaredly covered her face with her hand. She was afraid that she would be beaten now. Wu smoked a cigarette. He decided that his subordinates will now deal with the guy. The boss aroused cigarette smoke relaxedly. He decided to himself that everything was over with the main character. On the side, someone went to the boss. Wu dragged on a cigarette and told himself that everything ended very quickly. Wu was surprised due to the fact that the man behind him approached him and did not answer. He turned to him in amazement. The boss turned around and looked very scared at the protagonist. Fan jumped up and began to beat the bandit. Wu did not even have time to defend himself. The main character angrily shouted to boss that he did not look like a smart person at all. Passers-by were very surprised when they saw that the main character beat the boss. Fan jumped up and prepared to hit the opponent with his foot. He shouted to him that he was still very young to be a gangster. The boss remained calmly on the street. Frightened subordinates ran up to him from the side. Wu said in a frightened voice that he was waiting for him to kick him now. But he was still standing on his feet and he was all right. One of the fighters shouted that their boss is a real man. Suddenly, the boss was scared. He shouted to his subordinates so that he would not touch him. Wu was very scared. He felt as if everything had flowed from his body. The boss's subordinates saw how everything flowed out of him on the asphalt. Someone shouted that this happened because of the kick in the bladder. The boss was very angry. He very angrily named the name of the protagonist. Feng viciously glanced at the boss and said that they could see later. Wu can call even more people. After the reprisal against the opponent, a very cheerful protagonist headed for his girlfriend. One of the subordinates viciously asked the boss, "What will they do with the main character?" The guy was very good for them. Wu said angrily subordinates that a guy could come to them first. They carefully look at what he came up with. The main character approached the girl and bowed. He called her his name. A girlfriend angrily answered the guy that she knew that his name is John Fenya. Feng shyly told the girl that he is very glad to meet her again. Now there was everything different between them. Mei answered the guy with displeasure that she would not recognize anything. He talked to himself. The partner asked the surprise guy if he read the latest news. The frightened Mei told the main character that his position at work was taken by the leadership of the hospital. The hairdryer was not certified for medical practice. The girl laid her hand on the guy's shoulder. She said that the hospital would do everything possible to be satisfied. The hairdryer stood in front of a girlfriend and looked at her in surprise with an incomprehensible look. She continued to tell him something. The main character raised his hands up and told the girl that he was not interested in the opinion of reporters. Feng slyly looked at his girlfriend and said that she could give him the rest of her life. He promised to answer for her. Mei viciously answered a friend that she would never give the rest of her life to such a person. At this time, Boss Wu, with all his might on a grand scale, hit one of his subordinates on his head. Wu viciously asked the subordinate, why was he so curious? He did not promise him to pay for it. The bandits sat in a small room. One of the fighters said that their boss was leaking again. Wu sat on the couch and called the protagonist a bastard. The subordinate came up from the side and shouted to the boss that Jian Feng had arrived at them. Wu viciously said that everything was ready for the guy. The bandits stood with bats near the front door. The boss ordered that the subordinates first be cut down by the guest, and then he would be connected. The fighters with weapons in their hands stood and carefully looked at the front door. The main character, with all his might with a powerful blow, knocked out the door with his foot, and all the bandits scattered to the sides. The boss sat in his place and looked very scared at the protagonist. Wu, sitting on the couch, called a guy by name. The main character stood and looked at him angrily. The guy swung his hand. The boss shouted to him in a frightened voice that he understood everything, and now he would only serve him. The boss closely closed his eyes. A hairdryer stood next to him and looked at him with displeasure. The main character strictly demanded from the boss to give him $500,000 3 days later. These were the costs of car repair and emotional disorder. Wu, sitting on the couch, scaredly asked the guy if he belongs to the triad. Wu scaredly told the guy that he could not collect the desired amount of money. He said that he gave most of his money to his boss named Uyan Qin. The protagonist asked the man whether Uyan Qinjin's top manager of Shizukai. Wu viciously answered the guy that he could suffer greatly because of his boss. He threatened Jian Fenya with troubles. The main character turned around and headed for the exit. He said that all this is not his business. The hairdryer went to the exit in the doorway. He stopped and wanted to say something else to boss. Wu turned around and viciously reminded the bandit that he paid everything after 3 days. The main character explained to boss that he would cure him from incontinence only if he pays him money. The main character came to the hospital building to visit the patient. He walked along the corridor in a laboratory robe. The guy thought to himself that he would have a chance to meet a large number of people in the pharma dragon. Feng went to the ward and told the patient that he wants to examine him. He asked the old man, how did he recover? The main character looked with great attention to the ward and saw that someone was already there. Near the patient's bed there were several strangers. The doctor turned around and greeted Yan. The main character looked at the stranger with great attention. The doctor said that he was very surprised that Yang was so young. The soldier thanked the protagonist, the hairdryer, along with the documents, approached the patient and asked if he was feeling any discomfort. Lao looked at the guy in surprise and answered him with a smile that he was in order. The patient handed the main character a small gold jewelry as gratitude. The main character carefully looked at the decoration in the hands of the old man. The patient explained to the guy to keep his gift in safety. Lao explained to the main character that he could use an artifact when he would be a difficult position. The old man carefully looked at the protagonist and said that he could use the artifact. The soldier viciously asked his grandfather, why did he give the gold medal to the doctor? The old man could give the guy money as gratitude. Lao lay on the bed and did not answer his grandchildren. The guys stood and looked at him. After a small pause, the old man told his grandchildren to return home. The guys looked at the girl in displeasure. They were unhappy with his answer. The main character walked along the corridor of the hospital. Doctors and patients went around him. Feng took a gold jewelry from his grandfather from his pocket and began to consider it. The main character held the jewelry in his hands. At this time, someone came up behind and called him. The guy turned around. He cunningly looked at the girl and called her beloved. Mei turned and offered the main character, so that he would not remember what happened last night. A girlfriend viciously demanded a guy to be a little more serious. Feng answered her with scared that he would do as she would say. Mei on the go said for the protagonist that she will have a meeting of graduates tonight. She asked the guy to go with her. The main character answered the girl that at a meeting of graduates, it would be very boring. He did not want to go there. Mei was very unhappy with the answer of the guy. She stopped and looked in front of her. The girl asked for the ground and began to whimper. She said that she would go to meet the graduates. The main character silently looked at her from the side. Feng told his girlfriend a displeased voice that he now has no choice. Mei was pleased due to the fact that she deceived the guy. The main character looked at his girlfriend displeasedly and thought that women are very deceptive. Wu on the street looked in front of him and cursed very displeasure to himself. The boss was in large diapers, his subordinate jerk in a roller chair. The fighter promised boss that he would now take him to the doctor and find experts for him to cure him. Suddenly, the main character appeared near the building. He viciously asked boss to borrow his car for a couple of days. The main character in the car drove up to the large building. Near the entrance, people crowded. The hairdryer, sitting behind the car, thought that the girl needed to let him down. Mei stood and looked at her watch. She could not understand why her friend still did not come. A passers-by looked at her. At this time, an expensive car drove up to the building at high speed. The car turned sharply and stopped near the sidewalk, where there was a girl. Feng leaned out of the window of the car and joyfully greeted his girlfriend. The girl got into the car's interior. She excitedly asked the guy, where did he get the car? Feng answered the partner that she decided as if he had stolen or took a car from someone. Mei looked at the protagonist very displeased and suspiciously. The girl was sitting on a passenger chair and carefully watched the main character. The girlfriend looked out the window. She told the main character that the meeting was organized by the son of rich parents named Lin Hao. She offered her friend to put on a banquet of a trouser suit. The main character continued to drive a car. He told the girl that he was absolutely no matter who organized the meeting. Mei grabbed her head with her hands and looked at her friend very displeasure. The car drove up to another building and stopped. Around there were many cars in the parking lot. The guy prepared to leave with the girl. Feng looked up at the building and said that it does not seem to have a meeting of graduates. The main character looked at other guests of the banquet. He said that their clothes are different from what he is wearing. The guy inside the building joyfully greeted the girl. He shouted that he was waiting for her. Everything around was very expensive. The guy in a joyful voice told the girl to go further. He complimented her. Mei answered Dutsunu that he was praising her. Du turned around and asked the girl who came with her. Mei explained to his partner that she came with her friend named Jian Feng. Du asked the girl displeasedly, does she really want to take her friend to meet her graduates? He explained that Hua Bu would be very dissatisfied. Mei in a dissatisfied voice explained to his partner so that he would not say such impolite words. After that, the girl, along with the main character, headed to the side. She shouted to him that they were leaving. Du stood and an unhappy gaze escorted the leaving girl. Du angrily thought that the girl remained as stubborn as during her studies at the university. Inside the building was a party, and everything around was very brightly lit. At the table with drinks sat a guy with the girls. Music played around and there were many guests. The girlfriend told the guy how that he continues to live in a wide leg. He gathered many friends and spent more than 100,000 on it. The girl knocked with a guy and a glass of champagne. She shouted that they want to respect him. At this time, the door opened and a joyful guy went with a girlfriend. May waved her hand to the guests and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Hao, along with his girlfriends, sat and carefully studied new guests. The girls around made compliments for the guest. May answered everyone that everything around is also very beautiful compared to her. Hao saw an unfamiliar guy in the hall. He did not understand who it was and decided that it was a girlfriend of a girl. Hao went to the girl and joyfully said that they had not seen her for a long time. He asked her to introduce him to her boyfriend. May pointed her hand to the side and said that next to her was her colleague Jan Feng. He brought her to this place. The girls at the party laughed. One of them joyfully said that the guy Chuyan could be better. Hao looked at the guest with displeasure and thought that he was just some kind of doctrine in front of him. The owner of the party looked up and realized that the clothes on the body of the protagonist are worth no more than 200 yuan. Hao went to the center of the hall with a microphone. He greeted the guests. People at the tables carefully followed him. The organizer joyfully shouted to the guests to raise their glasses. Today no one should have left sober. People at the party raised their glasses and knocked. They offered each other to drink. Hao very quickly drained the contents of his glass to the bottom. He looked viciously at the girl. The guy went to the guest and began to tell that he loved her from the university. He invited her to drink together and announced the establishment of relations. May removed the friend's hand from her shoulder and told him with a smile that everything was already a long time ago in the past. He could go and chat with someone else. Lao looked at the girl very displeased and viciously, and he did not like her answer. Lao said in an apologizing voice that he had angry the beauty from their course. He asked the girl why she hates him from the very beginning of her studies at the university. Lao pointed a finger at the protagonist and asked the girl, why did she get closer to him? People at the banquet closely followed what was happening. Someone said that Hao really cared about May. The main character in a calm voice decided to explain to the partner what all this means. Feng shouted to the student in an evil voice that he was much worse than himself. Guests at the party carefully followed what was happening. They could not understand that Jan dared to say such things for Hao. Dee looked at the side and said that someone had already said rudeness for Lin Hao, and such a person is already lying in the ground. The organizer of the party angrily looked at the protagonist. He did not know what to do now. Hao viciously told the main character that he would not ask him to leave, so it can have fun. Hao said in an evil voice for the protagonist that he was only a hole due to the protection of his girlfriend. The protagonist angrily answered the partner that if he was really so rich, then the girl had to belong to him. Hao stood his back and listened very carefully to the words of the protagonist. The waitress swung and hit the guy with his hand over her face. She shouted that he went beyond decency. The employee, and told the client that he is not in the place where you can already do everything you want. At this time, Hao came up behind and put her hand on her shoulder. The waitress turned around and carefully looked at the student. Hao knocked her hand very angry with her hand. The waitress, after a blow from the client, flew off and hit her head on the table. The guests looked from the side of the host of the party. Hao said in a malicious voice that he would beat everyone if someone will forbid people what they want. The guy with an evil voice reminded everyone that his father is the chairman of the Zhonghe Company Trade Union. Thanks to his father, all the guests were able to gather in this hotel. Hao showed his hand to the side and viciously demanded that the girl bring her boss to him to ask for forgiveness. A beaten girl ran to the exit. Hao viciously demanded from her to look at him. The student joyfully spread his hands to the side and invited his friends to drink and have fun with dancing. May looked from behind at the master of the party and said that all this is very bad. Hao stopped and turned carefully. He could not understand who he had called back. Dee turned at a table and told his friend that he was saving him from evil and slander. He added that ignorant people need to show their place. Dee turned around and told a friend that he had just given out beautiful words. Hao invited his guest to drink with him. He held a glass in his hands. The main character, along with his girlfriend, sat at the table. They missed and decided that it was time for them to go home. In the office, boss extended his hand and carefully looked at the face of a beaten girl. The boss told the employee to go to the financial department and receive money for medical expenses. He promised to restore justice. The waitress held out her hand to boss and thanked him with a modest voice. The boss ordered Madame Bai to run away once to the banquet hall. In the banquet hall, everyone continued to drink and have fun. Students absorbed alcohol from bottles. Hao drank a drink to the bottom from the bottle, and he eventually won the competition. Hao shouted to the guests that he won. Around everyone shouted to him the words of support. Hao went on the side of his exhausted friend and put his hand on his shoulder. The main character looked at his girlfriend and showed her gestures that they could dump from here. Hao continued to stand in the center of the hall and scream very loudly. The hairdryer, along with his girlfriend, quietly advanced to the exit. The main character went to the door and prepared to open it. At this time, the pen itself turned. Mrs. Bai suddenly entered the door. She told the guests to stay for a while. Mrs. Bai, managing the hotel, headed for the banquet hall. The main character, along with the girl, looked at the woman with interest. The manager patted her hands. Bai demanded that everyone would come up and meet her boss. Hao was very angry due to the fact that the woman called them to her boss. The student got angry and broke the bottle on the table. He viciously shouted to the woman that Hao would not go down to this. The student angrily shouted the manager that she dared to deceive Hao. Drunk students in the hall began to demand from a woman to call her boss. Bai looked at the guests in the hall with a smile. The guard stood behind her. The manager strictly demanded that her guards take all the guests. Du viciously shouted to the guards that they could not beat them. He reminded them that Hao had a very influential father. The guard angrily rushed at the student. Du, at the last moment, shouted that Father Hao is the chairman of the trade union of a large company. The bodyguard, with all his might, hit his hand on his head and he flew into the wall. Hao turned around and looked at the guests. All students looked frightened. The guard grabbed one guest for his clothes. He told the students to all go out and would not force him to drag everyone separately. Hao came to his senses. He shouted an evil voice that he would go now with the guards, their boss. The student, accompanied by a manager and fighters, climbed to another floor. Bai, near the doors, told the guests to come in. Their boss was in the room of the Tianjia. The student ran into the room and very viciously demanded that the boss seem to him. The man sat in an armchair and read the newspaper. Hao shouted angrily from the threshold that his father is the chairman of the trade union. He threatened the owner to equalize the hotel with the ground. The owner raised his hand and told the guy so that he would not be so nervous. The boss told the student that he knows his father. He asked the guy if the one who is sitting in front of him knows. The man in a chair said that he was Uyan Jin. He was an outstanding figure in the city and everyone knew him. Uyan asked the guest displeasedly, "Is it really necessary to force his father to show respect for him?" Hao was very scared when he saw Uyan in front of him. He could not understand how this man could open the hotel. Hao stood surprised in the center of the room. One of the guests asked why Uyan was able to open the hotel in this place. The guests around were scaredly talked among themselves. Students decided that they should not have problems, since they did not beat anyone. Hao began to viciously tell boss that one of his staff hit his friend. Also, the bodyguard stunned one student. The student viciously demanded from the boss to explain everything that happened. Uyan turned and asked the guy displeasedly, why did he decide to boast in front of him? Hao looked scared at the boss. He realized that the owner of the hotel was very angry. Hao scaredly lowered his eyes down in front of him. He did not know what to answer the boss. Uyan was very unhappy due to the fact that the guy continued to cover himself with his father. He promised the student that he would deal with him today. The boss folded the newspaper with his two hands. He was still sitting in an armchair. The guard held an unconscious student in his hands. The boss told the guy that his friend was not clean at his hand. Uyan straightened the ring on his hand. He reminded the student that he insulted their employee. But now he himself was worried only about his father. The boss ordered the guests that they all kneel down and crawl out of the hotel. Mei, with excitement, asked a friend, what should they do now? Feng answered the companion that no one would believe them anyway. Students were unhappy due to the fact that they needed to kneel. Hao also looked frightened. The boss told the guests that they would immediately kneel. If someone does not do this, then such a person will be broken. A healthy guard approached the students and looked at them very viciously. Hao turned around and ran very quickly to the exit. He asked Mr. Uyan on the move. The guard looked angrily at the students. Guests looked at him in dismay. As a result, the students bent on their knees and began to crawl out of the room. Mei stood and looked with great surprise at the crawling guests. The guests slowly crawled out on the knees from the room one after another. Feng held out his hand and hugged a frightened girlfriend. He said that they need to leave. The guy put his hand on the girl's shoulder. He decided to help her get out of the room. Mei prepared to step forward to get out of the room. The boss from behind shouted to the guy with the girl to stop. Uyan sternly told the guests that they did not hear his words. He did not want to repeat them. The main character stood in an embrace with a girlfriend. He told boss that they did not participate in the conflict against him. The guests turned out with surprise and looked at the protagonist. Students turned around and looked displeased at the guy. Someone said that the hairdryer could calmly crawl out with everyone and leave. The manager with a smile told boss that the guy has a ridge. Uyan sat displeased. At this time, the guard swung from behind and ran to the main character. Feng with all his strength swung his hand and beat off a powerful hit of the guard far aside. Bai was very amazed when she saw that the student had so easily dealt with the guard. The protagonist looked angrily in front of him after a hit by the guard. Uyan thoughtfully said that from the very beginning the guy had excellent makings. He told the guest that he could release him today because of a good mood. The main character appeared in the doorway. He asked the boss, "Where's the terrible guard now, about whom everyone was talking about?" He asked the boss to let his girlfriend go. Mei told the guy from behind that it was better to call the police now. Feng replied to her that he understands everything. The boss angrily looked at the guy and said that he was young and frivolous. The door closed and the girl remained in the room. Students stood near the door and communicated in dismay among themselves. Someone offered to leave as soon as possible. The boss in the room sitting in an armchair patted in his hands and gave someone a signal. The doors opened and a huge fighter in a black mask entered. In front of him was a small old man in a cap with glasses and with a blade. He viciously told Verzili that he was tired of his chatter. The main character turned around and looked with great interest at a huge guard in the room. Bai joyfully glanced at the guests in the room and said that she did not expect them to come together. The boss showed a great honor for the guy. Uyan glanced at the protagonist and said that he wanted to deal with him for a start. 2 bodyguards came to the room. The great fighter was called Bu Ma. A small old man named Ha for many years killed a lot of people. The boss warned the guy that he could not hold out against a martial artist. The main character gently crouched on the floor and carefully looked in front of him. He touched his hands to the floor. Ha looked displeased at the guy and asked what technique and rack he uses. The main character looked angrily at the fighters and said that he was using his special family equipment. The man looked with interest at the guy. He followed his movements. The main character, standing in the center of the hall, began to become in various combat poses. Feng raised his hands above his head and shouted that it was a blow of the flying falcon. The old man, along with Verzila, looked in surprise in front of him. Feng shouted joyfully that he was very good like some masters. Bai with a smile told the surprised boss that the guy was moving like children at a school at gymnastics. Hao angrily looked at the protagonist. He realized that the guy was laughing at them. The old man swung a blade and shouted to the guy that he would turn into a corpse today. The main character sharply bent in half and shouted to the old man that he was afraid of him. Suddenly the guy abruptly broke from his seat and ran forward to the surprised opponent. Hao angrily looked at the protagonist. He could not keep track of his movements. The main character sharply swung his hand and hit the old man on the side with all his might. The old man sharply swung his blade to try to hit the guy. Ha looked in front of him and noticed how the main character swung his hand next to him. Suddenly Biao ran forward and became straight in front of the old man. Hao shouted to the main character with an angry voice that he could not even hit him. Suddenly, from the old man's body began to drip blood straight under his feet. The old man touched his face with his hand and realized that he was injured. There were bloody traces. The old man held his blade in his hands. He could not understand how the main character attacked him. Hao looked in amazement in front of him and told himself about his inner strength. Biao fell on the floor on his back. He crushed the old man with his mass and crushed him. The boss, with surprise and fright, looked aside at his fighters. He realized that his guards both died. Feng viciously told boss that he was not a master, but some kind of garbage. Uyan got up from his chair. He asked the guy, "What is his name?" The main character called his name to the boss and said that he was not hiding under a stranger name. Bai turned around and looked at the boss. She had already heard the name Jan Fenya somewhere. The boss jumped to his feet and asked the protagonist, was he really in the Pinyuan hospital? Feng was surprised due to the fact that the man knew him. He wanted to ask how the boss found out about the hospital. Near the entrance to the hotel, there were a lot of people. They all crowded near the front doors. Students around reassured the girl. Someone said that the boss would not kill the protagonist. How Undressive was sitting on the ground. He decided to himself that he was very disgraced. The student near the entrance scaredly shouted to friends that the main character had appeared. The boss brought the guy through the doors. He apologized to him for a misunderstanding and said that he would always be happy to see him here. Hao looked at the protagonist and owner of the hotel with great surprise. Students near the entrance could not understand how this could be. Perhaps Uyan personally escorted the protagonist. The boss waved his hand goodbye with his hand and asked him to be more careful along the way. After farewell to the guy, the boss went into the elevator with the manager. The manager reminded the boss about Mr. E. She asked the man, did he really decide that someone else was behind the guy? The man pressed the 5th floor button. He told the manager that he could make the city of Zhonghe shudder if he stamps his foot. Uyan said thoughtfully to the woman that if he knocked his foot, then all China would bend in the morning. The boss explained to the woman that the hairdryer could help them get rid of Mr. E. The guy also has very good medical skills. The elevator climbed up the building. Uyan told the manager that they could not allow the main character to become their enemy. Ping'an was a very large commotion in the hospital. Doctors ran inside. Doctors in robes fled along the medical corridor in the direction of the stairs. Han appeared near the door. He pointed his hand to the side and shouted so that the doctors ran faster. Han shouted to the doctors that the president would be brought here soon and they should move as soon as possible. Doctors quickly rushed along the corridor. One of the doctors was dissatisfied with the fact that due to the examination of the president, it was necessary to forget about other patients. Mei ran along the corridor behind the rest of the crowd. They all headed for the exit. There were several policemen near the stairs. They showed the direction of approaching cars. Big Rolls-Royce stopped near the entrance to the hospital. A group of doctors stood nearby. Doctors together, all together, and in chorus, greeted President Mu in their hospital. The guard opened the door. A girl in a red dress got out of the car. Doctors greeted the girl and thanked him for sponsoring the hospital. MU directed the corporation. Workers looked at the guest with interest. One of them joyfully said that their president is very beautiful. The main character sat with a cup in his hand in the hotel window and looked at the street with interest. The girl walked along the street surrounded by doctors. She was unhappy due to the fact that she was not met by the head of Li. Mu informed doctors that she wants to undergo an examination and get acquainted with the main character. Han on the go explained to his partner that the main character did not cure the patient, and the whole thing was in the endurance of Mr. E. Suddenly the girl stopped. The doctor looked at her with great excitement. Mu asked the doctor displeasedly, did he really decide that Fenya was just lucky? The president ordered the physician that they were going to the reception. Han tried everything next to her. Han thought and realized that the problem patient, Mr. E, specially threw it into their hospital. The girl was walking around the hospital, and everywhere she was met by doctors. They greeted her in the corridor. Han tried to assure the president that their hospital had the cleanest rooms. He said that they attracted many specialists and provided them with good conditions. The main character opened and invited the president to go inside. The guy was sitting in the office and examined the girls on a computer. Feng looked at the president and decided that she was not very good with health. Han angrily asked the guy what he was doing in the workplace. Mu looked with great surprise and interest at the guy and noted that he was very young. The main character explained to the doctor that he was conducting a study near the computer. The guy greeted President Mu. Feng silently sat at the table. Next to him stood a displeased Han. The president studied the protagonist with interest. Suddenly, the woman turned around and told her companions that they were leaving. Han fled after the woman and scared her that it was all his wines. Mu shouted angrily at the go that she would call the guy to her office. Han was surprised when he heard such words from a woman. Mu continued to go forward along the corridor. The main character sat and missed the table. He heard doctors communicated next to him. The displeased girl sat on a chair and took a deep breath. The guy asked her, "What happened?" In my opinion, she turned her head slightly to the side and realized that the main character was behind her. Mei displeasedly told the main character that the president is only a few years older than her, but already became the president of the corporation. The woman is also very beautiful. The doctor felt that all her efforts did not make sense. Feng slyly looked at the girl and said that she could consider his candidacy as her husband for her. Mei viciously shouted to the guy that he could not be a good husband. The door opened and Han looked there. He asked the protagonist to go to the conference room. In the conference hall, the woman looked strictly at the protagonist and asked him to tell her how he cured Mr. E. Mi looked slyly at the guy and said that he was somehow able to wrap everything for himself for the better. The great doctor Zhang Junde could not cope with the disease. The main character viciously told the partner that she could go and ask Zhang Junde. The secretary in glasses viciously demanded from the protagonist so that he would not talk to the president in such a tone. Mu asked the protagonist if he had a claim to the Dr. Zhang. Feng said that the Dr. Zhang a year ago made a diagnosis to the patient but could not cure him. After that, Mr. E was transported to their hospital. The main character asked the woman, did she really decide to blame the patient's death to the Ping'an hospital? The woman was silent. She did not answer the main character to his question. The protagonist accused the Dr. Zhang of thinking only about his achievements and ignores the interests of the hospital. Therefore, it is not clear whether this doctor is worthy to wear the title of Luminaries of Medicine. Mu silently closed her eyes. She listened to her partner and did not say anything. The main character pointed to the president with a finger and shouted that she did not care about her patients and screams at good doctors. The guy asked the woman with an evil voice, "Is she really worthy of working in the field of medicine?" Near the entrance to the hotel, the head doctor said goodbye to the president of Mu. She sat in a car. Han promised the woman that he would follow the main character. The woman on the rear wheel ordered the driver to ride. The man noticed some obstacle in front of him. Suddenly, a black car appeared in the parking lot near the hospital and he sharply jumped at high speed. The driver was very scared. Several expensive black cars drove up to the entrance to the hotel. The black car at full speed abruptly stopped near the entrance to the hospital. Han stood and looked with great bewilderment at the driven car. The main character walked along the hotel corridor. He recalled his meeting with a woman and thought that she was very narcissistic. Feng could not understand why the president is conducting studies with blood serum. The secretary angrily shouted to the guy that the president would not listen to him. The protagonist thought and realized that he had forced the president to be nervous. The idea came to his mind. The Have very scared to himself that he had lost the chance to earn extra money. Doctors ran to the entrance to the hotel. Someone shouted that a problem patient had appeared near the entrance. Feng went to the entrance to the hospital with the rest. He told himself that someone had probably attacked doctors. The full woman held the boy in her arms. She screamed that her sick child was not accepted anywhere. Han shouted to the client to go for an examination to Dr. Zhang. This doctor is engaged in incurable cases. Han told the client that if they accept her child, then this is equal to the resistance of Zhang. There will be problems in their hospital. A tearful woman held a child in her arms. She realized that she would not help her in this hospital. The mother was very disappointed. She pressed the boy to her and did not know what to do. The woman asked in a crying voice, "Is it really all the medicine in Zhonghe is on only one Dr. Zhang?" The client was kneeling. The guard behind her told her that the deputy chief physician Han told her the full truth. They have already traveled more than a dozen hospitals. Han looked disappointed and tragically at the guest, but could not help her. President Mu sat in her car with the secretary. The doctor turned and told the doctor that they could not do anything for patients. The partner replied that if they began to treat, then they cannot say that this is impossible. The woman continued to kneel and hold her small child in her arms. Suddenly, the client saw how someone appeared in front of her. She looked carefully in front of her. The client noticed as if a huge white angel appeared in front of her and held out his hands to her. The white stranger took the child in his arms. Mother shouted to her son that an angel had come for him. The angel held the boy in his arms. A very frightened mother stood nearby. The main character held the boy in his arms. The child was already almost unconscious. A surprised mother was on his knees. Feng asked the woman to tell what happened to the child. Han warned the guy that he would be responsible if something would go wrong with the little patient. The main character said that you need to hurry. Here was a question of life and death. Feng told the surprised mother that they would take her child under his responsibility. The woman said that her son was poisoned in a campaign with some kind of mushroom. The woman, along with her assistant, carefully watched from the car window after people near the entrance to the hospital. The secretary told the boss that the main character decided as if he had become omnipotent. The main character of the section of a small patient and began to examine him. He told the woman not to worry about her son. Feng leaned over and carefully listened to the body of a small patient. The main character scaredly told the woman that her son was poisoned and he needs to immediately operate. Mother tried to object. The main character turned around and shouted to his girlfriend that they would conduct the operation in this place and she would be an assistant. May advised a friend to at least carefully examine the child. Han viciously told the main character that he would not allow the operation. If something happens to the child, then the hospital will be responsible. The hairdryer, along with the girl, shouted to the doctor so that he was silent. The main character angrily looked at the child's mother in front of him. The woman looked at him with distrust. Han got angry. He realized that he could not stop the protagonist. The man angrily jumped and shouted that he would pay off with Fanami a little later. The main character took the boy under his head with his hand. He ordered the doctor to prepare a saline for him and find an enema. He decided to cause vomiting in the child. Feng held out his hands into the throat of a little boy to cause his vomiting. The frightened mother folded her hands and watched the hairdryer try to heal her son. Meanwhile, the hospital formed a crowd of people who were waiting for the result. The child's tearful mother was interested in the protagonist, whether he could really cure her child. The guy replied that the boy's condition is extremely difficult, but he would make every effort. Then he continued to try to call the gag reflex in the baby, which did not work out very well. Then the young master tilted him a little. Everyone was shocked by what was happening. Finally, the child pulled out, and Mei unexpectedly ran to John, who asked if Feng needed help. The young doctor, in turn, urged her to make an enema as soon as possible. However, Xuan did not like the tone of the teenager, and she stated that he could not tell her. A very displeased girl set to work, but at the same time it was a lot of idle talk. Naturally, the young man did not like it, and he tried in every possible way not to pay attention to her emotional statements. Then Feng once again turned the boy over so that he immediately emptied. People hurried to step aside, realizing what could happen now. After a few seconds, the child's body really worked in the right way. In this connection, a fairly unpleasant smell was thrown around the district, and everyone closed their noses. Ian noticed that at the moment he has saved the boy's body from toxins, and now it is necessary to do directly the treatment itself. The mother of the child was noticeably nervous, because Feng suddenly took out manicure scissors from his inner pocket. Stunned eyewitnesses could not understand how scissors could help in treatment. At this time, the guy cut his finger and focused his nail. Everyone was at a loss. After that, the teenager scratched his head to the boy, and he had blood. Following this, Jian did the same with the rest of the child's body. Talking in the crowd did not subside, and people tried to understand how blood could lead the poison from the body. Feng, as before, did not pay attention to the cries of those present, and did a massage of the legs. Thus, the young man improved blood circulation to the boy. A few more minutes passed. The dumbfounded mother could not calm down and looked sadly at her poor child. Finally, Jan did all the procedures and began to wait for the result that followed instantly. After a couple of seconds, the child came to his senses and cried sharply while calling his mother. The woman was shocked and literally crawled to her child. Breaking out of happiness, she began to thank the young doctor for the salvation of the boy. Behind everything that was happening from the car was watched by Zima with her assistant. Mu was dumbfounded by the talent of a young man and suddenly ordered the driver to leave. Soon the working day ended and Feng brought Mei home. The girl constantly asked him to teach her a butterfly dance resonance. Self-domestic Jan noted that he tried to explain it to this technique, but apparently she had no ability to do this. After which he asked her to move away from the car, as he could not wait to go home. Driving around the city, the teenager was thinking about where to go to rest a little. The guy was in a good mood and constantly sang some song. But suddenly the bandits went on the road, thereby blocking him the passage. Feng, in turn, stopped the car and headed for the inn. Wishers to find out what was the matter. One of them began to talk about the child, whom the main character cured today. The young master did not understand what he was driving at and suggested that it was Junde. The guy said that everyone should do their own business, and when John understands this, it would be easier for him to live. Suddenly, Feng interrupted his incomprehensible monologue and stated that he did not understand what was being discussed. Suddenly, the unknown stood up from the bench and said that it was even better. At that moment, a thug with a knife attacked the young man. But in just a couple of seconds, Jan beat the bandits. Naturally, bloodied raids went with their patron, who became furious when he learned that his subordinates could not cope with the teenager. The old man was a doctor and of course helped the wards, but said that this was the last time. The servants began to thank the great Junde for their help, saying that they would not let him down. What, of course, the elder Zhang had doubts, especially after what happened. A certain time of Yunda carried out some manipulations with the bodies of battered thugs. Thus, the old man straightened the joints and fixed them with the help of magical technology. At the same time, experimental experiences experienced extremely painful sensations, but it was a necessity. Thus, one of the thugs of the elder restored the spine. To another, Zhang leveled his neck and asked if it became better for them. The bandit joyfully said that now he could move his fingers. Another ministry of Junde began to thank his savior and claimed that he was already wearing. But suddenly the guy made a sharp movement, naively believing that everything was in order with him. As a result, a characteristic crunch of bones sounded, and he frozen on the ground. The dumbfounded elder could not understand what happened and why the big man died. After all, he did everything right and took advantage of his magical recovery technique. The next day, Yana called the head physician Jian Zuan and spoke about his skills. After all, the guy really demonstrated professionalism at such a young age. Feng decided to joke and asked if the boss was afraid that he would soon be in his place. Li instantly changed the subject and said that he actually called him for a reason. Then he handed him a business card judgment, the assistant to Zima, so that Yang would contact her. Since the chairman wishes, he will see him. and it is possible to offer a highly paid job. Soon, Feng left the head of the head physician in thought what Mu wants from him. Indeed, the last time he did not talk very well with her, and she could be offended by him. After reading the address of the office of Tazima, the young man came to Rabies, as he was in the city center. Moreover, the last time he was almost caught by the police due to the lack of a driver's license, and the bus had to get on the bus too long. At that moment, the guy put his hand in his trouser pocket and felt for the key to the car of Wu. Thinking that fate itself favors him, the teenager hastened to find Zhang's car by pressing the appropriate alarm disconnect button. Feng rushed to the car. Then Jan went to Wu himself to inform that he needed his car. As soon as he knocked on the door, frightened Zhang said that he had not gathered $500,000. Feng, in turn, said that he just wanted to borrow his transport for a while. The bandit opened the front door and saw a young man in front of him, after which he greeted him. Suddenly, Jan opened the door to the backfall and saw a whole gang of thugs in masks. In this connection, he asked where they gathered in this form and what they planned. Then Wu admitted that they had no way out and had to go to rob. In addition, he cannot pick up 500,000 that he should. In this regard, the young master agreed to build up his duty and asked to simply fix the car. Zhang was extremely grateful to the young doctor for this and asked what to do with his incontinence. Feng promised him to help with this, but provided that Wu would take a bright path. Ian also asked if he knew the city well, since he needed to get into one place. Zhang immediately caught himself and said that there was no man who knew Zhonghai better. Then he asked where exactly the guy needed. At that moment, VU noticed that his incontinence disappeared. The surprised bandit asked if the teenager had already cured him, and now everything would be in order. The young man only smiled in response and rushed to go on a long way. Of course, Zhang agreed. A few minutes later, they went on the road, where Wu showed his driver's qualities. At the same time, he violated the rules of the road and often went into the oncoming lane, what naturally did not like Feng, who called on Wu to calm down and normally lead the car. However, after a couple of minutes they got into the cork. It seemed that they would forgive her eternity. Suddenly on the radio, it was reported that the great Dr. Junde was organizing a press conference. Wu immediately picked up this topic and said that this person simply earns money. After all, it was originally said that the money will go to charity. But this is not at all. Finally, having arrived at the destination, Zhang asked John if he needed here, because ordinary people were not better here. In addition, as you know, Feng did not have the appropriate status. But suddenly he called out to the judge. The girl said that now at the meeting, and he will have to wait a bit. Jan insisted that his friend set off with them, but Wu himself could not believe what was happening. Asking the question of who this youth really is, Zhang even decided to capture everything on the camera. After all, Wu in the first was in the rich area of the city, and could not miss the opportunity to show off his friends. Entering the corporation, they suddenly lost sight of the assistant, Sima. Zhang, in turn, did not fall silent for a second, and constantly spoke some kind of nonsense. At the same time, he urged Feng to be on his guard, since there are those in this building with whom it is better not to contact. But unexpectedly, Wu saw someone and literally froze in place. Jan asked what happened. The bandit in a whisper said that they were facing the girl, and she is an assistant to Uyan himself, adding that at a meeting she better not to look into her eyes, especially since she is stronger than even some men. But at that moment, Bai turned her head and looked directly at Feng. Zhang immediately urged him to turn away. Suddenly, the young lady greeted the young man. Jan reciprocated. Wu was shocked by the fact that the guy is a close face to people of high status. Bai asked the teenager, "Did he really decide to buy a ticket for the Junda conference?" Feng answered negatively. Then the girl began to look for a ticket in her bag and say that initially Jin wanted to invite someone, but he could not come. Therefore, she gave the invitation to Jan and advised not to miss such an opportunity. The guy looked at the ticket and was lost in conjecture, because it seemed that it was planned. After that, the girl went in an unknown direction, and Wu showed her interest in what happened, thus urging the young man to tell him about where they know each other. But Feng did not want to speak and ordered Zhang not to pester him. At that moment, the secretary approached them and asked Yana to go to the office of Mu. Meanwhile, the assistant at Sima was interested in the health of the boss, because she had a sore throat. But the business-like director said that everything is in order with her, and she needs to do everything herself. After a couple of seconds, the secretary informed her that Mr. Feng came to her. Mu, in turn, gathered her thoughts and asked him to enter the office. The main character went into the room and silently sat down on the sofa. Zima also did not utter a word. Suddenly, the young master said that they would not interfere with talking. After all, she obviously did not call him for tea party, but the girl continued to be silent. Then she nevertheless stated that since he wants so, they will go directly to the matter. Mu began to say that the guy should not disgrace the name of the great Junde, and at the same time will be able to make money. The perplexing teenager asked exactly when exactly he had already discredited the name of the old man, adding that if he really was a high-class specialist, then his reputation would not have shaken. Zima noted that Ian is a really capable person, but this is directly related to the corporation, and without the influence of Zhang, the reputation of the company will suffer, and the shareholders will deduce all investments. In this connection, she wanted to know that the guy wants in return, offering him 100 million. Having stated that this is the greatest, then she can thank you a young talent for help. Initially, from this amount of money, the teenager was bewildered and did not know what to answer. Then he sighed heavily and lowered his head down. Zima did not understand what this means. Then Feng slowly stood up from his chair and headed for the exit that he refused the transaction. In the corridor, he was met by a joyful Zhang, who, as before, shot everything on a video camera. Seeing a frustrated guy, he asked what happened and why they finished the meeting so quickly. Jan, in turn, thanked Wu that he brought him to return home, having added that he still has business here, and he intends to go to the Junda conference. But the extremely intrusive Zhang said that he would wait for him, because the guy is not local and could get lost. Soon, on the roof of a multi-story building, the elder began to hold a conference. Everyone wanted to get to her, and therefore, traffic jams formed on the roads and there was nowhere to park. Wu suddenly threw his head back, watching the festive fireworks. Then he apologized to Fan and said that he was forced to leave him, as this atmosphere presses on him. But it was at that moment that Uyan and Bai appeared. They kindly greeted John. The shocked Zhang bowed low to him, not believing that the young man was familiar with such people. After a couple of seconds, Jin called the unknown, and the businessman hurried to him. Bai, in turn, passed the guy and smiled sweetly at him, then also hurried to Uyan. Thus, Feng remained in splendid isolation and went to walk around the roof of the building. At this time, President Zhao met with representatives of the Lin family, where also attended Hao, who was kind with high-ranking faces. Although he was tired of it, it was necessary for forced measures to take it to secure the support of influential people after. Suddenly he turned around and saw the same Yan, from which bewilderment came. Hao could not understand how this poor man entered the conference of the elder Junde. After all, the ticket cost 1 million, and Feng clearly did not have that kind of money. Lin decided to find out. Moreover, he still held offense at him for the last meeting in the hotel. Going after the young men, Hao went up to him and asked how he ended up here. At the same time, Lin put his hand on his shoulder, which of course did not like Yan. Suddenly, Hao asked if he had a ticket, since here you can only be at the invitation. The main character, in turn, was not going to report to him, which he hastened to report. Then Lin began to blame him for illegal invasion of private property. Then, once again, demanded that the young doctor present his ticket. At the same time, Hao threatened the guard. Suddenly the young master called him better. Lin took a couple of steps to meet him, and Feng suddenly splashed wine into his face. The guy immediately backed away and stumbled on the parapet, so his head was above the abyss. Jan stepped on his leg and, blurring in a smile, asked if he was scary, adding that he has no right to check his ticket. Frightened Hao silently looked at the teenager. Soon, the young man stepped aside and thereby released a line that instantly got off the parapet. But at the same time, he never calmed down, in connection with which the guard began to call. As a result, people crowded. Hao continued to claim that Feng had no ticket and it must be thrown out of the conference. Suddenly, Jin and Bai approached them and Lin turned around, after which he immediately calmed down. The girl said that she personally passed the invitation to Jan and should not be pestering him. The dumbfounded Hao, in turn, could not believe it and simply froze in place. At that moment, an angry father ran up to him and began to beat his near offspring, having stated that he again decided to angry Mr. Uyan, but this cannot be done. Then Bao put his son on his knees in front of Jin and began to ask for forgiveness for the behavior of the younger line. Uyan noticed that the children are usually stupid, and the president should not be so angry with his son. Bao thanked him for his understanding and stated that he would immediately throw his ungrateful offspring. All guests only watched what was happening, realizing that Hao really arranged a circus out of the blue. The head of the Lin family, meanwhile, literally kicked his son outside the building. Feng, in turn, thanked them for the intervention and bowed again. Bai smiled at him in response and urged not to build such a right one. After stepping aside, Uyan asked why she decided to intervene at all and was so strict. The girl stated that her female instincts suggest that this guy should be more accurate. In addition, he can soon become an extremely useful ally in some matters. Also at the conference was attended by MU and her assistant. the director suddenly decided to call Khan, which was extremely grateful to her for the honor and constantly thanked. At that moment, the guests began to recognize the president of the President Zimu, from which they were delighted, especially the male half, since MU was a pretty girl. Everyone only talked about her beauty, dreaming of a woman like her, that she could not flatter her. A few minutes later, finally, this event took place, as the presenter stated, which urged all those present to meet the luminary of medicine with loud applause. By that time, the elevator rose to the roof, where the elder Junde was. As soon as the old man took a step forward, leaving the elevator, everyone began to shout his name. Soon, Zhang began to talk about targeted therapy for the treatment of cancer. But she had one drawback, since with its help the disease can only be cured in the early stages. Moreover, the result was not always perfect. Therefore, it is necessary to constantly conduct research with cancer cells and analyze them in order to help a person in time. Some guests realized that it was more like a lecture and began to actively discuss what was happening. Others, on the contrary, defended the luminary of medicine and stated that no one could compare with it. The main character stood aside and understood that most of them did not understand anything at all, from which the young master literally boiled with anger, because people were always conducted on loud names. At this moment, the old man suddenly stated that he had a new idea on how to cure cancer. People rejoiced and did not realize that in fact the old man was starting. Especially in his monologue, there were no specifics. Zima, in turn, actively discussed what was happening with her assistant, realizing that people trust Junde. At the same time, Mu sincerely hoped that there was no worst enemy of Feng here, but unexpectedly, someone began to blame Zhang for lies and declare that he was carrying complete nonsense. Zima was immediately scared, suggesting that it was Yang, but the voice was clearly not his. Meanwhile, an unknown person with his bodyguards followed the scene to Junde. Then, once again, fiercely said that all his ventures are insignificant like himself. According to the face of the elder, one could understand that he did not expect a meeting with this person. The guests asked only one question: who was actually this person? And only dumbfounded Zima recognized Tiansun in him. She could not understand how he ended up here. Finally, Zhang answered him that Chu was just jealous of him, and therefore decided to ruin the conference. Sun, in turn, began to come closer, and say that he finally decided to open their eyes and tell the truth, adding that real doctors do not put their disgusting experiments in public, and he just does this. After that, Tian recalled the situation with a poisoned child, stating that this was the work of the old man. Opinions in the crowd of people were shared as always, and they again began to discuss what was happening. Suddenly, Jun shouted the name of the young doctor into the crowd of guests, thus urging the young man to confirm his words in order to expose Junde once and for all. Zhang also tensed as Zima. At the same time, Chu assured that he would provide the teenager with complete security, and no one would do anything to him. But among people no one answered. It made everyone think that there was no interns here. Yan also began to look for a young master in the crowd, realizing how this all could turn out. In fact, Yan was behind the guests and silently watched what was happening. Tian, in turn, suggested that he miscalculated, and the guy did not come. Junde instantly ordered the guards to throw Sun from the stage and not let him hear anymore. For the most part, people were inclined to the opinion that the fat man simply envies the old man. Meanwhile, the guard was in no hurry to drive Chu, which was rather strange. Tiansun himself stated that he intends to lower Zhang from the pedestal, since he does not have the right to be called a luminary of medicine. The surprised elder asked if Sun really wanted to arrange a competition. Chu happily agreed to these conditions, saying that he has been studying medicine all his life, and it is time for everyone to understand that there are actually people who surpass Junde in this. From the gaze of Zhang, one could understand that he really began to worry about his reputation, as he could lose everything. But at the same time, he tried not to give a look and continued to speak extremely confidently. Then he said that he was absolutely ready to start their competition in order to prove his competence to everyone. The essence was to correctly correct the joints, but there were no people who wanted to. Suddenly, Tian began to take off his shirt and said that he would personally check his skills on himself. All were dumbfounded by such an unexpected turn of events, and were in anticipation of the moment. At that moment, the Chu's bodyguards rushed in his direction. Junde was also in shock. A moment later, the guards inflicted their crushing strikes in the face of Jun. Zhang, in turn, could not believe what was happening, because he certainly was not ready for this. The guests were also shocked by such a zeal of Chu, who so violently wanted to prove his case. Zima and the assistant understood that this idea could turn into a collapse, but most people were sure that the great elder would easily cope with the task. Meanwhile, the bodyguards of Tiansun called on Zhang to begin to register the bones of their boss. For the old man, there was a mystery to why this madman went to this. After that, Junde tried to focus on the injuries of Sun. He suggested that he had a concussion. Suddenly he came to the conclusion that in this way Chu decided to commit suicide, and thereby slander him. The guards in turn began to adjust the old man, saying that he could also refuse. Suddenly, he had a plan of action that he hastened to realize. In connection with which Zhang began to shout from the stage that bodyguards killed Tian, and he is a doctor and does not know how to resurrect people, so it is urgent to call the police. People again began to discuss what was happening and claim that they really needed to call the police. Naturally, the main character perfectly understood what Junde actually conceived. In this regard, he urged people to call an ambulance and rushed to the stage. Zhang saw a young intern and was at a loss. The guests froze on the spot. Feng immediately stated that Qi had a fracture of the skull and it should be turned on his side so that the tongue would not block his breath. Thus, the guy seemed to teach the elder to provide medical care, which of course was outraged. Yang also said that real doctors are not standing aside, but are trying to help the patient as soon as possible. The old man instantly fell silent, looking at the crowd of influential guests, who were in solidarity with a teenager, because Zhang really did not even try to help him. Zima and his assistant could not see who exactly ran out onto the stage, but it was definitely clear that the conflict was brewing. Feng himself understood that it would not be possible to carry out the operation here, so he could simply support the life in the body of Chu. The young man also began to restore blood circulation by pressing at 6 points. Zhang suddenly continued to say that nothing would come of him, because even he is powerless here. Suddenly, someone called out by Jan. Everyone began to turn around to understand who it was. As it turned out, it was none other than Uyan. Everyone began to guess where they knew. Jin nervously said that he was some information, and therefore it is better to stop this circus. The dumbfounded Zima asked the assistant how he knew Feng, but I judged without a concept. Junde finally realized that this is really the same incredible internet. After a couple of minutes, an ambulance arrived, and the orderlies hurried to the Tianxin body. In a matter of seconds, they determined that he could still be saved and thanked Feng for his help. The elder, in turn, was shocked by such a verdict of doctors, because he believed that Chu was dead. Finally, people began to understand who was standing in front of them on stage, and who was a real doctor. In this connection, an angry crowd began to shout insults against Junde. Zhang himself bitterly realized that his reputation crashed. But at the same time, he was in no hurry to leave the stage. Dissatisfied people continued to shout angry statements to the old man. In response, Junde suddenly laughed, which caused the guests on the faces of the guests. Everyone thought that he simply went crazy, since he was pleased with this whole situation. Then the elder said that they hurried to hang labels on him, calling a charlatan. But in fact, they do not understand anything. But he is in the Qiangu clan. Everyone immediately began to ask each other about this sect. The main character seemed to this name quite familiar, but where he heard about this guild and could not remember that. Unlike a young master, Zima perfectly understood what exactly was being discussed. But at the same time, none of the guests could say what kind of guild it was and who its founder is. Uyan, in turn, understood that Mu wasted so much money to promote this clan. But ultimately, this did not lead him to the top. Suddenly, someone ordered everyone to shut up. The guests began to turn back in bewilderment and saw an unknown person, which was sent exactly on the stage to the elder. Feng understood that everything could change now. Junde, in turn, rushed to the young Mr. Yao to complain, having stated that people do not understand anything and underestimate the Qianguo Guild. Suddenly, Xin hit the old man, which plunged those present into another shock. Then the guy said that Zhang disgraced their sect and therefore he was no longer part of it. The dumbfounded old man could not believe it and looked at Yao with frightened eyes. Then Xin found his eyes in the crowd on a young doctor and headed for him, having stated that he is a member of the Qianguo clan and is better to be friends with him than to fight. Feng, in turn, noticed that he had a good stacked manually charlatan. Junde naturally was unpleasant to listen to all this, but he continued to be silent. Also, the extremely arrogant Yao asked John if he liked his healing skills. After all, in comparison with him, he was just a boy who decided to get carried away with medicine. At that moment, one of the guests struck the wine in the glass, and he could not understand what was happening. A rather unpleasant smell began to come from the glass. Everyone began to step aside. At the same time, the dope was heading precisely to Junde, who instantly backed back. However, the smell nevertheless overtook him, and the elder suddenly closed his eyes. People noticed that the old man was suspiciously pale and began to behave strangely. Zhang, in turn, stood silently on stage, neither uttering at the same time, not a single word. Then Shin again asked the guy if he liked the medicine art of the Yao clan, with whom only the healing of Shen can compare. But Feng stated that God Sanin has been revered from time immemorial for centuries, but he cannot be compared with some sect. Shin said that his great guild is known throughout the world, and no one could compare with them. After which, he slowly left the stage and said that he would not prove this to the ordinary intern. But Jan continued to provoke him, and offered to find out which of them is the best doctor. At the same time, he stated that his clan prematurely proclaimed himself the best. Yao was extremely surprised by such a statement by a teenager, and literally froze in place. Others were also surprised and anticipating the conflict, waited for the continuation of the performance. Shin agreed to die with him in medicine and asked what he was ready to put on Khan. Feng, in turn, asked him a counter question of what he really wants. Yao turned around and said that he wanted to take his life. Then he asked if he agreed to do so. The protagonist said that his clan Qianhuao, after which he agreed to a bet at the stake. But Shin immediately put forward a condition, in connection with the tournament by his clan. Jan needs 10 million to take part. At the same time, the money should be within a month. The smile of a young master instantly changed to a more serious expression on his face. After all, he perfectly understood that such money would be quite difficult to find, especially in a month. The dumbfounded assistant to the director of Tsima asked her what to do now. After all, Junde finally destroyed his reputation, and leaving him as a chairman is wrong. The old man himself boiled with anger, because in a few minutes, he lost all privileges. The young doctor meanwhile went to the parking lot, where he was waiting for the same joyful Zhang. But Feng was not in the mood, since thoughts were only about where he would get so much money. Suddenly Zima caught up with Jim and asked to wait a bit. Jan asked if she still decided to dismiss him and came to inform about it. The girl said that the matter is completely different, and she needed to talk with him. The guy agreed to hold a conversation with her and called on Wu to go home. The teenager, in turn, asked what exactly she wanted to talk about. Also, taking advantage of the moment, John asked her for 10 million. Suddenly, Sima stopped and invited Feng to take the post of chairman of the Lunyao Corporation. At the same time, the young man drew attention to her rather serious look and thought. Then Mu said that he also needed to engage in the research of the center. Jan did not understand why she was behaving like that. In this connection, he again asked why she decided to talk about an increase. Because according to the logic of things, Zima should hate him. The girl urged him to be distracted from this topic and think about her proposal, adding that now Junde cannot be the face of their enterprise. And after today, many learned about Fan. Although in her words there was a point, Jan still decided to refuse her again, which again infuriated Mu, which stated that in this case he has been passing in ordinary doctors all his life and will consider a penny. In addition, he needs these 10 million to take part in the competition. But Feng said that wearing the title of a luminary of medicine is at least shameful. At the same time, their research only harm people, and he does not want to be involved in this. But the most important thing is that she decided to use it as a shield in a difficult period for the company, because all the shareholders fled. Therefore, he himself will find a way how to get 10 million in order to finally wipe his nose to blue. At that moment, the judge told the boss that 2 milligrams of blood serum were again missing in the warehouse. Zima was shocked by such news and became furious. John simply watched what was happening, realizing that he was absolutely right, and in her company everything is really not so smooth. The brutalized Mu ordered the assistant to go to the corporation with her to put things in order. The main character asked the businesswoman whether he needs to go to the company with her. The young master also asked for forgiveness for drawing her into his showdown with Junde, adding that he simply cannot pass when a person is in trouble and he needs help. Zima said that if he really wants, she could go with them. She also ordered the judge to call Zhao to her. After a certain time, they came to the main office of Lunyao, where the old man began to report. The angry Mu called on the subordinate to speak more clearly and essentially. Then Zhao reported that today he again discovered the theft of blood serum, and usually it was necessary to immediately talk about this. But the higher authorities ordered them to keep silent about this, since the initiator of the incident was Zhang. In addition, Junde said that he would personally report the disappearance of the drug to the director of the MU. I judge began to understand that it was he who stole serum. Zima, in turn, asked the old man if he looked at the video recordings from the cameras. Zhao said that several minutes from the videos were deleted, and this happened during the conference of Zhang. The young doctor urged them to simply call police officers so that they would do this matter. The angry Zima shouted that no one should find out about it, especially the police. After all, this will reach the journalists and, as a result, the shareholders will find out that their money for research has irrevocably gone. Feng thought, after which he said that this was really the right decision. Then Jan asked the old man to share information about this blood serum. Mu gave permission to do this, noting that this young guy is much more capable of Junde himself, so he can be trusted. Zhao was quite skeptical of the words of the director because Feng was really too young. But the old man nevertheless said that the drug is divided into two parts. One is the serum itself. The second is a completely different type of blood. Thus, serum can arouse inactive brain cells, thus providing a person with the opportunity to control regeneration and escape from mortal wounds. By adding that if this blood is transmitted to a person, the structure of his bones can be changed and he will extend his life. However, it was unknown to recombine serum and make a different type of blood from it. Suddenly, Tisma said that once she heard the same story about the centuries of the ancestors, which was located in the west of the Pamir Highlands of the Kunmun mountain range. Professor Zhu then went with his team for excavations and found an ancient burial. Naturally, scientists became curious, and they went down to the dungeon, where they found something incredible, which literally shocked their imagination. In front of them lay a coffin in which the corpse of a man was located, but plants sprouted from it. The found copy did not even have a pulse, but at the same time, his blood circulated without stopping. At this moment, Zima looked at the protagonist and could not understand what he was doing. The young master, in turn, looked at his hand as if trying to understand something. There was a grave silence in the room. After Mu, they paid attention to the guy and Zhao and the judge. Feng continued to look at his hand and did not utter a word. Suddenly, Zima called him. The girl asked what happened. The teenager immediately lowered his hand and said, "Everything was in order." Then he hurried to leave. The perplexing director asked if he really had no questions. The young man said if they learned something else about blood serum, then he must tell him. After that, the young doctor left the borders of the office of Tzima. Everyone was shocked by his attitude to the matter. The boss, in turn, asked the ward about everything to inform Yana and provide him with access to the center. Meanwhile, Feng headed for his home and reflected on what happened. Suddenly, someone threw a stone at him. The guy instantly felt a threat. In the end result, the teenager instantly reacted and caught the cobblestone. Then with a lightning-fast movement, he threw him towards the unknown. Thus, the stone landed one of the attackers in the jaw and knocked out a couple of teeth. His accomplices were shocked by the guy's abilities and immediately rushed to him. However, they could not understand where the unknown force to lurk in the Malta. Feng knew that in front of him there were 3 craftsmen and asked who sent them, assuming that the customer is none other than Junde, about which he asked them. The bandits in turn were dumbfounded by the teenager's awareness. After that, Zhang's thugs looked at each other, thereby giving a sign of attack. Then they attacked a guy with fists, but Feng quickly reassured them with a couple of blows. At the same time, an angry young man ordered them to kneel. From his scream, literally everything shuddered. The masters sharply felt weakness in the body and collapsed to the ground, not understanding what happened. Soon, the defeated Junda's servants knelt before Jan. Feng asked how much the old man paid them, but they were in no hurry to answer. Then they looked at his friend, who was still unconscious, and admitted that he promised them 500,000. Adding that they were told to break his legs, Jan asked how much life, in their opinion, was standing. At the same time, the young man proposed 2 options for resolving the conflict, or pay him 5 million, or break the legs of Zhang. Then the guy nevertheless released the thugs, which immediately rushed in an unknown direction. As soon as Jan wanted to call Wu to bring him home, an unknown number called him. The guy picked up the phone and realized that this was Miss Bai. The girl kindly greeted the teenager. The young lady began to thank the protagonist for answering the call. The young master, in turn, rushed her to say what exactly the matter is. Bai instantly stated that they had big problems and they need his help, adding that they will rather generously thank him. The young doctor thought about it. Then he nevertheless agreed, since he himself was in debt in front of her for an invitation ticket. The joyful girl once again thanked him and said that their man had come to him immediately. Thus, they agreed to meet near the hospital, where Han hastened to tell the wards the important news. After all, a delegation with a check arrives tomorrow, and they should not fall into the mud face. But at that moment, Shivi saw Feng. He was clearly glad of the appearance of the guy. Moreover, he could not understand why Yang decided to come to the hospital at such a later time. The position of Chief Physician Khan was quite shaky at the moment, and naturally he was worried about this. Soon, Shive pulled a smile on his face and asked Feng why he granted them, adding that in fact they need to discuss one scrupulous moment. But after a moment, Mr. Uyan drove up to the hospital. Han was confused. Subsequently, a certain old man came out of the car and said that Mr. Jin sent him for a young man. in connection with which, John asked the boss for a time for tomorrow, since he would be extremely busy. Of course, Wei agreed to provide him with paid leave, because tomorrow the head arrives, and it would be better if Feng does not appear in the hospital. After a certain time, the young doctor was taken to the huge mansion of Uyan. Jin politely asked the guy to go inside and feel at home, asking for forgiveness for the last meeting, which was not in a friendly atmosphere. Looking at the battered henchmen of Uyan, the teenager realized that they really had problems. Soon, Jin told the essence of the problem where two masters have died over the past day. It was a black and white demon, and they wanted to unceremoniously take its territory. But this land has been belonging to him from time immemorial, and no one dares to take it away. Therefore, Uyan sent his 2 fighters for them. But his enemies did not stop there and ordered him to retreat. At the same time, they beat his subordinates, and thus, Jin was in a difficult situation, because his sworn enemies will not bargain with him and simply kill them all. And since he was literally pressed against the wall and thereby put him in a hopeless situation. And in this regard, he decided to turn to Fan for help, saying that the award would be generous. As soon as Jan tried to get Uyan more information from Uyan, they suddenly interrupted their meeting. An unknown person asked Jin what he was doing and why he is still here. The dumbfounded Uyan greeted the Master Hu and immediately jumped up. Feng, in turn, suggested that this stranger is the main master. Bai instantly informed John that the guest was honored, and if the Zhou family is in danger, he always comes to the rescue. The extremely self-confident and arrogant master looked at the young man and asked who he was. Jin hastened to introduce the who of the protagonist, and called not to look at his age, since he is extremely strong. But the master said that this guy was not able to resist such a strong enemy. However, Uyan continued to say that the young man was really incredible. Moreover, he easily defeated his bodyguards to Shoujo and Biaozi. At the same time, Jin noticed that his servants would help Feng, and he could simply observe. Ian himself thought that he needed to return 10 million judges. Suddenly, Hu said that demons are not terrible, because the main thing is to practice, in which the true power lies. At that moment, the guy finally became convinced that the Zhou family was the roof of Uyan. Jin also said that tonight demons should be mentioned to him. The master said that in this case there would be a fascinating performance today, and they will capture them. The helpful Uyan said that this was just a brilliant plan. Arrogant Hu smiled. However, at the same time, he noticed that Feng did not share their confidence and completely turned away. Then the representative of the Zhou family said that it was better to stay with him so as not to injure. Bai showed with all appearance that the young man should tolerate the excessive confidence of the master, as Jin asks him for help. Then Hu said that he wanted to ask only 3 questions to these demons, and if they do not answer, then death awaits them. At this moment, 2 masters suddenly appeared who called on HU to ask their questions. Feng, in turn, instantly determined their high rank with. Realizing that they were satisfied with strong, Zhou continued to behave like the king and said that they were late. The demons only smiled. Then they called their names and looked at the extremely arrogant master, which, without thinking twice, decided to demonstrate his unique abilities. In this connection, he grabbed his blade and rushed towards calm fighters. At the same time, HU noticed that they had extremely stupid names, after which he attacked the demons. However, Bai easily showed him who is a real master here. Having evading the blow, the white fighter spent a series of impressive attacks to the fat man, thus literally driving him into the ground. But even after that, he continued to brutally beat the bloodied body. Uyan and the assistant were shocked by what was happening, realizing that they were ended. Soon the beating ended, and Bai once again rushed Jin to free this estate, since his time has passed, and now this is their house. But the businessman was in no hurry to leave the mansion. Feng, in turn, completely calmly drank a glass of wine and watched what was happening. The dumbfounded Jin immediately ordered his people to open fire on the fighters. The bodyguards instantly began to fulfill the order and began to shoot at Bai. However, the bullets simply passed him. Then the white demon hit his foot on the ground. The floor under his feet literally shuddered, thereby lifting huge stones into the air, which immediately rushed to attack all Uyan's wards. Everyone was in shock. The frightened Jin ordered his assistant to run away and tried to hide, but Bai said that they could not just take and throw Mr. Feng. Uyan immediately turned around and remembered that from fear, he completely forgot about Yana. The guy at that moment completely calmly and at ease continued to refrain. Meanwhile, the white demon approached Jin and said that they gave him the opportunity to solve the problem in a good way. But he did not listen to them. The businessman immediately said that he would pay any money. However, Bai struck him and said that his time had come out, and now he should be punished. Uyan flew to the side and landed extremely painfully. The assistant instantly rushed to him. The demon noticed that he loves girls, and his secretary is pretty, but Haitan unexpectedly stated that she belongs to him, with which, of course, Bai did not agree. In this way, they began to argue among themselves and find out which of them worthy of the beauty. Jin, in turn, asked them not to touch the girl, since she was not involved in their showdowns, but the white demon ordered him to shut up, saying that he had no voice right. Black urged Bai to initially kill Aoyan, so that later everything would be calmly discussed. A moment later, they rushed towards the businessman with his assistant. The young lady immediately shouted to Fan so that he'd at least do something. Jan calmly drank his wine, and as if he did not pay attention to what was happening. But the demons noticed the guy and wondered if this boy is really capable of something. By that time, the teenager finished the wine and loudly put the glass on the table. Then he stated that they have only a couple of minutes to leave here, or they would die. The black demon instantly rushed to the self-confident Fan, trying to attack him. But the main character with a lightning speed grabbed a bottle of wine and broke it on Hei's head. Tan flew aside and at the same time received a rather tangible damage from the young man. The shocked Bai did not understand how this is generally possible, because he is a child. Soon, Jan went to the white demon and asked if he had been daring enough not to escape. The frightened master asked him a counter-question, who she is and where did he come from. However, Feng ignored him. Gradually approaching the fighter, Bai decided to attack the first. In this connection, the thug struck a crushing blow, but the guy dodged the attack. Then he conducted his series of ferocious strokes. The white demon tried to block them. At the same time, he realized that the speed and technique of a teenager is really at a high level, but at a certain moment he nevertheless missed the powerful blow of the young man. As a result, Bai literally flew to the side with a bullet and collapsed to the ground. All were shocked by what happened, and the incredible power of the protagonist. Uyan could not even think that the young master would be so powerful. His assistant also did not expect to see a young doctor as a calm fighter. Suddenly, the white demon urged the guy to stop, saying that he could not kill them, since this will be considered a dishonest fight, because they are much weaker than it. The perplexing Feng asked what he was talking about and why it was unfair. Then Bai said that only yesterday they and his brother were badly injured in a fight and today a little weakened. Jin, in turn, urged the teenager to kill the demons, since if they are not killed, then they will soon come with an entire army. Belly continued to say that if John overwhellies their mentor Fandun, then they will gladly accept their death. Suddenly, Feng agreed to their condition, and the demons hurried to escape. But suddenly the Master Hu came to his senses and tried to attack the fighters from the back. However, Jan did not allow him to do this, and inflicted a powerful blow to the fat man. As a result, HU literally flew into a stone fence, which once again plunged everyone into shock. Jin understood that such an action could lead to irreversible consequences. The fat man himself began to threaten Maltz, saying that he has no right, so he belongs to the clan Zhou. But Feng stated that he did not care about his family, because he had already appointed a fight with Fandun. Running demons shouted that Hu was not a master compared to a young fighter. However, the fat man did not stop, and said that his guild would not leave this. At that moment, Uyan ran up to the guy and began to thank for help, because if not he, then they would have been dead. Jan asked the businessman to inform him of the upcoming battle with the mentor of demons. After that, Jin provided him with a bank card with 610 million. Naturally, Feng took him as gratitude, especially since he needed to return 10 of them to be a judge. But at the same time, Bai noticed the excessive nervousness of her boss and asked what happened. Uyan said that John hit the representative of the Zhou family, and this may be reflected in neither a relationship, but the girl urged him not to worry about it, saying that there would be no problems with this. After all, Feng is much stronger than their clan, and it is better to go forward for just such people. Jin was shocked to hear the like from her. Bai reminded him that they helped out more than 100 billion for their family, and in response they received less than 100 million. Meanwhile, the defeated demons returned to the cave to their patron. Suddenly they asked him when he could increase them to an average level. An incredible aura began to come from the cave. It seemed that its flows were endless. Then there was a splash of spiritual energy. Bai and Heitan immediately turned away. Then they fixed their gaze to the cave. The purple glow began to disappear. Soon they heard the steps of their mentor, who suddenly left the cave. Fandun said that now they have switched to a new stage of development and are at an average level. Then the head of the demonic sect asked his subordinates whether they coped with the task. Bai lowered his head and said sadly that they actually failed the mission. The perplexed Uyan asked how they could not do it together with Uyan. The white demon said that there was a young master named Feng, Dunn naturally did not know about the existence of the protagonist and understood that the task was complicated, naively believing that soon he would make the guy regret the deed. The young doctor, in turn, wandered along the dark streets of the city and suddenly noticed the light in the May window. Assuming that she was in the apartment alone, Jan instantly rushed to her. The joyful teenager opened the front door with his key and went inside, where he found his mentor, from which he came into rabies, realizing that all his plans had collapsed. The old man joyfully greeted Feng, as always with a bottle of alcohol in his hands. The angry guy called him to immediately leave here. The master was surprised, having stated that they had not seen each other for so long, and the young man attacked him with claims. Ian, in response, said that he generally considered him a deceased and tried to pick up a bottle from him. Naturally, the old man simply could not part with alcohol, and said that he had just occupied a couple of yuan from him. But Feng said that he had saved this money all his life, and the master simply took it. Suddenly, the mentor offered the guy a bottle to drink a little and calm down. The young man agreed and made a couple of sips. The old man noticed that in vain he decided to engage in Changuao clan. Feng said that the master also has golden hands and his techniques surpass modern medicine, but he was not accumulated. But the teacher said that their sect uses medicines as a weapon, and they are not so simple, adding that he can't imagine how strong they are, especially a genius named Shawan. Suddenly, the old man asked the teenager what the strongest therapeutic agent was in ancient times. Jan confidently said that it was no doubt a panacea. The mentor approved his answer, adding that if he give the best stove, he will not be able to cook a pill in half an hour. At this moment, the elder began to create a capsule of immortality. Feng closely watched the process. The ingredients literally merged in a single stream, forming a magic cloud. After that, a yellow glow appeared inside the green sphere. And in the final result, a tablet of immortality was created. The old man noticed that in the Changuao clan at least 3 such masters who can create the like in a few seconds. Therefore, John is not an opponent for them, because their power is at a completely different level. Then Yanlo called on his student to cook as much pill as possible to stock up on before meeting with the enemy. Suddenly, one left the window and left in an unknown direction in the clouds. The surprised Feng asked where he was going. The elder said if Jan loses in the battle with the Yao clan, he should not say that he is a student of Yanlo. Then he continued his journey through the sky, saying that he wants to see the world. But at the same time, he once again stole a bank card with his student. Feng was furious. Meanwhile, Han met a higher leadership in the hospital and began to drive Lu in all departments. At the same time, Shive for some reason took Quan with him, who followed them everywhere. The girl was extremely unpleasant in this company, because the head physician was constantly submitted to the authorities. Suddenly looking out the window, she saw a young doctor. Feng was heading to the hospital. Han literally taken aback, and did not understand what Yang was doing here, because he gave him a destination. After all, if he gets to the eyes of the authorities, then the head physician will again have problems. In this connection, Shivi asked Mei somehow detain the young master and prevent him from seeing Liu. Naturally, Quan did not like this idea, but Han threatened her with the abolition of research and the allocation of finances on them. The protagonist, in turn, was already in the hospital and thought about where to get the money, because the old man again took everything. A moment later, he met in the corridor of Mei. The young lady began to think about how to detain him. Suddenly, Quan invited him to go together to dine, which was rather strange. Feng instantly got closer to the girl and began to sniff her. Mei backed away sharply, indignantly inquiring what he was doing and why he began to sniff her. But the guy already understood everything, that he was clearly hiding something important from him, and he was curious. The teenager immediately rushed along the corridors of the hospital directly towards the leadership. After a couple of seconds, they suddenly met. Li, like Han, were at a loss. At the same time, Shive began to understand that now his career could collapse like a card house. The young man, in turn, was absolutely calmly greeted by the boss. The dumbfounded Liu asked who was this insolent. Han answered. He was an employee of the hospital. Of course, as a leader, he began to report to Feng and demand that the guy put on a bathrobe and show his pass. However, Jan was in no hurry to do this and said that he would have to make him. From which Liu was furious and began to say that this is the worst employee in the history of the hospital. At this time, the Zhou family, led by Master Hu, arrived in Uyan's mansion. Hu began to declare that Jin was not grateful enough to him and called some malts to deal with the demons. The businessman tried to smooth out the corners and said that he paid him 50 million and thought they agreed. But suddenly an arrogant fat man requested 500 million, and his secretary, Bai, began to shout indignantly that Hu crosses the boundaries of the permitted. But the fat man stood on his own and said that now she would become his assistant. Uyan said that she was conducting most of his business and cannot go with him. Suddenly Hu carried a crushing blow to him and Jin collapsed to the ground, having received extremely impressive damage, and at first I could not even get to his feet. After that, the family representative Joe calmly tied the girl and dragged him with him. The servant instantly ran to Jin and said that he had to be hospitalized. Meanwhile, Mei angrily reported the actions of Feng and stated that because of him she had no money for research. But suddenly her furious monologue was interrupted by Uyan's call. John hurried to pick up the phone. Jin, with a stifled voice, began to beg the guy to help him return Bai, which was abducted by the same master Hu, of course. The teenager agreed to help him. After a certain time, the protagonist from Wu arrived at the estate of the desperate Uyan. The businessman literally knelt down in front of him, calling for help in this problem. Having told the picture of what happened, how the fat man demanded 500 million from him and took Bai, the young master asked why he would not turn directly to the Zhou family for help. Jin noticed that they were just pawns for them, and no one would quarrel with Hu because of his assistant. Zhang was shocked by such news, realizing that even Uyan was powerless in this situation. The young doctor said that he would figure it out and called the Master Yi to turn for help. The guy told the story of what happened and asked him to track the fat man of Hu. The elder agreed to help him and said that he would throw him the coordinates within 3 minutes. Feng thanked the old man and said that if he needs help in the future, he is always at his service. After a couple of minutes, Yi sent the teenager the address, where at the moment there is Hu. But when Uyan found out that they were in the residence of Jinhei, he literally shook with fear. Suddenly he fell to his knees in front of the young man. The perplexing Yang asked what happened. Jin replied that the Zhou clan settled in this place and he should not meddle there. The dumbfounded Feng asked if he really would not go with them. Uyan, in turn, compassionately replied that he could not go against the sect Zhou. Then the guy asked Zhang if he knew where exactly this residence is. Wu said that he knew where Feng and asked if he would make him accompany. Zhang perfectly understood where they were going and what could be expected, but agreed to help Zhan. Thus, they went together to rescue Bai, which was abducted by Hu. Meanwhile, the girl was kept related to one of the premises of the residence. She understood that most likely Uyan would not risk her reputation for her. However, Feng could easily save her with his abilities. But why should he do it? Thus, Bai began to prepare for the worst, because she was in a hopeless position. At that moment, the fat man told the younger Zhou that his gift was waiting in the room. The young man hurried to find out what the Master Hu prepared for him and rushed forward. Having opened the doors, he saw a tied Bai in front of him and was delighted. Naturally, the girl also recognized him and began to ask her to help her. But he did not come for this. The guy instantly closed the door behind him and went to the young lady. The fat man remained outside. Zhou himself began to say that Bai wasted so much time working for Uyan. But if she goes to his side, she will achieve much more success and even surpass Jin. But the girl said that they could not be together and asked to untie her. Of course, Zhou was in no hurry to do this. At the same time, the young man said that she takes too much herself, since he does not offer to become his wife, but just play, adding that while Uyana was useful to the clan, he did not want to intervene. But now everything has changed. After all, the Master Hu found an excuse that she would be here, and in a rather difficult position. After that, an arrogant teenager called her to be a good girl and not resist. All this time, the fat man of Hu tried to eavesdrop on them, leaning against the door. Naturally, he envied the guy, just dreaming of being in the place of Zhou. A moment later, the main character suddenly appeared from behind and attacked the fat man. In the final result, Hu literally flew into the room, breaking the doors. Shu was shocked by what had happened and could not understand what happened at all. Bai was in the 7th heaven with happiness when she saw her young savior. The young master asked the guy whether his name is Ju's younger. Wu, in turn, began to scream violently that he dared to touch the girl of his friend. The dumbfounded Feng gave him a slap and said that he would pick up words. Bai began to thank the teenager, saying that she did not hope for salvation. Zhu himself began to get nervous and declare that it would not get away with a fool. Then he ordered Zhan to kneel and ask for forgiveness, but he had a different plan. Feng struck a couple more blows to such an arrogant young man, making it clear that he was no one, after which he began to push him, saying that he could not do anything to him. Suddenly Hu urged him to calm down, saying that the Jia clan would destroy him. After all, he will not be able to go against everyone and stay alive. Zhan said that they dared to touch Miss Bei. Therefore, their death will be painful, and he personally take care of it. Zhu began to be indignant, saying that his father and the guy would come to the end now. Feng sighed heavily and asked Zhang to teach a lesson to such a self-confident maltz. Wu immediately approached him with an armature in his hand. Zhou began to back. Then he said that if he has now hit him, he said with his family. Naturally, this did not force Zhang to change his mind, and he hastened to attack him, attaching extremely painful blows with a pipe, saying that he himself was to blame, as he angered his friend. Feng at that moment went to Bai and asked if everything was fine with her. The girl smiled and answered positively. After a couple of minutes, the head of the Zhou clan with his people entered the room. Of course, everyone recognized him, realizing that a real massacre would begin now. However, the head of the family was in no hurry to arrange a battle, because he knew what Feng was capable of, and he could not understand how his offspring managed to join the conflict with Yan. The guy, in turn, asked Bai if she was scared. The girl smiled, having said that now that he came, she has nothing to fear, especially since she did not harm the Zhou family, who at that moment laughed and said that the head of the guild will teach youth good manners. Feng approached the fat man and stated that no one had allowed him to open his mouth. Hugh noted that it is better to stop the guy to build a superhero out of himself, because it will end badly. The head of Zhou himself understood that he could not cope with him, because he forgot to take the best fighters with him. In this connection, he asked Yana out of respect for him not to arrange a mess here, but the mechanism was already launched, and Feng began to brutally beat a rude fat man. After a couple of minutes, Hu safely lost consciousness. Everyone was shocked by what happened. The dumbfounded offspring of the chapter Zhou did not understand why his father was inactive. After all, this guy looks down at all those present, which was impermissible. In this connection, he began to scream and call his father to teach a maltz a lesson, but Zhou ordered him to close his mouth, after which he completely asked for forgiveness from the protagonist and urged him to let his son go. Having offered a large amount of money for this, the recent offspring again began to be indignant. However, this did not change the decision of Zhou, who understood that the young master was too strong. The head also promised Fan to assign the status of an honored guest if he forgive his son. The restless guy continued to blame himself and call his father to action. But his father only fixed his angry look at him, who talked about a lot. Finally, the teenager calmed down, realizing that the situation was not as simple as it might seem. Jan, in turn, agreed to release his offspring, and noticed that next time he would not stand on with him. The head of the clan thanked him for the indulgence, but of course he wished vendetta. However, Feng suddenly rushed towards the younger Zhou and began to beat him. The dumbfounded guy could not do anything. His father also silently watched what was happening, while the master twisted his hands and mocked him in every possible way, which was extremely painful. The battered teenager continued to demand the corresponding measures from his father, but he was inactive, looking directly into the eyes of his stupid son and realizing that now he will not be able to oppose anything to John. Then Feng turned around and said that everyone who goes against him would be dead. Then he asked the head of the family if he suits him. Zhou answered positively. Bei literally admired her savior and did not know how to thank him. Zhang also became proud of his friend, once again, convinced of his incredible strength. Soon it all ended, and they hastened to leave Zhou residence. Seeing that Bai was sitting aside, the guy went to her and asked if everything was in order. The girl, in turn, suddenly smiled. The teenager asked what her good mood was connected with. The young lady turned around and asked the counter question, "Does Feng really worry about her?" Jan turned away and blushed with hesitation. Then he said that he was not at all worried about her. Suddenly, Bai asked him for permission to call him Feng, which was usually applied to close friends. The young man answered positively. Then the girl said that in fact he was not so weak. After all, she was born in the mountains of Taishan, and before she was called a fatal woman, and after graduating from the university, she changed a lot of work where the bosses molested her. At the same time, her father was too carried away by gambling and owed a large sum of money to the bandits. Feng immediately spent the parallel of her worthless father with his mentor, who stole money from him. Bai continued to tell her sad story, where her father sold it into slavery for debts. She even wanted to commit suicide, but suddenly Uyan appeared, against whom the bandits dared to go. Initially, Jin also wanted to achieve its location, but when she earned 10 million for him, he retreated. Ian, in turn, noticed that if it were not her beauty, she would have died a long time ago. The girl smiled and said in response that most likely it would have happened. Suddenly Bai said that she would like to stay with Fan. The teenager was in shock. The young lady also said that she wanted to officially say goodbye to Uyan, and when everything ends, to return all the things to him. The main character approved her decision. Bai noticed that with such abilities, the young master could turn the mountains, and volunteered to become his assistant. The young doctor replied, he should think about it, and later he will inform her of his decision. The The girl said that she would like to open her business. Meanwhile, the head of the family, Joe, visited his unauthorized son, but the doctor gave a disappointing forecast, saying that he would walk with a cane. The shocked offspring began to scream that he did not want to be disabled and will take revenge on Jan. Father urged Kaner to calm down and focus on treatment, and then they would discuss everything, adding that he himself wants to end this malter and will certainly find the council on him. Suddenly he asked the next to the standing Oyan in which Jin's relationship with Fan. However, the businessman said that nothing connects them, and he was devoted only to the Zhou clan. But the chapter was aware of the latest events and said that Jan agreed to meet with the Dong. So, the time has come to put an end to their enemies once and for all. Yan supported him in this. In this connection, Zhou called the Master Lana to him. The old man immediately entered the ward, who asked his patron of what exactly needed to be done. The head of the guild ordered him to deal with Fandun first while he came up with how to avenge Feng. At the same time, he urged Jin to show Lana the road and help in everything that would be required. Soon, the businessman put the master's update and said that he had the last hope. Having come to the location of the Duna, the extremely self-confident master jumped onto the statue. Ouyang with Ho and Biaozi noticed that he was incredible, because even Hu is his student. Lan himself began to scream, calling Fandun's duel and declared war on him, adding that if he overwhelms him, then the clan Zhou will leave the city. However, no one answered him. Then the master repeated his demands again. Jin, in turn, stated that most likely Dong would not go to him so simply. However, after a moment, he nevertheless showed up and said that they were all the discharges. Then he held a lightning attack in the body of Lan, who did not manage to do anything. Thus, the master was defeated only from one blow, which was a stunning result. Oyan finally became convinced that the Dong could not cope with it so simply. The demons stood behind their mentor and said that their strongest fighter could not resist. Feng himself said that he would let them go now, only so that tomorrow they would bring all his masters. And when he beats them all, finally, he will be able to calmly rule these lands. And he will personally put Yana to his knees and make him pray for mercy. Which of course sounded doubtfully. Soon, the servants of Zhou rushed to escape while there was such an opportunity. Fandun, in turn, really believed that he could defeat a young fighter. At that moment, the guy wandered along the dark streets of the city and suddenly sneezed. The next day, Jin and Hao and Biaozi came to the Pinggan hospital, where the main character was. Uyan began to beg him to help him once again and told the story of what happened, adding that Fandun ordered him to come to the lake, which is located on the outskirts of Jinhai. However, the young master refused to help him and invited the businessman to simply give his territory. The indignant Jin reminded Yana that he had previously given a word, but now he was refusing them. But the young doctor said that he promised Miss Bai and not him, especially since she was no longer his agent. Uyan was shocked by such a statement by the guy, but could not influence the situation. Returning to the residential, Feng saw only one intern and asked where the others. The young man said that everyone went to listen to Shive's fiery speech, due to its increase. After a certain time, Zhuan entered the room and stated that she was very tired today. The guy decided to make fun of Mei and asked if she was not sleeping all night because of Jan. The girl smiled and replied that he was like a younger brother for her, so this is excluded. At that moment, Bai unexpectedly entered them. Feng did not expect to see her in the hospital. The young lady looked worried and asked the guy to give her a couple of minutes. Jan suggested that she again had some problems and went into the corridor. Meanwhile, Fandun stood on the mountain and called on masters from the Zhou family to surrender their territories. Dun also noted that they are all in full combat readiness, and otherwise, a real massacre will begin in which they cannot survive. At that moment, one of the fighters of the clan Zhou jumped towards him to teach him a lesson. At the same time, he stated that he still could not stand against so many masters. But Fandun did not want to listen to anything and ordered him to attack or to leave. The fighter continued to claim that he was acting extremely not prudent, and the consequences would be deplorable. However, Dong stood on his own and once again called him to attack the first, which, in the final result, happened. But the servant of the clan Zhou clearly did not calculate his strength. Feng stood still and did not take any measures, only evading attacks, thus demonstrating their superiority over the best sect fighters. But at a certain moment, he was tired of playing with him, and Dong inflicted a crushing blow. Subsequently, the self-confident master collapsed to the ground, but this fan seemed little. And then he threw him off the cliff. Everyone was shocked by the incredible power of the Dun, realizing what outcome awaits them in a duel with him, from which blood froze in the veins. Soon, Feng ordered everyone to obey him and transfer all the territories of Zhou family. and the whole business should go into his possessions. One of the fighters objected to him and said that this would never happen. Dunn held out his hand and, as if using telekinesis, squeezing his palm, he thereby blocked the Master of Air. As a result, the guy had blood, everyone was in shock and backed back. Soon he completely collapsed without feelings to the ground, so Feng killed him at a distance, after which Dong once again ordered them to surrender without a fight or to die. Meanwhile, the main character went to the balcony to talk with Miss Bai. The girl began to talk about some difficulties, and unexpectedly the guy interrupted her. After asking, does she really want him to help Jin? The young lady asked for forgiveness from him and stated that although she left him, Uyan treated her all these years well. The young master urged her not to apologize, as he understands her feelings. In this connection, the young doctor said that tonight to go to the aid of Jin, Bai, as always, was grateful to him. At this time, Fandun continued to beat one by one the best fighters of the Zhou clan. At the same time, there were a huge number of them, but they still could not do anything to him. Dong, in turn, urged all those who disagree with him, go out and fight in an honest duel. Naturally, there were much fewer people, because they saw how strong he was. Uyan was bitterly aware that no one would help him anymore, and this is the end. Believing that even the great Jan could not do anything to this monster, I judged in turn noted that this person is incredibly powerful. Zama was in solidarity with her. However, Zhang, who was standing in the crowd, understood that he still could not compare with Fan. At this moment, Dong said that he would not only take their territory, but also challenge one of them. Everyone began to glance among themselves, not understanding who it was talking about. A moment later, he ordered Jan to immediately appear to fight him. No one could understand what Feng had to do with it, because Dong waged war with the Zhou clan. Fandun could not calm down in any way, and once again shouted into the crowd, urging the young man would appear. Suddenly, Uyan saw among the fighters of his savior and was at a loss. Jan, in turn, answered the madman that he could not compare with him in martial art. Zima was shocked by such an unexpected appearance of a young master, as well as Wu, who began to think that now Duna would end. The dumbfounded Fanudong looked at the teenager and in bewilderment on his face asked if he had really beaten the demons. The guy answered positively, while looking into the eyes of his worst enemy. Everyone began to say that the Malzu could not defeat the soul, because he is still a child. By that time, Hall called on his boss to use the moment and escape. Uyana agreed, and they rushed in an unknown direction. But suddenly Feng took off. What Jin was immediately announced by Biaozi, a dumbfounded businessman, instantly turned around. It was an incredible picture, because the guy really soared in the air. Everyone was shocked by his abilities, and even began to think that he was a worthy opponent. Duna. Fandun himself seemed to be speechless, and simply watched what was happening. Then he said that the young man is really unique, and the more interesting would be the battle. After all, Dong has not met worthy opponents for a long time and already missed a good massacre. The protagonist soared in the air, showing fully his skills, from which even the demons' blood cried in veins because they did not expect that he is so capable of a person. White said that he could really create problems for their patron, but at the same time, they still believed in the forces of the boss, which was the best of all. Suddenly, Dong said that if he loses, he would not take revenge on him and bow to him. But if he wins, at that moment the young master interrupted him and said that he would not win, which itself provoked a self-confident Fandun, and he rushed towards Yan. The young doctor continued to stay in place, showing that he was not afraid of him. Meanwhile, Dong conducted a lightning series of blows, but the guy easily evaded them. Fandun was dumbfounded by such an incredible reaction of the teenager and missed his attack. As a result, he collapsed to the ground from a great height. Everyone was in shock. His wards instantly rushed to him to help, but Dong got to his feet again. Finally, everyone realized how much the youth was strong, that the course of events could turn. Fandun, in turn, said that everything is in order with him, and he is ready to continue the duel, adding that he underestimated the malts, but now there will be no concessions. Jan silently looked at him, realizing that Dong also had a high level of martial art, but still cannot be compared with him. At that moment, Feng once again tried to attack him. At the same time, the body was shrouded in a purple glow, which spoke of its seriousness of intentions. The fighters from the Zhou clan began to say that they had never seen anything like it. Dong, in turn, decided to take advantage of another technique to defeat the guy. In this connection, he extended his hand and fixed his next lightning punch into it. Thus, a huge beam went to Yana, but as before, he evaded the attack. At the same time, Feng, as always, moved extremely quickly and was behind the enemy's back. However, Dun did not keep track of his sharp movements and did not see the teenager. The dumbfounded white demon shouted to him that Yang really was behind him. Fandun immediately turned around to conduct the next series of ferocious attacks. Suddenly, in the place of the young master, a certain haze formed. Dun naively believed that he had hit him. What self, confident and talked about, blurring a malicious grin, but not everything was so simple. At the moment, the guy appeared right in front of him and smiling, stated that he missed again. Then he fixed his lightning fist towards the perplexing Fandun. However, at the very last moment, the young man stopped his blow in the face of the Dun. Finally, he realized that he really could not cope with such a talented teenager. Ian wanted to demonstrate his strength, and he clearly succeeded. A moment later, Fandun knelt before him and recognized his defeat, having stated that from this minute he will read him, and in no case will take revenge on him. All those present were shocked by this outcome of the fight. No one could have thought that the young man would overcome him. As a result, everyone began to shout the name of their savior, which, of course, flattered him. After all, he literally decided the fate of hundreds of people and a whole clan, as well as Uyan. The guy looked around everyone and realized that he was really in the right place. Suddenly, behind the enthusiastic crowd, a car drove up with the head of the clan. The tinted window sank, and Joe fixed his angry look at the teenager. In the meantime, everyone continued to praise the protagonist, calling him the savior. The demons, in turn, silently stood aside, realizing that now their life would change in the root. Shang rejoiced at the next success of the young master, and, together with a jubilant crowd, shouted his name. However, suddenly the young doctor collapsed to the ground. While experiencing a rather unpleasant sensation, everyone began to wonder what actually happened to him, and why he fell. Jan, in turn, accused Fandun of allegedly poisoned him with something. Dun himself was at a loss, because he did nothing and did not understand what happened to the guy. People began to say that he led a dishonest duel against the teenager, but still lost. At that moment, the head of the Zhou family with his crippled son in a wheelchair made his way through the crowd. He stated that taking advantage of the moment, Feng must pay for his deed. He also intended to kill Induna. It was on this occasion that Zhou took 5 masters of medium rank with him, who left the car and were looking forward to the order of their patron. A moment later, an embittered old man ordered them to immediately kill the young man while he was in this state. 5 strongest fighters from the sect immediately rushed to climb the mountain to end it. Suddenly, Dong ordered the demons to ensure the safety of John at all costs, which they were clearly surprised. By that time, the Master's Zhou had already approached a weakened guy. Fandun realized that he was late and ran towards Feng, but suddenly, everything had changed. John struck his crushing blow to one of the high-ranking henchings of Zhou. Everyone was shocked by such an outcome, and could not understand whether he somehow regenerated his health. After that, the main character absolutely calmly got to his feet and began to smile, having stated that it was easy enough to deceive them, and in fact everything is in order with him. The dumbfounded chapter Zhou finally realized that the guy simply pretended to be poisoned. Kainer urged his father to quit all his strength to kill this insolent. Thus, the 4 strongest fighters surrounded Yana, naively believing that they would overcome him. But suddenly Zhou tried to withdraw them and return to him, realizing that since the teenager is all right, they are in danger. The perplexing Kainer asked why he was doing this. His father replied that each of the masters is comparable to Fandun. However, the young man did not believe that Feng could alone deal with the fighters. But after just a couple of minutes, the fears of Zhou were confirmed, and John scattered everyone. It was hard to believe, but the guy was really incredibly strong. Kainer, stuttering, asked his father whether they still had high-ranking fighters. Dong, in turn, was finally convinced that he was really not even. Tessime could also not believe her eyes observing what was happening, because the young man was an ordinary intern. Haosho said to Uyan that John was simply amazing, and he had never met such a strong man before. Suddenly, Feng approached Jin and asked why he suddenly dared so much. Realizing that he was conspiring with the Jaw clan to kill him, the businessman backed away. Uyan began to deny, saying that he would never have gone against a young master. The protagonist, in turn, said that he helped him only because of Miss Bei's request, and either Jin will lead the chapter Zhou to him, or he will kill him right now. Ha called on his boss not to anger the young doctor, and to do how he tells him. Otherwise, they are all awaiting a rather disastrous end, because they simply will not be able to survive against him. Biaozi joined his partner, and also called on Uyan to submit to Feng. At that moment, all the fighters said that they would go to Yan anyway. Having thought well, Jin made the right decision, which he hastened to declare. The businessman ordered everyone to follow the guy in order to finally overthrow Zhou. Kainer began to panic and say that Uyana still turned out to be a traitor. and he had to be killed earlier. Jin himself said that he had worked for them for so many years, and in return received nothing. Therefore, today, the long-awaited day of reckoning has come. Everyone was shocked by such a turn. A huge crowd of fighters immediately rushed towards the Jaw clan, who understood that they could not survive. However, the next high-ranking master suddenly stood in their way. The fighter skillfully conducted his ferocious attacks, and thereby dealt with several people of Uyan. Kaner, in turn, perked up, believing that not everything was still lost and ordered to kill everyone. Thus, 3 fighters rushed into a fight with Fan, while the rest began to defend the head of the clan. But one of them understood that they could not cope with Yan, and urged his boss to immediately run away. Meanwhile, the thugs tried to resist the teenager who, as always, was calm. Suddenly, Fandun said that he would help the young man deal with the craftsman, but it seemed that he did not need help at all, because Feng successfully defeated the strength of the sect alone. The rest were frightened at Yana, realizing that they were waiting in a fight with him. The servants of Zhou asked the head to pick up their son and leave until it was too late. But after a moment, all the high-ranking fighters literally flew into the car. After that, Feng jumped onto the roof of the car and asked if they could escape. The leader of the family understood that now he certainly could not get out and collapsed to his knees. Then Zhou began to beg the guy to spare them with his son, saying that they would never disturb him again. But Uyan said that he should not believe him, since once he was already given a chance to improve. However, Jan said that now they are free, which simply shocked everyone. The perplexed Jin said that he could not let them go, because they tried to kill him. The dumbfounded head of the family Zhou asked him, would he really let them go? The teenager answered positively and stated that they still did not pose any danger to him. The perplexing crowd came to the conclusion that only the strongest behave this way. In this connection, they literally proclaimed the young man with the new ruler of Jinhai. But there were those who did not like this idea, and active debate began. Meanwhile, Zhou and their offspring rushed to get into the car and left the territory with shame. Feng, in turn, noticed that he really does not want to deal with these showdowns, what once again caused the crowd admiration. But Uyan again approached John with a proposal, having stated that the guy did a tremendous job and he is due to a monetary reward, by adding that if he is a boss, he will be able to control the flows of money in the amount of several tens of millions. At the same time, he will have the most luxurious cars and mansions, and his name will be chanted in legends. After all, this is the life of a real man. Feng in turn thought about his proposal. People tensed up, realizing that he could accept these conditions, because Jin knew how to persuade. Naturally, his negotiator skills influenced the decision of the young man, and he agreed. In this connection, Yang gave Oyan a month for preparation, and if everything is as he says, he will manage these lands. Judent Jin said that he would not let him down, and would surely do everything in the best possible way. I judged in bewilderment that Feng nevertheless agreed to become the boss of the Xinhai district, adding that this person will now become a real treasure for their corporation. However, Zima did not think so, understanding what it really could turn out for them. Therefore, she ordered the assistant in every possible way to distance herself from the teenager. At this time, Xuan was at work in the hospital and thought about the young doctor. A moment later, the main character entered the room and asked if she was thinking about him. Mei began to scream at him, because the young master scared her with his unexpected visit. Surprised Feng asked what happened, the girl answered, Han was to blame for everything. Ian again asked her a question, what she talks about and what happened at all. Suddenly, Quan asked him to help in one very important matter. The guy was surprised that she was asking for help. Finally, he agreed to help her and asked him to introduce him to the course of business in order to understand what he would have to face. Then Mei said that the head Li agreed to pay her scientific research, but he resigned, and Shivi refused her. A self-confident young man said that he would easily solve her problem. The girl was surprised. In this connection, he immediately called Uyan, who agreed to help and introduce the chairman of the medical association. After that, Feng called on Xuan to go with him to one important person. After some time, they arrived at Huan, who was the same influential person. He was instantly informed about the arrival of 2 young people, and he went to them. Meanwhile, Feng and Xuan were waiting for Huan. The girl asked how he met such an influential person. At that moment, the chairman entered the room and asked if they came from Jin. The young man answered positively. The old man asked for forgiveness for being late and sat down opposite Yana, saying that he was constantly in worries, unlike young people. Then he apologized for his words, saying that this was not at all in mind. Fan did not like such a tone, but he replied that Huan did not say anything terrible and urged him to continue. After that, he asked how much Xuan was needed for her research. Mei said that 2 million were enough. The chairman immediately said that there would be no problems with money, and he can invest more funds. The joyful young lady asked, "Was it really so?" The old man smiled and confirmed his words. However, at the same time, Quan had a certain feeling that ultimately she would remain a businessman. Suddenly, Feng asked if the chairman of Huan wanted to hear his opinion on this subject. Naturally, the old man asked the teenager to state his version, saying that he was listening carefully to him. Then Jan stated that after a successful study by Quan, he will literally immortalize his name, and a couple of millions are clearly not enough. Quan asked how much money needed. Feng put his foot on a bench, demonstrating his composure and control over the situation. Then he said that 1 billion would be quite enough. Even Mei was in shock. Huan himself also was at a loss, looking at the teenager directly into the eyes. At this time, Uyan was already heading for the chairman and the main character, realizing that they could not come to a common opinion. Having run out of the car, Jin ran towards the residence where the guard met him. The businessman knew how much the imperious person is Huan, and always meets everyone on the clothes. Uyan asked the bodyguard where his boss with Fan was to be. The chairman's servant replied that they were in the living room and indicated the road. Hearing the name Yang, he thought that it could be the very young master of martial arts. Meanwhile, Jin ran like a rabbit in the room and asked if they were all right. The guy smiled and said that he introduced him to a very good person. Uyan heard a note of sarcasm in his statement and tried to explain himself. But Huan asked the businessman who was this young man who asked him 1 billion, adding that Jin's reputation is enough with him and he is not going to take part in this. However, Uyan worked on that. He changed his mind and suddenly hit the chairman, furiously stating that his reputation is negligible compared to Mr. Fan. The shocked Huan noticed how this child can be a master. At that moment, the young doctor once again called him to think carefully everything. After all, in fact, 1 billion is for him. This is not such an unhealthy amount of money. The old man began to ask for forgiveness, saying that he really could not provide him with so many means. But Jin again urged him to change his mind, as Jan could destroy his reputation. But while he has a choice, the chairman of the People's Medical Association was in shock. As a result, he finally agreed to allocate this amount of money, because he had no other option. Going out into the street, Feng asked Uyan to take Zuan back to the hospital. He himself went about his business. Suddenly the girl turned to Jan and thanked for the help. The young man smiled back. Then he said that she could invite him to dinner, but Mei refused this proposal. Then Quan got into Jin's car and went back to work, where she had already been waiting. Feng, in turn, decided to go to the Duna to discuss with him the management of the Xinhai district. At this time, the artist of medicine of the Yao clan continued to put up her experiments on her experimental, who literally begged to kill him and stop mocking. But the girl was in no hurry to do this. Having reached it once again, different insects and his poisonous snake, the young lady noticed that he had lasted half an hour. And this is an incredible result. Then she ordered her wards to provide him with an antidote to find out what the effect would be. And only after the action of the drug, it had to be killed. While the Yao urged her several children, subordinates in turn informed her that they had new information about Fan. The girl demanded that they talk about this incredible teenager as soon as possible. The servant of the sect said that at the moment he is the ruler of the Xinhai district in the city of Zhonghe. Yo ordered not to touch the guy, and only when the time comes to tell about everything to the older brother who will deal with him. But first of all, she wanted to look at this person in order to understand how to act with him. Moreover, she had to go to Zhonghe for a long time to collect the necessary herbs. Uyan at that time burst out in front of the main character to please him and brought him to the hotel. Together with the young master, demons with Fandun also came. Jin joyfully noticed that for the first time with Yan, they met here. Suddenly, the young doctor asked him to provide a room with an increased level of security. But Uyan misunderstood him and said that he would give him a couple of girls. Feng objected right away. After that, the teenager urged the Dun to discuss something in private with him. The guy was surprised. Having gone into a separate room, the demon mentor asked what he wanted to talk to him about. Jan suddenly asked if his body was struck by a certain disease. The dumbfounded Fandun again asked the question of how he knew about it. Then the young man said that with the turn of the Dun, he caught a small pause, adding that this second phenomenon serves as an indicator of a huge crack. Feng asked why John decided to talk to him about this right now. Suddenly, the teenager offered him joint management of the Xinhai district. Dong thanked him for such a tempting proposal and stated that he had lost to him in battle. Moreover, there can be no connection between this and a hidden disease. But Yang convinced him of the opposite. Then he led him into the room and asked to sit down at the table to discuss everything. Feng was quite skeptical of what was happening, but still sat down at the table. Then the main character called him to give him his hand. Dong, in turn, thought about it. The guy added that he actually studies medicine for a long time and could help him. Assuming that the young man can really understand this industry, Feng gave him his hand. After all, if he was such an incredible fighter, most likely is also recognized in medicine. A moment later, Jan made a verdict. The vital energy of the Duna is damaged, and the methods of self-development are its main problem. A shocked mentor confirmed his words and said that this disease has tormented him since childhood, and therefore, all his life he was looking for a suitable doctor. Suddenly the teenager said he could heal him, but only on the condition that Feng will stay with him and help. Dong began to reflect. After asking why he trusts him, because they are familiar with just a few days. However, Jan said that the spiritual connection is better than 1,000 words, and he believes Fadun. Finally, the guy agreed to the conditions of the young master and said that from now on, he was at his disposal. The teenager urged him to tell more about his improvement methods in order to help overcome the disease. Dong told him the story of the betrayal of one person, because of which he lost the trust of the teacher. Subsequently, he had to leave. In the way he met the spirits of good and evil, they literally became his brothers. Suddenly, John said that he would need a medicine for treatment. Feng asked which one, because he could find a way to get him. The guy replied, "This is 100-year-old watergrass. It grows in a dark and cheese place, but if he finds it, he will be able to recover." Dong began to think where it was fashionable to get this plant and suddenly remembered that one day he definitely met such healing grass in the Taishan Mountains. But there is extremely dangerous and everywhere poisonous animals with insects. But this did not frighten off, who stated that even if the devil himself was there, he would still hit the road. In this connection, Fan Dun invited the main character to relax in the village today, and tomorrow to go to Mount Taishan. Meanwhile, Beigge and Haitan asked the arrived Zhang whether he was really Yana's younger brother. After all, they did not feel his spiritual energy. But at the same time, the aura of the young master was also not felt. Wu, in turn, smiled and replied that he was the strongest younger brother Feng. Wandering along the dark streets, they were confused by one moment, although it was too late. But there were no people anywhere. Dong noticed, something is wrong here, because someone, but had to appear. The young doctor also began to look around, and noticed a complete lack of life in the settlement. The demon mentor decided to find out from the owner of one of the houses what happened, and where everyone went. But as soon as he was going to knock on the door, Jan suddenly stopped him and urged him not to do this. The perplexed Fan asked why at that moment the young man hit the air and some kind of haze formed. The dumbfounded Dong asked that this was generally, in the meantime, a small fog was dissipated. An unknown man lay in his place. He did not show any signs of life, being unconscious. Zhang said that apparently someone had poisoned all the people, but who exactly committed this act was unclear. After going further, they saw a hole in the house and found the bodies of the children, which shocked them. Ian noted that their campaign for herbs acquired a slightly different character. Meanwhile, in the village of Clanqiangguao, at the head of the Yao, they stumbled upon an old man who begged to help his son. The surprised girl asked why he got that she could help him. Grandfather said that for more than 40 years he has been collecting healing herbs and selling them, and it smells of such medicines. The young artisan of medicine asked me to ask if he was sure that it was the smell of healing herbs. The servants began to say that most likely the old man sniffed a certain poison and confused everything. Grandfather began to bow to them and allow him to explain to him, but the wards began to rush to the nuclear power plant. However, Linlin said that they were in no hurry and agreed to listen to the old man. Then she looked at his son and noticed that because of the shock, the soul of the guy was stimulated, adding that the source of shock can be useful to her and she will help him. Taking a magic mirror, Grandfather once again fell at her feet, thanking for the help provided. With the help of the mirror of the soul, she intended to temporarily return the soul of Maltz, so that he told what she saw, such a terrible. Suddenly, magical flows of unknown energy rushed from the mirror to the body of the young man. A moment later, the guy opened his eyes and began to look around. Then he began to talk about some snakes with cold pool and healing grass. The dumbfounded old man, in turn, asked how he feels. But suddenly his pupils rolled over her eyelids, and Lon said that his son's soul was destroyed, adding that if he really wants to take revenge on the death of his son, he should come to the Yao family in Tenhu. At this time, the protagonist, together with his company, continued to go to Mount Taishan. Vu noticed that he did not remember the road, but Jan said it doesn't matter, because he feels a strong aura emanating from the water nearby. Having passed a few more meters and rising to the top, the young master saw people. The same old man tried in vain to wake his son, who was already dead. The young doctor said that in fact his soul was subjected to a strong attack. in connection with which, Feng called on his grandfather to step aside, since his son is in great danger. However, the old man said angrily that he would never trust the doctors again. Suddenly, Yang struck him not a strong blow to his neck. Thereby, his grandfather lost consciousness. After that, the guy urged Zhang to take him aside, but he himself began to save the young man. His hand instantly inflamed with magic fire, which he directed into the head of the teenager. The dumbfounded Wu asked what condition he was in. Feng replied that his soul was destroyed, but at the same time, the guy again directed all his forces to the return of his mutilated soul. Zhang, in turn, urged Yana to introduce good memories to the young man to come to his senses. Fandun was quite skeptical of this venture, saying that this would not help. However, a couple of minutes later, the old man opened his eyes and began to declare some girl. The young doctor said that now it is necessary to quickly find the healing grass. The perplexed Dong asked if they would leave them, but John said that everything would be in order with them, adding that soon they will meet people who dared to allow this with the innocent residents of the settlement. Meanwhile, Yao and their wards continued to look for such a necessary plant, and soon they found this treasure, naively believing that their campaign was crowned with success, since it remained only to pick up the healing grass and return to the clan camp. One of the servants of the sister of Lin volunteered to personally take a medicinal plant, but the girl suddenly stopped him, saying that they were not alone hunting her. After which Lon directed her magical streams of spiritual energy aside, and urged strangers to come into the light. The green sphere literally pierced the nearby mountain, and it fell apart. Thus, dust rose. 2 human silhouettes were visible in the scattering fog. Finally, 2 unknown people appeared before her. But they knew the eldest daughter of the Yao family. The young lady called on them to name their names. The guys looked at each other among themselves. Then they were calmly introduced. One was called Feng Lisin, the other Yong Junue. Linlin smiled and said that she had heard about them not so long ago. The strangers also smiled at her. Suddenly, the hairdryer and Young began to blame her for only the weak to offend. Yao immediately ordered them to shut up, saying that she would give them the opportunity to get healing grass. But at that moment, Yan appeared and said that this plant belongs to him. The main character came closer to them and noticed that today it was quite lively in the mountains. After that, Feng asked if she had poisoned the inhabitants of the village that to be at the foot of the cliff. Lon said when she has no mood, she kills everyone without the slightest pity. Suddenly, Fandun tried to attack her, saying that she had no right to attend. But the self-confident Lin remained in place, as if she did not perceive his attempts to seriously. A moment later, Dong began to apply his ferocious blows, but he could not get along it. The girl, in turn, was able to evade all the attacks of an embittered guy. Then he decided to first pick up the healing grass, and then finish with the Yao. Naturally, the representative of the Qianguo clan did not want to give him the healing grass. Fandun himself continued to flee towards a miraculous plant. At that moment, Linlun suddenly disappeared, and he realized that she would follow him. After a couple of seconds, the artist of medicine appeared right in front of him and inflicted a strong blow. The demon mentor flew to the side. BEGGED and Haitanem were shocked by such a force of the girl. Yao in turn said that none of those present to her is an opponent. Dun finally realized that he was really reckless, and this woman was extremely strong. Lon was surprised that the young man could stand on his feet and continue the battle. After all, he was poisoned. But Feng stated that he could not break him with such a cheap trick. However, in just a few seconds, he collapsed unconscious to the ground. His pupils rolled over her eyelids. Yao noted that she has an incredible poison, but she cannot cure him. The demons were dumbfounded by what was happening, understanding how insidious it was. The artist herself stated that nothing would help him, and they can safely prepare a coffin for him. But the young master nevertheless gave Dun a certain medicine. Yao said that he would die even faster from him. What a lot of Lon was mistaken, because after a moment he calmly stood on his feet. The representative of the guild Qianguo was shocked by such a turn of events and said that this was impossible. The young doctor noted that its poison is not so complicated, since it includes a toxin of a white snake, a konet, and kleshevin. The perplexing Lin asked who he was. The guy called his name, and then she understood everything. Having stated that it was he who came to her house and his medical abilities are pretty good, the young man decided to take advantage of the moment and urged her to give him healing grass. At the same time, he promised to thank her well, but she was in no hurry to do this. Also, they once again decided to declare the mercenaries of Lisin with Junue, which began to say that they were the first prophet to the mountains, and it is they who belong to this plant. Surprised, Yao asked if they were so daring to go against her family. Feng said that they themselves cannot cope, and they perfectly understand it, but having united with Yan, they will have much more chances. But Feng refused to help them. Leeson, in turn, did not expect that a teenager would not support his initiative. Ian himself said that they do not have the right status to unite with him. The angry thugs called the protagonist to repeat again what he said. The young master began to make fun of them, saying that they apparently did not understand the human language. Then he repeated previously what was said. Leeson and Junue understood that the young man had strong skills. Fandun, on the other hand, began to mentally call Yana not to aggravate the situation, because in this way, enemies could become more. For some time, they continued to argue among themselves who exactly the grass should belong. The young doctor urged them to stay away while he solved the problem with Linlin. However, Leeson and his friend did not wait for the end of the debate, and went after the plant. Yao went to the cliff and said that it was recklessly on their part. Then she sent a huge, fiery sphere in them, which rushed after them. Feng and Young tried to avoid a collision with a magic flamer. However, Junue did not succeed in doing this. Leeson still managed to bounce back. Then he watched the fire literally devoured the body of Yoon, from which the hairdryer was shocked. He urged his partner not to panic, saying that they would certainly find an antidote. But a moment later, Leeson bitterly realized that nothing would help him. The poisonous cloud literally corroded the whole flesh of Junue to the bones. It was terrible to look at it. Soon the skeleton slipped out of the magic flame and collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, John said that in fact, they are both the nobility of the highest stage. Fandun was dumbfounded and asked the young master, "Is it really true?" The teenager also noticed that this skill, Lan, is the strongest art of poison. Yao, in turn, ironically called on Leeson to continue to collect medical herbs. The mercenary literally boiled with anger, but realized that he could not do anything to her, in connection with which he simply escaped, thereby leaving Feng with the company alone. Lin turned to the guy and said that he had at his disposal a couple of seconds to make the right decision. Either he leaves and survives with his friends, or death awaits him. The dumbfounded Fandun suddenly interrupted her and asked where she got such skills. The girl smiled and said that recently she increased her level. Then Dong finally became convinced that they could not cope with this insidious woman. The demons, along with the mentor, were already thinking of running, but John continued to stand still. Suddenly the young man said that she had 3 seconds to retreat. At that moment, Lino literally flew into the air and sent a poisonous cloud to the teenager. The sphere was much more than the one that was sent to Junue, everyone thought to fan to the end. However, until the last moment, Yang stood still, as if he had not felt a threat, thus demonstrating his confidence and equanimity, which was surprising. Haitan and Beigai immediately turned away, believing that he clearly underestimated the abilities of Yao. But in fact, the guy concentrated all his spiritual energy. As a result, he released a magic beam that destroyed the poisonous cloud. Lan was in shock. From the powerful technique of the protagonist, there was a deep mark on Earth. Everyone literally froze in place, understanding how incredible the young master is. Lin asked how he could stop her attack with his breath. The young doctor ignored her question and began to slowly get closer to the skill of the Qiangguo clan. Her wards instantly rushed to her help, saying that they were obliged to protect her. Feng, in turn, was absolutely calm and at ease to the side of Linlun. In just a few seconds, he figured out the servants of the representative of the Yao family. In the end result, the teenager came close to her and looked into the eyes. The frightened girl asked who he was, really. The young man smiled. Ian praised her for his diligence and noticed that this, unfortunately, would not be enough to cope with him. Dun began to rejoice, realizing that now healing grass would definitely go to them. Feng, in turn, began to push Yao and ask why she no longer applies her techniques. Linlin once again soared up and stated that he underestimates her abilities, adding that it is not known who will come out of here the winner. At that moment, poisonous bubbles began to appear around her. Ian immediately took advantage of the thunder skills and called on Yao to try better. At this moment, from poisonous bubbles, toxic rays rushed towards the guy. Feng continued to accumulate thunderstorm lightning, which instantly turned into a shield. Thus, the magic barrier literally absorbed all the poisonous damage to Lin. The artist was dumbfounded by such a result, because once again she failed to hit Jan. A moment later, a powerful explosion thundered, which threw the Yao to the side. Zhang noted that Feng is a really unique master, and no one could overcome him. At the same time, Wu began to urge the teenager to end Lino while she was in such a vulnerable state. The bloodied girl asked him, would he really kill her? Ian asked her a counter-question if there is a reason why he should not do this. Then Yao said that she is the daughter of a majestic Shahuan from the ancient family of healers. Therefore, he does not dare to kill her. But Feng did not scare this fact at all. In this connection, The young man said that he was not afraid of anyone, and even her family. Suddenly, healing grass turned into a snake. No one could understand what was happening. Linlin also did not realize what happened, and wondered what this could be connected with. The magic snake, in turn, continued to get out of a small lake. In the end result, it was covered with dark scales, and the water under it instantly flashed with fire. Fondun began to ask the rest of what was happening and where the therapeutic grass went. The main character noted that he had long met such huge snakes and her, at least 200 years old. Lin decided to take the opportunity to escape and looked up again from the ground. Then she rushed in an unknown direction, saying that they would certainly meet. But the young master did not provide her with such a chance, and sent a ball of fire after her, who threw and through the body of the young skill of the Qianguo clan. The girl collapsed to the ground. It seemed that everything was over for her. Everyone watched what was happening with horror. Dong asked Feng if he really killed her. The teenager replied that she was using a teleport and fled. The demon mentor nervously noticed that she would definitely return and avenge them. Jan said that when it happened, then they would think what to do. And now it is necessary to pick up a healing plant. Suddenly the snake began to spit with poison. Feng dodged the attack and tried to get closer to her to strike a mortal blow. After a couple of minutes, he still managed to get to the snake and conduct a series of ferocious attacks. Friends of the protagonist believed that the master easily deal with the beast. However, everything was not as simple as it might seem to them at first glance, because the snake also attacked Jan, thereby tossing it into the air. After which, not allowing him to land, again rushed to deliver another blow. The guy took off again. During this time, he managed to generate a thunderstorm, which after a moment he released in a huge snake. Then he himself turned around a whirlwind. Subsequently, which attacked an angry beast and spent several series of attacks. However, his attempts were unsuccessful, since the snake did not even move. Also, there was not a single scratch on it, which made the young doctor think about it. Fandun, in turn, urged a friend to just run away while there was such an opportunity. But Yang never retreated back, especially since the materials of this beast were extremely rare, and he intended to pick them up. At the same time, the master perfectly understood that the skin of the snake is so easy not to break through. Suddenly, he lit up that it was necessary to attack the eyes of the beast, depriving him of the opportunity to see. Having generated the next lightning, Otic Blade, Feng again attacked a magic snake. Suddenly, the monster released a poisonous flame, but Jan managed to react and go aside. Then the teenager again rushed to the ferocious demon, intending to destroy him. Finally, getting close to him, Feng struck a crushing blow to the snake's eye, which was extremely painful for her. Thus, the main character defeated the beast, which guarded the healing plant. The main character approached the huge body of a lying snake. Around there was a puddle of blood. Two warriors jumped on the side. They excitedly asked John, "What happened here?" The fighter could not understand how the king of snakes blinded one eye and died. Feng thoughtfully looked at the monster and said that he could destroy from the inside through his eyes. Skulls and bones were lying around. The guy asked the protagonist, "Where did the healing grass go?" Feng explained to his partner that animals ate the grass immediately after his appearance. The guy with excitement asked the protagonist, "What should they do now?" Feng answered the partner so that he would not be worried. Feng saw huge blue clouds around him. He said that the power of the medicine is inside his body. Snake bile will be able to cleanse this medicine. He himself will be able to increase his abilities to the 2nd degree. The main character told friends to use the local spiritual energy. The man looked from behind, as the main character stood on top of the blue cloud. He did not know what to do. Suddenly, the man turned and ran aside. He shouted joyfully that he would bring firewood to fry the snake. At this time, a predatory blue snake jumped behind him. Two warriors were sitting in a meditative pose with their eyes closed. There was a blue radiance around them. The warrior suddenly opened his eyes and felt a very good smell next to him. The guy turned around and saw a man next to him frying meat at the stake. He asked him displeased, "What did he do in such a dangerous place?" The man turned around and slyly asked the guy, "Does he really not want to eat?" The warrior looked at the meat at the stake and told his partner in a thoughtful voice so that he would leave the meat that is near the bone. A fighter in a frightened voice shouted to his friend to look aside where the protagonist stood. Around Fenya were blue twisting. The guy looked in surprise to the side and shouted that he sees a big whirlwind in front of him. A friend in a thoughtful voice replied that this is the improvement of John. The hairdryer stood himself. Around him were bright blue whirlwinds. The warrior explained that Jan sucks the properties of the water of a cold pool and absorbs it very quickly. A man near the fire said in a cunning voice that John is very strong. He added that the guy feels the heat due to the absorption of the substance of the cold pool. Feng finished his ritual and said in a joyful voice that he had finally raised. The guy shouted from the side to the main character that he had risen to the 2nd degree. The main character approached the fire. He told the man that he could fry snake meat. It will improve his male power. The warriors turned in surprise and looked at Jiang Wu. They were amused by the words that he needed to improve his male power. The main character stood and viciously told the man about the symptoms of his illness. His angry and frightened partner ran to the side. The guy looked thoughtfully after the escaping man and said that Jiang Wu was depressed. Feng turned around and asked his friend how they were being improved, and could they advance forward. Feng Dan turned and answered a friend that they could not advance forward. The hairdryer showed his hand to the body of the snake. He told friends that he would make medicine for them now. A large golden ball flew out at the snake from his mouth. The main character told friends that they should use the bile of the king of snakes. Jiang stood lonely under the night sky. There were green trees next to him. He did not know how he would meet people next. The man was very upset. He thought Yang went very far. A stranger appeared on the side. He viciously asked the man whether this path was familiar to him and does he know the shortest way to a cold pool. Jiang turned his head back and looked in surprise at the stranger. Don, along with his friends, felt a large surge of strength. They screamed loudly. Feng looked at his friends and told them that the 3 of them had risen. Bon has disappeared his illness. The guy bowed and thanked the protagonist. He promised that he would never forget this. A stranger appeared from behind. He pulled Zheng in his arms and asked the protagonist, "Did he really take away the medicinal grass?" Feng turned around and asked the stranger who came this. The old man said that his name is Xuan, and he is the true lord of the Sinlo region. Zhang tried to break out of the old man's hands and asked the main character to save him. Xuan angrily asked the protagonist, was he really taking medicinal grass? The main character looked at an unfamiliar old man with surprise. He could not understand what kind of Xuan, who was the true lord of the Sinlo district. A friend came on the side and told the main character that he knows a person in front of him. Don told friends that he once wanted to go to the Sinlo area after returning from the mountains. But because of the presence of Mr. Xuan and Uncle Suzu, he decided to abandon this idea. Xuan angrily looked at the guys and angrily asked, "Did they really take this healing grass?" Feng answered the old man that the grass was in their hands. He suggested Xianya to inflict 3 blows to them. Xuan raised his head up and laughed viciously. He shouted that no one had dared to talk like that before. Even Uncle Suzu was always respectful to him. The hairdryer, in a displeased voice, told the old man that he gives him the opportunity to deliver 3 blows. If Xuan drives him from 3 blows, then he will be able to pick up the healing grass. The old man looked thoughtfully at the protagonist and said that he had gone crazy. Xuan swung and with all his might launched Zhao to the guys. The man flew in fright. Zhao flew in the direction of the protagonist. The guy put his leg forward and stopped him. Feng, without turning around, told the man a displeased voice to get out of here. Zhao turned around and in a displeased voice asked the guy to use his hands next time. The man had a bright fire over his hand. He told angrily the chief hero that he had just used the first blow. The old man swung and launched a huge fireball into the protagonist. He shouted that it was the second blow. The hairdryer stood and looked calmly in front of him. A large fire flew on him, and there was a strong explosion. Xuan stood and looked at the explosion in front of him. The protagonist completely covered the flame. The old man looked thoughtfully in front of him and decided that he had killed the protagonist. He was frightened that the hairdryer could crush the healing grass with his body. Xuan looked in front of him scared and noticed how a healthy and unharmed guy stood in front of him. Don glanced angrily at the old man and said that he had already used his second blow. Xuan began to wave around his hands and shouted to the guys so that they would not rejoice ahead of time. Next to him was a bright red radiance. The old man rested his feet on the ground with all his might and prepared to sharply run forward. Xuan shouted to the guy on the move that he would feel his tenfold strength. Friends stood and with excitement on the side watched the old man attack the guy. Xuan ran to the guy and swung with all his might with his hand to knock. His fist stopped near Fenya's face. The man was scared. He viciously shouted that he was not a man in front of him, but some monster. The main character grabbed a frightened old man behind his clothes with his hand and shouted that now his turn had come. The beaten Xuan told the guy that he no longer needed the healing grass and asked him to leave his life. The protagonist glanced angrily at Xuan and explained that he was not going to kill him. Xuan looked displeased at the old man and said that it would be very useful to save his life. A beaten old man stood with his eyes closed. Zhao asked the protagonist, "Will they really leave the old man here?" Feng shouted to his friend on the move to calm down, and everything would be fine. The protagonist handed the man a small pill and said that he would eat it. Zhao was surprised to look at the black ball in his hands and asked the guy, "What is it?" Feng looked aside. He saw Zhao threw a pill into his mouth. The protagonist explained that he used the healing grass and made it so that now an ordinary person can also have it. The man swallowed the pills and sensed abruptly in his body change and a surge of strength. Zhao joyfully began to wave his hands and shouted that his body was full of strength. The man looked at his friends with burning eyes and said that they were a black and white couple. He said that he wants to approach them and experience their level. Dawn, along with his friend, looked in displeasure in silence at the man from the side. A beaten man sat in displeasure on the ground. The main character, along with his friends, went aside. The street was bright, sunny weather. The man in the house strictly asked his sister, what should he do? The man in the room scaredly asked the girl what to do after the return of the main character. The girl answered the partner that the guy was really not a gift. The girl explained to the man that Suzu put his hand in the Xinhai area, and this gave him great patronage. He also has a subordination of Master Xuan. The man looked strictly at the girl, and said that this man only expects Jan to return to solve problems. The main character entered the room. He asked the man if he wants him to return and solve the problem. The man turned around scaredly and asked the protagonist when he returned. Feng sternly asked his partner, how did he manage the Xinhai area? The man was scared. He dutifully fell to his knees in front of the main character. A partner on his knees in fright asked the protagonist to give him a little more time to solve difficulties. Feng viciously asked his partner, why does he keep him here then if he does not follow the instructions? The man was very scared. He asked for forgiveness from the protagonist and asked him to give him another opportunity. Suddenly the door opened and a fighter ran in a black suit and glasses. He shouted to boss that Mr. Suzu again came to the gate. The guard was surprised to ask the protagonist, was he really returning? Feng answered the partner that he could really benefit. The girl turned and told the guy that in this matter he could not completely blame Uyun. All their masters cannot defeat the people of Suzu. The main character turned around and headed for the exit. He told the girl that he himself to meet Suzu people. Feng went to the exit of the room. Outside the door, Suzu was already standing with his fighters. The man viciously asked Uyun, why did he still not leave the Xinhai area? The protagonist looked at the man displeasedly and asked, is his name Suzu? The fighters got angry. One of the warriors in displeasure asked the guy, did he really dare to name the name of Mr. Tisi? Suzu angrily looked at the guy and demanded that he knelt before him and bow 3 times. The protagonist strictly demanded from the boss that he immediately called Mr. Xuan to him immediately. The old man Xuan appeared. He asked in a displeased voice who dared to call him. Suzu angrily looked at the protagonist and said that today he would linger here with Uyun. Suddenly, the old man in a frightened voice told boss that he could not fight now. The man frightenedly turned back and was surprised to see that the old man had disappeared. Feng angrily jumped from behind to Xuani and asked him to come to him again. The main character looked angrily at the old man and said that he did not want to offend older people again today. Suzu turned away displeasedly and asked the old man, why is he leaving? He demanded that his subordinates deal with a guy as soon as possible. The boss sternly looked at the protagonist and demanded that he knelt before him and bow. The main character approached a surprised man and threw a cigar from his mouth. The guy crushed a burning cigarette with all his might. The boss shouted loudly. On the side stood a frightened old man. Suzy turned around and viciously asked the old man, how much would he still stand aside? Xuan cunningly turned around and asked the guy to let his boss go for his reputation. The main character looked displeased at the old man and asked what reputation he was talking about. Feng swung his foot and with all his might pressed her head at the floor. Feng viciously told the old man that he had no reputation at all. He demanded that he get out of here. Xuan was scared and began to run away. He shouted loudly that he would leave this place right now. Suzu turned around and looked at the guy. He realized that he was not the target of the old man. The man scaredly pointed to the boss with his hand and shouted to the protagonist that it was he who prevented the territory of the Xinhai area. Boss glanced angrily at the guy. He realized that it was Feng who defeated Feng Dan. He strictly warned the protagonist that if he acted against him, his family Zhou would not let him go. The man viciously told boss that the Zhou family simply fled that day. The boss turned around and strictly asked the man, what is the true power of the Zhou family? SE proposed a battle for the protagonist. The boss promised that if the guy wins, he himself would leave the Sinlo district and remove the Chunhei city. The main character asked the opponent if he could be a representative of the Zhou family. She threatened the guy that he threatened the interests of the Zhou family. Therefore, the family will not observe indifferently. Su looked angrily at the guy and warned that soon a man from the Zhou family would arrive here and give him trouble. The main character answered the partner that he was waiting for a meeting with this person 2 days later. The main character looked angrily at the boss and strictly demanded that he fail. A girl entered the room. She viciously told the guy that Suzu could not leave yet, as she wanted to talk to him. The man was very scared. He repeated to himself the name of the girl Mu Zian with a braided voice. Mu, in a strict voice, told the man that blood serum from her enterprise was stolen by Suzyun. First, he must give the serum to her. The main character from behind told boss in a cunning voice that he had done a lot of good deeds. The boss told the displeased girl that he had almost used serum. Mu glanced strictly at the boss and said that if he fully used serum, then she could pursue his time on it. She threatened Suzunya if he lied to her. The girl shouted in a strict voice to boss to run away. Suzu ran aside at full speed. The protagonist in a confident voice told the girl Mu that he could figure out everything. He will call and get everything. Feng promised the girl that he would help her solve the blood serum problem. Mu answered the guy that she came here not only for this. Mu sternly looked at her partner and said that she wants to invite him to herself as a personal bodyguard. The main character angrily and suspiciously asked the girl about her personal bodyguard. Feng answered his partner that he did not want to be very connected. Mu answered the guy that he would have to protect her when she would need it. The main character told the girl that she could find him when she would need him. Feng told the angry girl that for one call, she would have to pay him 5,000. After that, the guy demanded that Uyan take them home. In the distance outside the city, the man walked with the guy in a wheelchair. The son asked his father, why did he take him into the hunting grounds of the Zhou family? The man looked thoughtfully to the side and told the guy that his uncle was returning. The son looked at his father with surprise and asked him about his uncle. The guy felt a very strong breath of wind on the side. He squinted in displeasure. The man, along with his son, noticed that a very strong wind appeared around them. They covered the body with their hands. At this time, another person appeared on the side. The man looked with surprise in front of him. Uncle strictly asked the guy Zhou Kan what happened to his foot. The guy frightenedly turned around and looked at his uncle. He answered him that Yang Feng was injured. Father viciously told my uncle that the main character not only crippled Kan, but also put the whole family for the mockery. Uncle thoughtfully answered his partner that he would return at first and see the old man. The main character stood near a large, high building. There was a car next to him. The girl told him goodbye, that if he had problems, he could call. The guy came up from the side. He told the girl with excitement that Yu Xiao was looking for her. Mu was surprised when she heard that Yu Xiao had come. The guy came up from the side. From afar, he asked the girl, where was she? Yu Xiao, with great excitement, told the girl that he called her 10 times. Mu was surprised to ask the guy how he ended up here. Yu answered her that he was so worried that he almost called the police. The main character asked the assistant, what kind of guy is next to them? The assistant slyly replied that Yu Xiao comes from a large clan. Xiao looked in front of him and sternly asked the girl, what is it for a guy in green clothes? The main character stood silently. Xiao told the girl that he did not allow her to hang out in a bad company. Mu explained to her friend that Fan walks along with her on business. Xiao was angry. He looked displeased at the girl and said that she was hanging out with another guy. Mu continued to remove her friend that she and Fan are just friends. Xiao scaredly put his hand to his face. He told the girl that she should give him a guarantee that in the future she would be careful to make friendship. The main character turned around and headed to the side. He told the girl goodbye that he was returning. Xiao was dissatisfied with such words of the guy. He shouted after him to wait. Xiao reminded the main character with a displeased voice that he did not allow him to leave. The main character turned around and asked the guy with displeasure, what did he need? Yu Xiao looked strictly at the protagonist and demanded that he do not come here with a girl and communicate with her. Feng asked his partner, why should he listen to him? Xiao decided to tell the guy who he was. Xiao, in a fit of excitement, told the main character details about all his influential parents of relatives. The main character in a calm voice answered the guy that he was still on his relatives. The guard ran to the protagonist. He angrily asked him how he dared to insult Yu Xiao. The hairdryer stood and watched absolutely calmly as the guard ran at him. The protagonist suddenly swung and with all his strength with his opponent's hand in the face. After a very powerful blow, the guard flew aside to his boss. Yu Xiao said in an angry voice for the protagonist that he had broken his subordinates among white days. The main character asked his partner, did he really decide to fight against him? Yu Xiao took up the phone. He told the guy that he would spend the rest of his days in prison. Mu shouted to her friend with a very frightened voice that there was no need to call the police. Xiao turned around and asked the girl, is she really asking to spare the main character? He demanded that a girlfriend fulfill his conditions. Xiao threatened the girl that he would call the police now so that the protagonist was seized. Yu Xiao demanded from a girlfriend to abandon the protagonist. He viciously threatened her that he would no longer help her in the future, and she could forget about fixed medicines. Mu stood very frightened. Xiao strictly demanded that she choose her. The girl stood and did not know what to say. The main character silently looked at her from the side. The assistant with glasses jumped on the side. He reminded Xiao that they have been friends for many years and do not need such strange conditions. Xiao angrily shouted to his subordinate that he did not understand anything at all and should shut up. The girl was silent. After a long pause, she called the protagonist. The main character calmly and silently turned around and looked at his girlfriend. The main character stood silently opposite the girl and the guy. Xiao told her girlfriend that she should perfectly understand what to do. He decided to call the police. The girl frightenedly turned to the side and looked displeased at her friend. Mu shouted loudly that if the guy was the first to start a fight, then he should answer by law. Feng looked displeased at the girl. He was silent and waited for Xiao to call the police. Xiao called the police and said that his father is the chairman of the Yu family corporation. He complained that someone had a fight with his subordinates and demanded that he figure it out as soon as possible. Xiao looked angrily at the protagonist and said that he had run into the wrong thing. Suddenly on the side there was a loud noise of the siren. A police car drove up. The assistant turned around and was surprised to say that the car arrived in 2 minutes. Xiao told the girl that this is why he called on his own behalf. Mu was very scared and upset. She did not know how she was justified by a guy. At this time, a girl left the car and called the protagonist by name. Mu looked in surprise to the side. A police officer named Isukan sternly asked the guy, "What is he doing here?" Xiao joyfully headed for the police officer. He told her in a pleased and a satisfied voice that she had come in person. Sukan looked at the guy with a studying gaze and demanded that he tell her what was the matter. Xiao pointed aside a finger at the protagonist and said that this guy beat his subordinates. Feng looked slyly at the police officer and greeted her. She looked at him with displeasure. The police officer looked strictly at those present and said that they go to the police station with her. The guy viciously demanded from the police to investigate this matter well. He added that it was not necessary to give a chance to such criminals as the main character. Xiao looked after the police officer and said that he would send her his lawyer, who would help in this case. The assistant looked at the protagonist and thought that Madame Mu would come up with something so that he would not stay in the police for a long time. Mu turned around and looked after the main character. She did not tell him anything. Feng was sitting in a chair in a police station. The girl angrily asked him, "What did he do?" Feng slyly told the girl that she has a bad mood today. She kept her leg in his chair. Sukai strictly demanded that the guy treat her with respect. Feng sat on a chair and looked very cheerfully with interest on the side of the girl's body. The police officer got angry. She shouted to the guy that he wanted to jail. The protagonist calmly looked at the police officer and said that the old man's illness returned again. The hairdryer was silent. He carefully studied the girl next to him. Feng was sitting on a chair. He asked the girl, doesn't she believe him? Sukan answered the guy that she was not a fool. The main character told an excited police officer that she had to notice problems with the spiritual strength of the old man. The police officer smiled slyly to the guy and said that she would bring him a seagull for heating and buy him something to eat. Mu stood near the monitor and carefully watched the communication of the protagonist and police officer. The policeman told the girl that the hairdryer is a steep pepper if even Madame E is so fingering. He promised that everything would be fine with the guy. The lady told the subordinate judge that they can leave here. She added that the hairdryer he already figured out everything. Ma said in a thoughtful voice that there would be no use from his help. The police officer asked the guy with an evil voice, did he like how she served? Feng sat in a chair. He demanded from the police to spend him. The police officer on the street with excitement asked the guy when he will come to inspect her father. Feng answered the girl that everything would be fine with her old man. The police officer shouted angrily after the guy that she would kill him. Her voice echoed along the street. Judge sharply turned around and looked at the protagonist with attention. The main character headed to the side. He asked the assistant, why did he come here? Judge with excitement told the main character that the lady came to help him. But when she found out that the guy decided everything, she just left immediately. The servant asked the guy to forgive the lady. Mu thinks about the good of the corporation and cannot act raw away. The main character answered the surprised assistant that he did not blame his mistress. Feng explained to the assistant that now everyone would go their own way. He asked Yui Xiao to judge that if he would attack him again, he would not spare him. In the hospital, the doctor scaredly shouted to Dr. May that the patient is very bad. The medic asked in fright, "What happened?" The doctor answered the woman with excitement that the patient's condition suddenly worsened. The doctor looked after the runaway woman. He told her to hurry. The guy said in a quiet voice that the patient could die. May continued to run along the corridor. The main character walked along the hospital corridor and listened to conversations around him. Someone said that the director Han specifically handed over a dying patient for Dr. May Zayan. Feng walked along the corridor. One of the nurses said that May was operating the patient for 5 hours. The girl left the ward and said in a weak voice that she was very tired. The main character looked at it. Feng smiled and asked his partner, "How did the operation go?" May was surprised when I saw a guy in front of him. The girl thought. She closed her eyes and said nothing to the guy. Feng asked his partner, "Was the operation unsuccessfully passed?" The nurses stood on the side and listened carefully. May smiled at a friend and joyfully reported that everything was just successful. The girl looked with a sad look down in front of her and told the guy that she almost screwed up. Feng demanded from a girlfriend that she went to the office and rest. He wanted to talk to her about something. May sat at the table in the office near the computer. She slyly called the guy a truant. The director Han entered the office from the side. He viciously greeted the protagonist. Han strictly asked the guy, "Did he really come to help Dr. May treat patients?" May was scared at the table. She called a doctor by name. Nearby was the main character. Han viciously told his partners that the hospital's council decided to move the patient to a large hospital, where more advanced equipment. May scaredly shouted to the doctor that she did not agree with the movement of the patient. Transportation of the patient is very dangerous. The man turned around and viciously told the girl that she should obey the decision of the hospital. The man near the door told partners to continue to work. May was very angry. May was displeased standing near the table. She screamed curses addressed to the director of Khan. After a small pause, the main character asked the girl if she has a Madame Mu's phone. May answered the guy that she had a phone. Feng strictly demanded from the girl to call Ms. Mu. Mu held the phone in her hands and looked at him with excitement. May asked the guy what he wants to talk to the mistress about. Feng explained to the girl that he wants to talk with the mistress about dismissal. He decided to leave the city of BEGGED. The girl was sitting at the table and holding the phone in her hand. She was very surprised when she heard from the guy about dismissal. After a small pause, May closed her eyes and told the guy that he was just losing his talent in this hospital. Feng joyfully looked at his partner and said that they would remain friends even if he leaves this hospital. She can contact him at any time. The main character handed the girl the keys to the apartment that she had given him before. An expensive black car drove up. Mrs. Mu arrived in the hospital. Director Han shouted to the woman with a smile that she had arrived very suddenly. He ran up to her. Mu went in the direction of the hospital. She demanded that her be brought to the main character's office. Han laughed in an evil voice. He shouted to the mistress that he would do everything for her. The assistant came up and asked the lady at the table, why did the hairdryer call her to the hospital? The judge reminded the partner's word the main character that everyone is now for himself. Mu explained to the guy that the main character had in mind what really wanted to quit and leave this place. I judged with excitement. I asked the mistress, why did the guy want to quit? Mu explained to the partner that the hairdryer was very talented. He could not always remain intern in a small clinic. At this time, the doors opened and the main character with a girlfriend came in. May said with a smile to the lady that they came from the main move and asked for forgiveness for anxiety. Mu sternly told the guy that if he wanted to quit, then he could just notify her. The main character suddenly took out a box with red liquid and put it on the table. Mu was very surprised when I saw a small jar of generic liquid in front of me. The main character looked angrily at the mistress and said that in front of her is real blood from another world. Madam scaredly jumped to her feet and asked the guy, where did he get such a liquid? The hairdryer strictly answered the woman that it doesn't matter where he got it. The guy got up and asked the woman, does she really want this blood for herself? Mu looked for a long time in front of her and thought what she was answering the guy. The woman asked the protagonist, what does he want from her? Feng viciously glanced at the woman and demanded that she do something for him. The protagonist strictly demanded that she fired Dr. Shivi. Feng explained to the woman that Dr. Han does not respect ethics and considers the lives of patients for the toy. He insults subordinates and builds intrigues against them. Mu viciously asked the guy, what evidence did he have? She could not take his word for him. Feng answered her partner that she could decide whether she would believe him. Mu told the main character that he was a very big insolent. She asked him, did he really call her for the sake of Khan? The mistress asked the guy if he had a contender for the role of the director. The protagonist pointed his finger at a surprised girl and said that he wants to recommend Dr. May for the position of director. Madame Mu told the main character that she did not know about the divisions of Khan. This doctor was a subordinate to her father. The woman was afraid to just take and dismiss Khan. The protagonist turned around and shouted that Hanyu would be so right. Mu was very surprised at the words of the protagonist. She looked at him silently. Mu looked strictly at the girl and asked if she wanted to become a director herself. Feng, in a cunning voice, told a girlfriend that the director of more than 1 million was an annual salary. He told the girl that she is very young and she has a great future. Mei frantically squeezed her hand. She thanked the protagonist for the recommendations. Mei shouted angrily that she wants to abandon the offer. She just wanted to continue to work a little more. The mistress fell silent. She looked carefully at the girl and thought about her words. The director in the chair told the girl that they could not force her. If she needs help, then the corporation will help her. Mu bowed and thanked the mistress. Feng turned around and said that he already had business. Mi shouted to the guy to wait. The protagonist on the move answered her that she now belongs to blood from another world. Mei turned into displeasure. She was surprised when she heard the words about blood from another world. The driver asked the guy where to go further. Feng answered the man that they were going further into the Tianhe estate. The protagonist told his companion that he wants to stay at the estate for a long time. Zhao, sitting behind the wheel, shouted joyfully that the estate is just according to the status of a guy. Suddenly, the driver saw some obstacle on the road. He began to slow down sharply. An unfamiliar fighter appeared on the road. He launched fire against a driving car on the ground. The main character sharply jumped out of the car. He crouched to the ground to stop the fire running along it. The guy sat quietly on the ground. He saw a fire was approaching him. The hairdryer on the ground put protection in front of him with his hands. The fire approached him and went into 2 streams. An unfamiliar man carefully looked at the protagonist. Feng silently looked at him in response. The stranger viciously looked at the protagonist and said that he was very strong. The man in a thoughtful voice told the main character that his name is Zhou Tsmanlun. He is from the Zhou family. The main character realized that the unfamiliar fighter from the Zhou family returned to take revenge. Zhou answered the guy that he was not at first going to fight with such a vessel. The stranger viciously told the main character that he went very far. He made an appointment to the guy on the shores of the Lunar Sea at noon. Zhou turned around and looked at the protagonist. He threatened him that they would fight to death. After that, an unfamiliar fighter jumped up and began to fly up. Feng looked at the flying man and decided that he should still have the opportunity. The protagonist approached his friend Zhang and said that he would go with him. The man agreed. Feng asked the man displeasedly, why did he put his clothes on his belt? Zhang angrily glanced at the guy and said that he was unexpectedly very cold. Feng asked the man displeasedly, was he really gone? The stranger in dismay asked for forgiveness from the protagonist. Yang viciously demanded from the driver that he was rather washed. The main character met a man outside the city. The man showed him housing. It was a manor called Yanhe for several tens of millions. The hairdryer turned to the man displeasedly and asked the OO to fell silent. Uyan carefully looked at the guy and replied that he would do everything. The main character stood with his eyes closed in a state of deep meditation. There was a bright glow around him. Friends stood around and looked at the guy. They studied his meditation. Next to the main character was a bright glow. He felt a lot of powerful spiritual power in this estate. They could not equal the spiritual forces with the lake on Mount Jing. A friend came up from the side and was surprised to greet the protagonist. He asked why he did not warn them in advance about the arrival. Ian asked Fendun's friend about his training. The guy said that he still could not touch his threshold of the border of abilities. Feng explained to his partners that he came to them to agree on one case. The man received a very strong blow by fire on the body, and after that he fell to the ground. The son in a wheelchair very frightenedly turned around and called his father. The old man folded his hands and told the man displeased that he was the current head of the Zhou family. The old man looked at the warrior and said that he was really promising. The head of the family looked at the fighter with an evil look and asked displeasedly why he should teach him how to be the head. Chu told strictly an old man that the guy is not at all easy. He said that he himself would deal with this. The old man in a strict voice told the guests that tomorrow after the dragon ceremony, he no longer wants to listen to Yan Fenya. Uyan and the guy were very surprised and amazed when they heard about the dragon ceremony. The guy said that the ceremony is associated with the rite of remembrance of the warlike spirit. Such a ceremony is held every 3 years in one of the province. The main character was sitting on a chair with a cup of water. The guy told him that during the collection of mention, there is a discussion of bad deeds, people who disgrace the reputation of the Jiang River. Each province has a place for the ceremony. The guy with excitement informed his partners that the ceremony will be held on the shore of the Moon Sea tomorrow. The main character said in a joyful voice that Joe was going to condemn him tomorrow. Uyan told the guy that he had spoiled the reputation of the Joe family very many times. Therefore, this time the bosses of the city decided to get together and end this matter. A friend asked the protagonist if he was sure that everything would happen tomorrow. Feng answered his partner that he was completely sure. Uyan informed the main character that the Joe family has an old man who is more than 100 years old. He is the head of the family, and he has a terrifying power. Feng asked a man about the reliability of information about the old demon, who is more than 100 years old. Uyan looked at the guy and said that he would send people now to check all this. The main character held a cup of drink in his hands. He told friends that he would make the Joe family pay for everything tomorrow. A large group of people gathered on the shore of the Lunar Sea near a very large stone. The main character came with his companions Zhang, the guy that this time had much more people than when he fought with Mauden. Feng turned to the side and heard someone shouted in the crowd that he had come to Aijiaohu. A small man appeared near the car. His name was Yang, and he was from the city district of Guan. The Have carefully looked at the stranger. He asked his friend what kind of fat dwarf in front of them. Uyan told the chief hero that Yana had a nickname Aijiaohu, which is a pervert. This man plays with a woman and uses fantasies. Uyan told the main character that girls often run away from John. He sets people on them to catch and torments them. People in the crowd were talking. They remembered the protagonist. The man told Fenya that he should manage the city of Zhonghe. On the side, someone shouted that the family had arrived from the city of Zhonghe. The protagonist turned in surprise. The guy in a wheelchair shouted angrily so that the main character would come out. He promised that the Zhou family would take revenge on him today. The hairdryer went on the side of the guy and asked angrily, was he really recovered? The young gentleman scaredly began to ask the third uncle to save him. One of the guests turned around and said that Zhou Qinlun was not visible around. The young gentleman scaredly shouted to the main character that if he touches him, then the third uncle would get him. Feng viciously glanced at the guy and said that he would call his uncle here. The fighter stood at the top of the high stone. He called the protagonist. Feng looked up in surprise. The man stood on top of the stone. He looked at the protagonist and strictly demanded that he do not scare an ordinary person. The hairdryer stood on the ground. A guy in a stroller sat in front of him. The main character said that even the most patient see annoying insects. The main character sharply jumped from the place and flew up to the top of the stone. After the flight, the hairdryer landed at the top of the pedestal. Joe stood nearby. The audience screamed from below and demanded that the third uncle rolled the main character into the asphalt. Zhang stood on the ground. He said in a dissatisfied voice that the main character would win the opponent for 3 blows. The hairdryer stood on top of the stone opposite the opponent. Joe sternly told the guy that he finally saw his real power. He possessed the power of the second stage. The man looked angrily at the guy and asked how he dared to resist him. Feng answered the fighter that the Zhou family could not scare him. The man viciously called the main character the impudent. After that, stones flew from him in all directions. Blue lightning appeared on top of a high pedestal. Everything around was shaking. Amazed spectators stood on the ground. Zhu held out his hand to the side in the direction of the protagonist. Fiery radiation came from it. The main character stood and watched as large fireballs flew on him. The fire reached the protagonist and a bright explosion rang out from above the big stone. The audience stood below and shouted up that the third uncle from the Zhou family are very strong. OS, along with Zhang, stood on the ground and looked up in fright. They did not know if the main character could survive. Puffs of smoke scattered, and the fighter saw how the main character stood whole and not damaged. The main character stood and looked calmly in front of him. Joe was surprised due to the fact that there were no scratches on the guy. The man was very surprised. He realized that the guy was a special equipment. Joe looked at the protagonist and shouted that the guy was in the second stage. Zhu shouted to his opponent that he had never seen such a young man who took possession of great power. The fighter looked strictly at the guy and said that he wanted to give him another chance. He suggested that the main character join the Zhou family. The guy on the ground angrily asked his uncle, would he really lower everything to the main character? The son turned around and displeasedly demanded from his father to convince the third uncle. People on Earth were talking. One of them was surprised to say that Zhou wants to lure Fenya to himself. Feng asked the warrior about joining his family and forgiveness of all resentments. Zhou promised the guy that he would protect him. The warrior promised the guy that if he joined them, he would take a high position. Feng viciously asked a man about a high position. He slyly said that he wants to be the ancestor of the Zhou family. The fighter was very angry. He abruptly broke off and ran forward. The man spread his hand sharply and prepared to launch fire against the protagonist. The warrior fled at full speed. He was surprised to notice how the guy bounced somewhere to the side. Feng jumped up sharply. He saw a man there from below and prepared to launch a ball of fire against him. Joe stood and held his hand in front of him. It emanated bright, fiery radiation. The man extended his hand forward and attacked the guy with the help of fire. The hairdryer flew high above the ground. The man ran to the main character very sharply behind. Feng did not have time to notice him. Feng turned around and looked at the opponent. After that, a very bright fire explosion rang out in the air. Joe, after a collision with his opponent, sharply bounced back. The unscathed main character hung above the ground and looked from above his opponent. Joe looked at the guy with great surprise. He asked in surprise what was on his body. The man on the ground remembered that the protagonist put on a special armor from the scales of the centenary king of snakes. The hairdryer kept in the air high above the ground. On the ground stood surprised Joe and looked at him. The man on the ground shouted to the guy that he could not repel his attacks. The main character silently looked at his opponent. The man shouted to him that he could not completely repel his attack or evade. There was a very bright blue explosion. Everything around was very flashed. There was a bright blue glow around the warrior. He told the guy that if he could evade his attack, then he eats 3 times and calls as strong. The main character in flight viciously asked a man about overcoming his defense. Feng answered the warrior with an evil smile that he could manage with 1 swing. The man looked strictly at the guy and told him in evil voice to try. The guy in a stroller angrily shouted to the main character that the ancestors of the Zhou family created this technique. Zheng on the side told the surprised guy that this is just a turtle armor. The man clenched his fist. He viciously turned around and told the guy that this armor was only 1 fist for Jan Fenya. Don looked thoughtfully up. He said that the main character only recently reached the 2nd level of power. The hairdryer stood calmly on the roof. Don shouted from the ground to the guy that he could have an ace in his sleeve. The main character calmly looked in front of him and sighed joyfully to himself. Suddenly, a bright yellow protective wall appeared around the guy. Don said in surprise that the hairdryer used his strength and was able to create a wall behind himself. The man asked the guy, "What kind of reception is this?" The partner replied that he did not even know this. The main character extended his hand and touched the firewall. Don looked up in surprise and shouted that he knew what the main character was about to crank up. Don shouted with surprise that the main character realizes that distant attacks cannot break the obstacle. Therefore, with the help of the energy wall, he uses his body as a shell to break through the defense. Zhu glanced angrily at the guy and shouted that his defense was not made of paper. Feng hung on his fiery wall. He prepared to rush against the warrior. The main character sharply bounced off the wall and flew at full speed to the side. Zhu soared at high altitude in his huge blue protective ball. The hairdryer flew at him at full speed. The warrior in flight was frightened. He looked with great excitement at the protagonist flying at him. The protagonist knocked down his opponent in flight. A bright explosion rang out on the roof of the stone. After an explosion on a stone, huge pieces of stone began to fall on the ground on top. People on the ground were afraid to get on the ground. They were very surprised. The hairdryer stood on his feet. He looked at the opponent very viciously and with hatred. Joe jumped to his feet. He looked at the guy from the side and could no longer attack him. The man on the ground with a scared and loud voice called his 3rd brother. Don watched with excitement after the main character. He called him in dismay by name. Joe felt in his body a strong breakdown. He began to fall to the ground. The guy on the ground in a wheelchair in a frightened voice called his 3rd uncle. Feng turned around and went aside. The body of Uncle Joe remained on the ground. Zheng laughed out loudly on the ground. He said that the main character with the help of 1 blow broke the shield of the turtle. Suddenly Joe came to his senses and abruptly jumped to his feet. He held out his hand to the main character. The protagonist noticed by the side average how the man extended his hand to him to grab him. The main character sharply dedicated to protect himself from the attack from behind. Joe continued to rush at him. The warrior stopped and was very scared. He realized that the guy was preparing to attack him. Feng rested with his own hands on the ground and with all his might hit the warrior on the head. The warrior, after a strong blow with his foot from the protagonist, screamed loudly. The man on the ground with a frightened voice continued to call the 3rd brother in fright. The guy in a stroller scaredly asked his father, "What should they do next?" People on Earth were surprised. Someone shouted that the hairdryer once again had given the Zhou family. Don asked the protagonist on the go, "Was he wounded?" Feng replied that he was all right. The partner told him that in the city of Zhonghe, no more equal rivals for him. Feng looked in front of him and said thoughtfully that the Zhou family was still hiding the old demon. The main character stopped and asked his friend, "And where are the chapters of Zhou and Zhoukan?" Don thoughtfully answered the guy that the heads were here. At this time, an expensive red car drove aside. The man shouted that the necessary people slipped away. Feng turned around and told his friend that only such a fool as Zhoukan could escape. Zhang joyfully met the protagonist and shouted that he was very strong. Feng turned to the man Ouyang-jin. Feng looked at the man and said that he was entrusting him with the city of Zhonghe. The protagonist warned the man so that all displeased people would immediately turn to him. People on Earth began to chant and greet Mr. Jan together. They wanted him to become the boss of this city. People near the huge stone continued to scream. On a large tree branch is an unfamiliar girl with a snake. The snake turned around and looked at her mistress. The girl said in displeasure that Zhou was completely useless. A girl named Yao Lin angrily threatened the main character that she would definitely kill him. The guy came to the house. He jumped out of the stroller and shouted to the elder that the third uncle was killed. He asked for help. The man viciously shouted to the guy so that he would not bother the elder. He threatened him to hit. The guy on the ground shouted to the man that if he was so strong, he could go and kill the main character. The man hit the guy on his head with all his might. He did not like that the guest was breaking with him. The guy explained in a displeased voice to the man that their family would not be considered strong if some John Fen was able to defeat them. The man was very angry. He shouted to the guy that he would now shut his dirty mouth and swung his foot. Someone shouted to the man from the side to stop him. The guy was very scared and surprised. He realized that the elder was nearby. The old man from the mansion told the man that if he does not stop now, then there would be no one to transfer the legacy. The elder himself was very old and was cultivated all day. He decided to serve the family for the last time. The man turned to his father. The elder answered him angrily that he said everything. The elder was sitting on the veranda at home. He told the man that he would not allow the jaw to fall. In the late evening, the man scaredly ran into the house where the main character was sitting. He shouted to him that he checked everything. Uyan, with excitement, told the main character that the Zhou family really has an old man who is more than 100 years old. The hairdryer at this time sat and meditated on a large stone. The man, once again in a calm voice, repeated the guy that the Zhou family has an old man who is more than 100 years old. Feng opened his eyes and in a calm voice answered the partner that he would wait for his rivals here. Uyan looked from behind the protagonist and said that everything is not so simple here. He warned that the Zhou family could attack the guy's loved ones. Uyan called the girls Mei and Mu. He wanted to warn them to disappear for a while. The man said with excitement that the girls did not answer him on the phone. The main character looked at him in dismay. Feng jumped up and flew high up from the stone. He shouted that he would look for the girl Mei Zuyan. The old man came to the hospital in the evening. He stood in the corridor and looked out of the window outside. The man in a white robe walked along the corridor and talked with someone. He promised that he would be at home soon. The elder stood silently in front of him. The doctor stopped and looked in surprise at the stranger in the corridor in front of him. The elder viciously asked the man if he was familiar with Mei Kuyan. The doctor viciously asked the old man, why did he walk around the hospital at night? Dr. Mei has already completed the operation and went home. The doctor shouted to the guest in a displeased voice that he probably escaped from the psychiatric hospital. The old man swung, and with a powerful blow with all his might hit the doctor on the head. He was very wounded and fell dead to the floor. The girl walked along the street. She was very tired after the operation, and she wanted to treat herself to something tasty today. Suddenly, the doctor heard some suspicious noise on the street. She was herself in the lane. Mei carefully looked around. She realized that someone was next to her. The girl looked in displeasure to the side and asked who was next to her. Mei did not hear the answer. She went further along the lane. Suddenly, someone appeared next to her. Mei was scared. She turned sharply and ran. At this time, someone jumped on top of her. The girl ran along the street at full speed. At this time, someone watched her from above. The girl fled at full speed and fell to the ground. Someone soared above her. Mei continued to flee and scared along the evening street. She realized that someone was pursuing her. After a long run, the girl fell to the ground. The main character was next to her. Mei came to her senses and looked at the guy in surprise. Her hairdryer asked displeasedly what she was running from. Mei swung and with all her might hit the protagonist with her foot from below. She shouted that he scared her in the gateway. Feng was justified in front of the girl. He told her that he wanted to tell her something. At this time, in the corner near the wall lay a beaten Jean. The main character in the lane, in an offended voice, told the girl that he called her, but she had a phone. Mei answered strictly to the guy that she had an important operation today, and therefore the phone was turned off. At this time, the main character in his pocket rang the phone. He prepared to pick up the phone. The man told the main character on the phone that Zhang was very wounded. They found it in a garbage box. Uyan on the phone demanded from the guy to return more. The girl Mu Zian still did not pick up the phone. The main character, after a conversation with a man, turned off the phone. He was very scared. A girlfriend looked at the guy with excitement and asked if he was all right. Feng told her a strict voice to her to follow him. He promised to ensure its safety. The main character ran to the hospital and went to the bed where his friend was lying. The man was lying on the bed and could not get up. The main character extended his hand and grabbed his hand. Zhang, in a wearing voice, told the main character that the girl Mu is on the shore of the lunar lake on the top of the mountain. The main character silently looked at the man. He thought deeply. Uyan silently looked at the patient. He wanted to say something to the main character. Feng threw a small bubble to the man. This medicine had to be given to the patient every hour. Oh, you asked the guy, where did he go now? The protagonist said in a menacing voice that he had now left to kill. Late in the evening outside the city, the girl hung on a rope near a large cliff on a tree. The elder stood next to her. Mu hung tied on a tree. She viciously demanded from the old man to let her go. The elder, in a calm voice, told the captive that someone would come soon to save her. Mu asked the old man with great surprise who would save her. The elder looked angrily in front of him and saw that the main character had appeared. Feng sharply landed on the ground in front of the old man. He viciously demanded that he let go of the girl. The elder, in a dissatisfied voice, told the guy that he did not need any rules. He explained that the guy's friends are not immense. The old man sternly asked the guy if he was not afraid that he would kill all his descendants. The elder viciously told Fenya that he did not bring him here in order to let him go alive later. The main character maliciously told the old man that he took the hostage because he was afraid that he could not defeat him. The warrior explained to the main character that now he is already very old, and therefore he needs to be careful in everything. The old man extended his hand towards the girl and told the guy to choose. The elder explained to the guy that the girl could now fall into the abyss. Mu hung connected on a branch and could not free herself. The old man viciously demanded from the guy to immediately kill himself in this place. The main character, with excitement, looked aside the girl on a tree. He asked the old man if that girl would let go if he died. The old man looked very viciously at the guy and said in response that all this was true. Mu was scared. She shouted to the guy so that he would not listen to the crazy old man. The elder fired in a tree with a bunch of fire. He shouted to the girl to be silent. The old man demanded that the guy die today. He threatened that he would throw the girl into the abyss. The elder viciously asked the guy, what is he choosing now? The main character explained to his opponent that he was choosing a fight. Surprised, Mu looked at him from the side. A bright radiance appeared around the protagonist. He told the girl that if he does not save her, he would definitely take revenge on her later. The elder looked at the guy displeased and said that that's selfish. The main character spread sharply and launched a huge fiery stream against the old man. The elder opened his mouth and attacked the protagonist with the help of a bright pink flame. The fire from the guy abruptly crashed into the pink stream that the elder launched. The old man sternly asked the guy, is this really his real force? The main character abruptly ran to the side and swung his hand with fire. Feng swung sharply with his hand and launched fire flows against the opponent. The old man turned and calmly looked at the fire flying at him from all sides. There was a very bright fire explosion. The elder jumped up sharply to protect himself. The girl hung on a tree and looked down in fright. She tried to free herself from the rope. Feng looked aside and realized that the explosive wave was very strong. He called a girlfriend by name. The old man abruptly ran up to the guy and screamed angrily that he was distracted. The main character after the attack sharply fell to the ground. The old man managed to hit his hand in a grand scale. The girlfriend was scared. Mu shouted loudly and called the protagonist by name. After a powerful blow, the main character flew to the side and fell to the ground. The elder angrily shouted to the guy that he still wanted to kill his descendants. The wounded guy called the opponent a vile old man with a weakening voice. Around the elder, dark twisting appeared. He viciously told the guy that the opponent should be killed in any way. Feng became a fighting rack. He activated the 4th level of power in his body. The old man looked at the guy and said that he was very strong. He himself reached this level of strength only at 40 years old. The elder looked at the guy and said that he was now no more than 20 years old. Feng viciously asked the opponent if he really wanted to attract him to his side. The old man smiled and shouted in an evil voice to the guy that he would kill him. This will help him avoid future problems. The protagonist looked angrily at the opponent and said that he could try to kill him. The old man looked displeased at his opponent and laughed cheerfully in response. The main character was very scared. He saw that the old man tried to attack him with a new skill. Feng looked in surprise at the opponent and realized that he decided to call icy magic against him. The elder held out his hand forward and launched blue lightning against the protagonist. He shouted that he would die now. Blue lightning flew forward and froze in the form of a huge ice mountain on the ground. Feng looked down in front of him scared and noticed that his leg was completely penetrated by the ice mountain. The elder sharply jumped up and decided to attack the protagonist. The hairdryer was very scared. He realized that he could not fight off the opponent now. The main character held out his hand forward and launched a fire stream from it. After that, the hairdryer jumped in the air. The old man went to the main character lying on the ground and brought his hands to his head to him. The elder pushed the guy with a powerful blow and he began to fall down. The main character fell from the mountain from a great height down. The girl called him scared. During the fall, Feng was frightenedly realized that the old man was able to scatter all his strength. The guy during the flight from the cliff fell deep down. Mu continued to hang related to a tree. Mu, scared and in surprise, turned and looked aside. She decided that her friend died after the fall. The old man in an evil voice told the girl that the guy could not save the beauty, and this is a very miserable sight. Mai turned to the side. She looked angry and with hatred at the old man. The elder asked the girl, "Why is she angry?" He told her in evil voice that the guy could not survive after he fell into the abyss. The old man cunningly invited the girl to marry the Zhou family. The elder looked angrily at the girl and said that if she agrees to marriage, he would spare her. Mai shouted in a displeased voice to the old man so that he would kill her right now. The old man extended his hand to the girl and shouted that she was ungrateful and now join his friend. Suddenly, the main character appeared on the side. He jumped out of a deep abyss. The old man was very amazed. He could not understand how the guy could survive in such a situation. The protagonist in an evil voice asked the elder, did he really decide that he could kill him? The elder, with the help of a bright blue beam, cut a rope on which the girl hung on a tree. Feng at the last moment looked at his girlfriend and realized that she would fall and break. The main character looked down at the falling girl. He scaredly called her by name. The girl fell from a great height and screamed very loudly. She realized that she would die now. Feng rushed down into flight after his girlfriend. He called her loudly in flight. The elder stood on top of the hill and angrily looked at the falling guy with a girl. The old man said in an evil voice after the falling girl and the guy that they would die both. The main character fell with his girlfriend into the abyss. He held out in his hand to grab by the rope, which was connected by Mu. The hairdryer grabbed the rope with one hand in the flight and caught on the wall with his other hand so as not to fall. The main character hung on a large rock and caught on her hand. He held a hanging girlfriend on a rope and loudly asked if she was all right. Mi shouted to a friend that she was fine. Feng looked down. He shouted a girl in a frightened voice to be more careful. He was about to go up. The girl turned around and shouted in a frightened voice to the guy to look back. The elder launched fireballs from the top of the hill against his rivals. The old man decided to finish off the guy with the girl. He continued to attack with fiery streams from the mountain. The elder looked down from the height of the hill and noticed that the main character was still alive. After a long flight from the cliff, Feng managed to land on his feet. He was still holding his girlfriend on the rope. The main character was very wounded. After that, he began a bloody cough. Mu glanced in fright at the guy and demanded that he let her go. The hairdryer was to go upstairs. Suddenly, the old man jumped from above. He shouted to his rivals that he would end with them both today. The main character jumped over the ground and rushed forward against the elder. Feng threw his girlfriend on the rope up. A surprised old man looked at him from the side. The elder was surprised to tell the guy that he used his strength to save the girl. The old man hit the protagonist with all his might. The hale was wounded and he had a bloody cough. The elder jumped over the ground and carefully looked at the protagonist. The old man glanced angrily at the guy and said that he rested with the world. Such will be the fate of everyone who dares to contact the Zhou family. The hairdryer was still alive. He smiled at an evil look and looked at the old man. The elder asked the guy with displeasure, "Why did he laugh?" The warrior carefully looked at his hand and noticed how a purple wound appeared on it. The elder shouted displeasedly to the main character that he dared to poison him. The warrior angrily told the guy that this poison would not act on the master of power of the fourth step. The old man threatened the guy that he would kill all his people when he recovers. The girl at the top of the hill looked down. She scaredly called her friend by name. Don saw some kind of noise on the side. He turned in surprise and asked, "Who is here?" Don ran aside. He shouted that this could be the main character. Ouyun shouted after the guy to wait. After poisoning, the old man turned to the side. A girl was still standing next to him. The elder said in an evil voice that if he were younger, then this poison would not have acted on him. The old man turned and shouted to the girl that her friend had died and she could join him. Below, Mu asked the elder, why should he kill her and Fenya? The elder told the girl that the protagonist killed his grandson. Mu is a guy's girlfriend and must also die. The girl turned and viciously shouted to the old man that he was a demon and a bastard. The old man directed his hand towards the girl. He viciously said that she would join a friend now. Mu was on the edge of the abyss. At this time, Don ran up behind the old man and swung his hand to hit him. The elder felt the danger behind himself and very quickly teleported. The old man sharply bounced to the side. He could not understand who he stood in front of him. Don turned and asked the girl with excitement, how does she feel? The old man looked angrily at the guy and said that he had attacked him very vilely. The elder felt weak in his body. He could no longer stand on his feet. The old man coughed. He had already barely held on his feet and grabbed his hand by his hand. Mu looked from the side at the old man and said that the main character had poisoned him. She demanded that Don kill a warrior as soon as possible. The elder looked angrily at the rivals and said that even in such a state he could kill 100 people like them. The guy viciously shouted to the old man that he could try to kill them. He felt that the elder had a strong aura. The old man turned and headed aside. He told the guy with the girl that he would spare them this time. He did not want to spend health on them. The warrior jumped up and disappeared in the evening sky. He threatened the guy with a girl that they could enjoy their last days. The guy asked the girl if she was all right. He took off her ropes. Dawn turned to the side with surprise. He asked the girl, and where did the main character go? Mu, with tears in her eyes, called the name of her friend. She decided that he died. The girl told a surprised friend that the main character may have died. Feng decided to protect her and fell from the cliff. Dawn looked down into the gorge. He said that if he wanted to fall here himself, he would definitely die. But the main character is not like that. The guy told the girl to follow him. He will say that Uyan then send people in search. The girl shouted in a frightened voice that she would also send Lunyao's group in search. The main character woke up in some very dark and unfamiliar place. Feng abruptly opened his eyes and called a girl by name. He was worried about her. The guy looked around and saw that he was lying in a large bath in green liquid. Feng looked in front of him in surprise. He could not understand what kind of place it was. The stranger on the side asked the surprised guy, "Did he wake up?" The main character turned around and saw an unfamiliar girl with green hair. She told him that he slept for 5 hours. The main character in the bathroom turned around and asked the girl, "Did she really save him?" The stranger looked piercingly at the guy and asked, "Did he really see someone else?" Feng studied the girl with attentive views. He could not understand who was in front of him. The main character realized that the stranger in just 5 hours was able to heal serious wounds on his body. The guy realized that he was recovering in a liquid in the bathroom. Suddenly, the main character realized that there was absolutely no clothing on him. Feng stuck his hand deep into the green liquid. He felt that he was completely naked. Feng was afraid that he was sitting in the bath absolutely naked. The stranger in a calm voice told the guy that he was only a patient for her. The stranger slyly asked the guy, "Is he really afraid that his girlfriend will be jealous?" The main character sharply jumped out of the bathroom. He asked his partner if she saw a tied girl over the abyss. The partner turned and said in a calm voice to the guy that his girlfriend was saved. Feng smiled and in a cunning voice thanked the girl for the good news. The stranger turned to the side and told the guy that he should sit down. The hairdryer plunged very sharply into the green liquid. The girl looked thoughtfully at the guy and said that he was very lucky to survive with serious wounds. Feng turned around and in a cunning voice told his partner that he survived thanks to her outstanding abilities. The stranger turned and went to the exit. She told the guy to leave as soon as he became better. The hairdryer carefully looked around in the room. He saw gross stone furniture. The main character could not understand why the stranger lived in such a place. Feng walked along the deserted corridor. He was looking for an unfamiliar girl. The girl from the room told the guy that she did not want to not see anyone. The main character told the girl that he would not force her to use. He would like to thank her for the salvation of life, and asked her name. The girl told the main character that her name is Loji. The guy slyly answered her that this name is very beautiful. The stranger told the guy to leave as soon as possible. His friends came for him. Feng left the cave into the street. The main character near the entrance saw a girl with other people. Mu was surprised due to the fact that his girlfriend found him in such a clogged place, at a distance of several kilometers. The girlfriend looked in front of her in surprise, and could not believe that it was Jian Feng. The main character asked the girl, Why did she come to such a dangerous place? Mu answered the guy that he had to look for him. Dawn, in a joyful voice, told the main character that it is very good, that he is fine. The girl was looking for him all night. Mu turned around and looked very displeased at the guy next to her. Feng asked the girl what happened to the old man of the Zhou family. Mu answered the guy that the old man could not cope with the Dawn because of poisoning and therefore saved her friend. The main character laid a hand on the girl's shoulder. He said that she should go to Oyan's estate and hide there for a while. The guy headed aside. The girl asked him for goodbye. Where is he going? The protagonist said in an evil voice that he was going to the Zhou family. The main character viciously told himself that he would use Zhou's disease and take his life. The guy was sitting in a nightclub on an armchair and demanded that he be poured more wine. The girlfriend told Zhou that he was already enough to drink. The guy in a joyful voice told his partner that he should drink. He had the best day today. At this time, the phone rang. Zhou picked up the phone to chat with his father. The man viciously told his son that they were wounded by the oldest today, and he himself was sitting and having fun. The son could not understand why his father was outraged by his vacation. A waiter with a bottle of wine on a tray appeared in the room. Zhou cunningly said that the old man will be like new in a couple of days. Father viciously reminded his son about the importance of the headman for their family. The guy turned off the phone. He said that his father ruined his whole mood. The waiter held a tray with wine near the guy. Zhou was unhappy due to the fact that there was only one bottle on the tray. He saw that next to him was the main character. Zhou was scared. He realized that the hairdryer dressed up a waiter and approached him with a tray with wine. The guy was very scared. He asked Fenny with a braided voice, "Why not died?" The main character sharply swung his fist and prepared to hit the guy on the head. The hairdryer slowly came up to the great house. He pulled the beaten Zhou by the leg of the beaten. The main character demanded that the old man leave the house. Zhou screamed scaredly and demanded that he be saved. Feng shouted to the elder in an angry voice that his death hour has now come. The old man slowly left the house. He decided to turn to the main character. The elder looked at the guy and said that today the fateful moment of the Zhou family came. Feng looked at the old man with a strict look and said that he was already ready. The elder carefully looked at the guy and said that he survived, and there was not a single wound on his body. The old man glanced at the protagonist and said that he would not become impudent and hope for life. The elder bowed to the guy and asked him to spare the rest of his family. Feng looked strictly at the old man and explained that he had no right to ask him for something. Zhu, in a frightened voice, prayed to the main character and asked him not to kill him. He promised that he would never go against Fenya again. Feng turned around and very viciously demanded that the guy shut up. The old man abruptly ran to the side of the main character and prepared to hit him. Feng turned to the side and, with all his might, hit his foot with the elder on a grand scale. The main character maliciously told the elder that the old man, even in a weak state, managed to do his vile affairs. The elder, after a strong blow from the protagonist, flew off and fell on the steps. Feng looked strictly at the old man and said that he dared to touch his people. The main character swung his fist to attack the opponent. The old man shouted to him to wait. The elder screamed angrily and warned the guy that if he kills him, he would not seem enough to him. The elder put his hands in front of him. He shouted that he is a man of Shen Lunmen. Feng stopped. He looked in surprise in front of him and repeated the name Shen Lunmen. The main character asked the old man, "Is he really a follower of Shen Lunmen?" The elder told the guy that he was once a member of the Shini clan in his youth. Now he is a representative of Lunmen in the city of Zhonghe. The main character viciously asked the old man, did he really decide that he would believe his nonsense? The elder shouted in a loud voice to the guy that the Qiangu clan was organizing the Congress of all the healers in 6 months. The old man viciously shouted to the guy that the hairdryer could not go against the Zhou family. The elder shouted that he was a representative of the Shen clan. The main character told the old man in a calm voice that he was a little scared by the name of the Shen clan. The elder promised the guy that if he let him go, he would not take revenge on him. He even promised to divide the profit of their family with Finette. The main character angrily and with interest looked at the old man. He listened carefully to him. The old man asked the protagonist if he believes him. The guy angrily answered the warrior that he believes him. The protagonist angrily told the old man that he would end today. The elder wounded Zhang and harmed the girl. The old man, scared, lay on the steps. He threatened the main character that he would die if he kills him. The main character prepared to finish off the old man and swung his hand. He viciously told the elder that no one guarantees that the Shen clan will choose him next time with his representative. The guy was lying on the ground. He called the elder in a frightened voice. Zhou glanced in a scared in front of him and saw how the guy finished off the old man with a blow. The guy was lying on the ground and in a frightened voice said that the hairdryer killed the elder and now wants to kill him too. Joe family comes to an end. The main character fell silent. He calmly looked at the guy and prepared to finish him off. The man ran up from the side and shouted to the main character to stop. The owner told the guy, a wave in a wave in a wave, that he had already killed the strongest member of the Joe family. He asked the hairdryer to take his life instead of his son's life. The main character turned around and prepared to leave. He told the man that he did not want to see him anymore in this city. Feng told the owner that the Joe family no longer go to this place. The owner fell to his knees and thanked the guy for his mercy. The main character sat inside the building in deep meditation. He opened his eyes and exhaled. Feng thought and decided that the Congress of Healers had to begin soon. He felt that he himself had not yet reached the 3rd level of strength. The doors opened, and Don entered the room with a document in his hand. He told the main character that he had brought urgent news. Don raised a red piece of paper over his head, and told the main character that this was an invitation from the Shen clan. The main character viciously demanded that his friend read the invitation. Don held documents in his hands and read it in detail. Feng was invited to the Congress of Healers. Feng was surprised. He could not understand what right to the clan to give out the numbers to the doctors. He decided that it was a divorce for money under the cover of eminent healers. Don viciously told his friend that he learned all the details about the Shen clan. Don told the main character that every candidate who wants to contact the clan should dump $1 million. If the main member of the clan is engaged in patience, then the cost of treatment is more than $10 million. If someone does not have money for treatment, then such a candidate should be on his knees at the foot of the mountain and crawl to the main gate. Perhaps he will receive help. The main character was very angry and hit with all his might in his hand on the table. The hairdryer was very unhappy due to the fact that the clan used the grief of people. This time he could not allow the clan of healers to behave like that. The main character, together with his companion, arrived in the mountains with a clear day. The sun shone brightly in the sky. Don went to the guy and asked why he brought him to the mountains. Feng answered his partner that he should look at his training. Don asked his friend in surprise. What kind of training did he talk about? The hairdryer stood and looked concentrated in front of him. Around his body, energy began to gather. Gradually, the energy of the beginning from all sides to seep and go to the guy's body. Don stood and carefully watched his friend. He noticed that a dense fog appeared around him. The half stood calmly, and dense energy continued to approach it. Zhang looked out of the window into the street. He noticed that a white smoke appeared there. The man looked out into the street and could not understand where the fog could come from in the mountains. Don stood and followed the main character. He cried out in surprise. Don said in surprise that although Yang was in the 2nd stage, he was able to absorb the aura of the whole mountain in one breath. Jan turned around and explained to a friend that he used a secret technique called the boundless execution of God. Don was very surprised when he heard that his friend trained with the help of one of the most powerful techniques. Don knew that if a person reaches the peak of the 9th level of this technique, then he gains invulnerability and receives magical abilities. As a result, such a person learns a great business and is freed from rebirth. Feng calmly answered his partner that no one could be saved from rebirth. Feng explained to his friend that he had reached only the 1st stage. He does not know what will happen next. Don could not believe that his friend reached only the 1st stage. The main character turned around and reminded his friend that he had to start training. Don fell silent for a long time. He realized that he was now preventing his friend. The main character told Don that he should not rush. During training, you need to accumulate everything slowly, and only then awareness comes. He himself only recently embarked on the path of improvement. Strangers appeared from the side. Someone said that spiritual energy suddenly concentrated on the top of the mountain. A monk appeared with a man. The little stranger viciously said that he came here closer and heard someone's boastful speeches. Don turned aside and noticed how a Buddhist monk approached them with a dwarf. The monk went to the guy and asked if he was familiar with a certain Jan Phenem. Don was interested in the stranger. In what case did they come to the guy? The monk in a cunning voice said that he wants to send the protagonist to paradise. Don got angry and called the monk a donkey. The main character on the side shouted to a friend to wait. The main character looked at strangers and said that they had reached the 2nd level of power like himself. The dwarf was surprised due to the fact that the hairdryer recognized their level. The dwarf said in an evil voice that the head of the Zhou family is a non-insignificance. He could not even cope with a hairdryer. The protagonist viciously promised the stranger that he would beat him now and he would understand everything. The dwarf answered the partner that he still has enemies, except for the elder of the Zhou family. The stranger said in an evil voice that the elder Zhou was the first step. and his strength had long faded. The dwarf told angrily the chief hero that they will now show him what the real masters look like in business. The main character looked at strangers and viciously said that he had a question for them. Feng looked at the monk and sternly asked who ordered him. The monk looked at the guy and said that he could not name the customer, but could voice the price. After that, the Buddhist proudly called the amount of 500 million and laughed merrily. The main character rushed at the opponent and shouted that he would not see this money today. The monk extended his hand with a fiery radiance against the guy. He used a magical skill. There was a very bright fire explosion. Stones began to fly around. The main character bounced to the side. The fiery explosion occurred very close to him. The monk flew over the ground and directed his hand on top of the guy. Feng looked at him from below. The monk flew above the ground on a huge burning palm. He looked down carefully. The fighter looked angrily from a height down at the protagonist. He was looking for him. Feng put his hands in front of him to defend himself from Buddhist. The main character stood in a protective combat rack. Large dust clubs appeared on the side of him. The dwarf said in surprise that the guy was able to withstand the 2 attacks of King Arhat. He was surprised. The Buddhist told his companion named Zhu Linshan that he would not bother today. The dwarf answered his companion that they would still divide the money in half. The main character jumped over the ground. He viciously reminded the rivals that today they would not see money. The monk in a strict voice told the guy that all these conversations are empty. The monk rose above the ground in the fire. His body was the result of a 10-year painstaking practice of cultivation. He told the guy that he could attack him 3 times. The main character maliciously told the opponent that he would have enough for an attack once. Zhu in an evil voice told the main character that he could not defeat the opponent even for 100 attacks. The main character extended his hand forward and launched blue lightning against the opponent. Feng said in an evil voice that he used the boundless execution of God against the monk. The Buddhist stood and looked in surprise at his opponent. He was surprised at Fenya's skills. The monk was amazed to repeat to himself the words about the great spiritual power of the protagonist. Feng flew in the air, and around it was a bright blue radiance. The monk decided that the guy reached such a force thanks to spiritual energy from the top of the mountain. Zhu looked in surprise at the protagonist, and realized that this guy could really defeat the elder of the Zhou family. The dwarf shouted to the flying monk that his defense should withstand 3 attacks. The Buddhist turned around in surprise and repeated the words about 3 attacks to himself. The monk turned around displeasedly and shouted to the dwarf to kill the protagonist himself. He no longer needed money. Zhu was scared and surprised. He realized that he himself would now have to fight Phenom. The main character came from the side and called a frightened dwarf by name. Feng directed his hand with a bright radiance against the dwarf. He shouted that now his turn has come. Zhu frightened the ground. He loudly asked the protagonist so that he would not kill him. The main character approached and viciously reminded the dwarf about a reward of 500 million. Zhu shouted to the guy that he could share useful information with him. The dwarf looked at the protagonist with excitement and asked if he could spare him. Feng demanded that the opponent tell him everything first. He would later decide whether to spare him or not. The main character viciously told the dwarf that he would kill him right here and now. Ziyu fell to his knees in front of the main character. He promised him with excitement that he would tell him everything now. Dawn impatiently demanded that the dwarf would tell them everything as soon as possible. The dwarf spoke about the group of the Black Dragon in the city of Zhonghe. This group was previously inferior only to the Yao family. Zhu told the main character that the group sent him to kill Fenya. They also want to kidnap the girl Mu. Feng looked angrily at the dwarf and asked, "Is it really all?" Zhu answered the partner that all this was true. He asked if this information was enough to spare his life. Feng told dwarf to get out. Zhu sharply jumped up and began to hide in the sky. Don asked his friend displeasedly, "Why did he let go of the mercenary?" Feng explained to his partner that he now needed to make sure his girlfriend's safety. He took the phone in his hands. At the company's office, the director told the girl Mu that she received a video call. Mu sat at the table near the computer. She asked the guy, "What happened?" Feng in fright asked his girlfriend, "Where is she located?" Mu answered the guy that she was in the office. She asked, "What happened?" The protagonist explained to the girl with an exciting voice that he just decided to call her. The girl turned around and looked displeased at the protagonist with surprise. Feng looked at his girlfriend and said that he was distracted from business. He decided to put the phone. Mu sat near the computer. The servant approached her from the side and said that the main character is interested in her. The girl answered in a dissatisfied voice that this could not be. I judged my boss that her face blushed. The woman answered the subordinate so that he would not speak stupid things. There was a group of strangers on the street. One of the guys looked at the house and said that there was Mu inside. Judging by the photograph, she should be a beauty. The fighter with a dissatisfied voice said that the three great masters were sent for the sake of a simple mortal. The fighter turned and told his friend not to complain. They had to go to the parking lot. The car raced at full speed. The main character shouted to the driver to ride faster. Jiang told the main character that if they go even faster, they would have an accident. Feng sat and looked at the phone. He told the driver that he did not trust his medical abilities. The servant in the corridor came up and told the lady that the main character called her again. Mu could not understand what happened to the guy today. The girl picked up the phone and greeted the protagonist. Feng told the girl that he had calmed down when he heard her voice. He decided to hang the phone. I judged from the side cunningly told the woman that the main character admitted to her love in such words. The lady hit the servant on the head and shouted that he was already tired of her. The kidnappers stood in a dark room. Mu, along with their servant, approached the premises along the corridor. The judge asked the mistress that she would not be angry. The servant walked next to the mistress. He told her that they just needed to go out now. The guy in glasses stopped and looked as if scared to the side. He noticed a nearby strangers. Mu stopped fearfully. She realized that there were some strangers in the room in front of them. The girl looked scaredly around and asked the strangers in the room, "Who are they?" The kidnapper angrily told the madame that they were waiting for her. They already wanted to go inside to grab it. Mu viciously shouted to strangers that they should be afraid that they could detect the camera. The stranger extended his hand to the girl and shouted so that she would not worry about them. They took care of everything in advance. The stranger extended his hand to the girl and shouted that she would now go with them. Suddenly the kidnapper flew away at the kidnapper. She was as if chopped off with something invisible. Mu was very scared and surprised. The fighter was very scared. He could not even scream and did not understand what happened. The stranger scaredly grabbed his severed hand. The fat man angrily turned around and scaredly asked who was there. The man carefully looked aside and saw a few cars stood in the underground parking lot. The kidnapper carefully looked closely and listened. He saw nothing and did not hear anyone. Suddenly, a second severed hand flew off at the kidnapper. He was even more scared. The man felt as if someone had run up from behind and turned his hand back. The kidnappers shouted loudly. Suddenly, the main character appeared in the parking lot. The abductors asked him in fright so that he would not kill them. The main character turned back and viciously told the kidnappers that the Zhou family is still daring to touch his people after everything that happened. The girl came up from the side. She called the protagonist in a frightened voice. Feng went to the girl and said that he had come on time. He asked if she was all right. The main character felt some movement on the side. He turned there displeasedly. Feng turned around and saw the outgoing abductors. He viciously asked them, did they really want to escape? The fighter turned around in fright and asked the guy to let them go. The kidnappers looked at the guy in dismay and asked him to spare them. Feng turned around and viciously told the bandits that if he wanted to kill them, then he would not rebuke his hands. He did not care about the small performers. The protagonist viciously demanded from the kidnappers to give the boss about his tomorrow's visit. Zhang ran on the side. He joyfully shouted to the main character that he was very cool when threatening. He approached the judge and told the man to leave the protagonist and girl alone. Mu, along with the main character, turned around and called the judge and Zhang in loud voices.